Chapter 779. Han Yunqi hadn't discovered anything yet, but she knew modern medical knowledge. Seeing Gu's lonely figure, she suddenly wanted to protect Xiaoqi. She dearly wished she had the ability to prove Gu and Gu Yuntian's blood relations, but she couldn't. The most reliable method of determining blood ties was DNA testing, which had a 99.9% accuracy rate. But that method wouldn't work in Cloud Realm continent at all. Even if it did, no one would be able to understand or believe the results. There was another less reliable method, but it was much better than a drop of blood. That was blood type testing, which had a 50% accuracy rate. For example, if both parents had type O blood, it was impossible for their children to have type A, B, or AB blood. But Han Yunqi couldn't use this method either. Blood types were discovered only after blood transfusions failed. It wasn't until 1901 that Austrian doctors came up with the concept of type ABO blood. Such knowledge wasn't something that everyone could understand. It required a solid foundation of modern medical theory and experimental equipment to prove it. How was Han Yunqi supposed to use this knowledge? Even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Nothing could compare to this. Han Yunqi couldn't help Gu. The only thing she could do was suppress Gu Yuntian's arrogance and steal his limelight. Perhaps this would give Gu some comfort. At least he wouldn't feel so lonely and awkward standing on this stage. Academy head Gu, I don't know what you mean by blood fusion. Han Yunqi asked. What do you mean? Gu Yuntian didn't understand. Does blood fusion mean that the two types of blood in the water separate and fuse together without rejecting each other? Or does it mean that the two drops of blood don't separate but fuse together? Han Yunqi asked seriously. Gu Yuntian thought it over before replying. Is there a difference? Han Yunqi smiled. She had been wondering how Gu Yuntian could be so amazing, but it turned out he only understood the surface. It was probably just a coincidence that he discovered the blood test mistake. That old thing really didn't understand the intricacies behind it. What are you laughing at? Gu Yuntian asked angrily. He was originally quite patient, at least in front of everyone. He could pretend. But this girl made him feel uneasy. He had always been very strict in his control of the medical world, and he had never found such a powerful junior. He thought that he must be thinking too much. I'm laughing at Principal Gu for only knowing the surface, but not the essence. Han Yunqi smiled and asked, Can anyone give me a bowl of water? Me. Tang Li was very active. He poured away the blood in the bowl and poured a bowl of clean water for Han Yunqi. Thank you. Can I borrow your finger again? Han Yunqi asked again. It's my honor. Tang Li's happiness was written all over his face. He had not hung out with his brother and sister-in-law for a long time. He really missed the days before his marriage. Ning Jing's face had long darkened. After marrying Tang Li, this was the first time she had seen Tang Li smile so happily at another young woman. She pulled back Tang Li's outstretched hand and said coldly to Han Yunqi, Don't you have your own blood? I'm afraid of pain. Han Yunqi chuckled and said, He's a big man. It doesn't matter if he bleeds a few more drops. His blood is all mine. I'm also afraid of pain. I'm not giving it to you. Ning Jing threw out the sentence and pulled Tang Li off the stage to walk to their seats. Tang Li was a little surprised. At first, he was still confused, but when he sat down and Ning Jing held his hand tightly to prevent him from getting up, he secretly smiled. This woman must be jealous. Han Yunqi glanced at them. Soon, she bit her finger and dripped a drop of blood into the clear water. Once the drop of blood entered the water, it gradually dispersed and dyed the clear water a very light red. She let Gu Yuntian take a look and then passed the clear water down for everyone to see. Everyone looked carefully. This drop of blood disperses as soon as it enters the water. Then she asked for another bowl of clear water and squeezed a drop of blood from the wound on her finger. After a while, she let the blood coagulate and drop it into the water. This time, the drop of blood did not disperse immediately. Instead, it sank into the water. She let Gu Yuntian take a look and then passed it down the stage. Everyone, take a look at this drop of blood. Everyone saw that after the drop of blood sank into the water, it slowly dispersed. However, it did not disperse completely. There was still a small spot that seemed to have solidified. Han Yunqi took back the 2 bowls of water and dripped the cat's blood into them. They saw that when the cat's blood dripped into the first bowl of water, it also dispersed and merged with the blood in the first bowl of water. There was nothing out of the ordinary. However, when the cat's blood dripped into the second bowl of water, it also dispersed and dyed the water slightly red. However, it did not merge with the droplets of blood at the bottom of the water. After seeing these 2 results, the entire audience was silent. Han Yunqi's results had undoubtedly overturned Gu Yuntian's earlier results. Not all blood could merge in clear water. The same 2 types of blood had 2 different situations. What exactly was going on? What was the truth? Everyone looked at Han Yunqi silently, waiting for her to reveal the answer. Even Gu Yuntian had unknowingly forgotten his anger and couldn't wait to know the answer. Actually, Director Gu's research wasn't wrong. It's just that it wasn't comprehensive enough or accurate enough. Han Yunqi sighed. If medical research isn't accurate enough, it will cost people's lives. She held up the first bowl of water and said seriously, "Everyone, the 2 droplets of blood in this bowl of water dripped into the water the moment they came out of the body. The 2 droplets of blood seemed to disperse and merge with each other in the water. But actually, this can't be considered as merging, because they merely dispersed in the water and merged together in the water. They didn't merge with each other." After these words, the entire audience became even quieter. Everyone pricked up their ears and waited seriously, afraid that they would miss a single word from Han Yunqi. So, what Director Gu said, that any type of blood can merge in water, this is wrong. Han Yunqi cleared her throat and raised her voice. The correct way to put it is that any type of blood can merge in water. There are many components in blood, and the largest proportion is water. Hence, when the blood dripped into the water, it would disperse very quickly. As for the second half of Han Yunqi's sentence, everyone present probably didn't fully understand it. However, everyone understood the first half of her sentence that denied Gu Yuntian's claim. "So it's true just because you say so? Where's the evidence?" Gu Yuntian's face was a little red. It wasn't clear whether it was anger, embarrassment, or anger. Han Yunqi held up the other bowl of water and smiled. "Director Gu, I thought you already understood. Looks like I overestimated you." "You." Gu Yunqi couldn't help but narrow his eyes. If there weren't so many people outside, he would have already gotten someone to lock this woman up. He started to regret. He regretted giving this woman a chance. Unfortunately, no matter how good a pharmacist was, he couldn't create a medicine for regret. Han Yunqi ignored Gu Yuntian's anger and said seriously, "I believe everyone has seen the situation in this bowl of water. The human blood and cat blood didn't merge, right? That's because you didn't drip the blood into the water immediately. The blood dried, so naturally it wouldn't merge." Deputy Director Lin retorted. "That's right," Han Yunqi admitted openly. "I didn't do anything. I just let the blood coagulate for a while before putting it into the water. Coagulated blood can't be dissolved by water again, so I dripped the cat blood in again. The cat blood only merged with the water and didn't merge with my blood. Everyone, why don't you take a look at this bowl of water again?" The second bowl of water was passed down the stage again. Everyone saw that it was just as Han Yunqi said. The cat blood dyed the water red, but the human blood stayed at the bottom of the water and solidified into a small drop. It didn't merge with the blood water. Han Yunqi used a counterexample to prove Gu Yuntian's theory wrong. It proved that the blood only merged with water and didn't merge with each other. The facts were right in front of their eyes. The evidence was passed around in everyone's hands. Everyone started whispering. although they didn't believe that this girl of unknown origin had such heaven-defying ability to refute Director Gu's research results with just a few words. They couldn't find a reason to refute her. Gu Beiwe looked at Han Yunqi from afar. His gaze was 3 parts joy and 7 parts admiration. This woman, even he felt inferior. Presumably, Long Feiyi, who was hiding behind the scenes, also didn't expect such a good show at the Apricot Woods Conference. At this time, Long Feiyi should have left Tianshan Mountain. She wondered if he received the news in time. Director Gu, do you have anything else to say? Han Yunqi asked with a smile. Gu Yuntian was speechless. He refused to admit that this young girl was more capable than him. Coldly he asked, "Who are you? Who sent you here? What is your relationship with Gu?" Han Yunqi changed the topic. She chuckled and said, "Director Gu, I won. Don't you owe me a favor? Everyone heard it just now. I can name any condition I want." Gu Yuntian wanted to ask more, but Han Yunqi took the initiative to speak first. "Director Gu, you can't be a sore loser, right?" Gu Yuntian was silent. Below the stage there were whispers. Gu Yuntian's image in everyone's hearts had been reduced by at least half. He wasn't someone who couldn't be provoked, nor did he have absolute authority. "Director Gu, there are talents in every generation. The new generation excels the old. Director Gu, we should be gratified to have such a junior. Miss, who is your master? Can you tell us a bit?" "Miss, your master must be a hidden expert. He can't be someone from the medical academy, right?" Everyone's attention was now on Han Yunqi. Gu Yuntian had not only lost face for himself, but for Medical City as well. Although Medical City ruled over Cloud Realm Continent's medical community, there were hidden experts in the medical world. But Cloud Realm Continent really did have all sorts of hidden experts with unimaginable medical skills. They were even more advanced than the medical academy. Han Yunqi's victory today reminded everyone of something they'd forgotten. In this world, there were still plenty of medical experts who refused to yield to Medical City's authority. They didn't accept the rules that Medical City had set for Cloud Realm Continent's medical community. Leaving aside Gu Yuntian, even the higher-ups of Medical City were either angry, hateful, or ashamed. Still, there were plenty of people who gave Han Yunqi looks of admiration and affirmation, such as Third Elder Shin, Shen Jueming, and Manager Luo Zuishan. Han Yunqi should be happy in this limitless glory, but she couldn't. Instead, she looked towards Gu, her eyes filled with helplessness and sorrow. "Shao Qi, in the end, Yunqi still couldn't help you." But Gu actually smiled at her. It wasn't as cold and sinister as before, but so genuine and beautiful. It was like a resplendent star or a multicolored sea of flowers. "Poison Lass, it's enough to have you by my side for this part of the journey. I don't need you to keep me company for the rest of the journey. Qi brother, I can keep going." Chapter 780. Gu Yuntian didn't speak, but the discussion grew louder and louder. This world wasn't as bad as they thought. There were still people who didn't fear power and stood firm for justice. Many voices of support for Han Yunqi rose from the audience. At the same time, Han Yunqi was exchanging glances with Gu. As if infected by his emotions, Han Yunqi forgot about the terrible future and smiled. Finally, Gu Yuntian couldn't keep his face straight. Actually, he knew that he should be more generous. No matter how capable this girl was, she was at most an 8th-rank sage doctor like him. She couldn't reach the level of a sovereign doctor. After all, she only had one research result. But he really, truly couldn't accept this. His limelight had been stolen, and he'd been denied so thoroughly. Where was he supposed to put his old face? Gu Yuntian really didn't want to fulfill his promise to Han Yunqi, so he changed the topic. "You're definitely in cahoots with Gu. No matter how good your medical skills are, the remnants of the poison sect will only bring disaster to Cloud Realm. This old man won't let you off today. Someone come. Gu Yuntian, it's fine if you're not as skilled as others, but it's fine if you can't afford to lose. What? Are you going to use such methods to get rid of your dissidents? Han Yunqi's smile froze. She couldn't help Gu or prove his blood relationship with Gu Yuntian. She probably wouldn't be able to give Gu his present, so she could only hold on and fight for the right to speak up for the poison sect. She knew that it would be futile to defend herself without any evidence, but this was the only way she could go about it. She was about to tear off her disguise when Gu suddenly spoke up. Father, it's been so many years, but you're still so petty. The older you get, the more narrow-minded you become. Hee, no wonder Head Elder Ling chose to testify for me. You didn't fulfill your promise to Head Elder Ling back then, did you? Every muscle on Gu Yuntian's face froze. He couldn't believe his ears. Gu walked over, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. His smile was especially relaxed and casual. Father, although your ability is not as good as a woman's, you're right. The blood test really can't prove that we're related by blood. Fortunately, I still have a witness. Otherwise, if you don't recognize me, I will be very sad. Han Yunqi smiled. Her hanging heart finally settled down. It turned out that Gu's big gift hadn't really been delivered yet. She guessed that he must have found Head Elderling and convinced him to testify for him. She had heard from Gu that Great Elderling was the closest to Gu Yuntian. Han Yunqi breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she was curious about the relationship between Gu and Gu Yuntian, as well as Gu's past in Medical City. How could Han Yunqi think about how unbearable the past would be? Back then, all the evidence had been destroyed and the witnesses were dead. All that was left was Head Elderling. Gu Yuntian never thought that Ling Gai would betray him. He refused to believe it. Gu, don't spout nonsense. You're trying to slander the old man and exonerate the poison sect? You're delusional. Do you think everyone here is an idiot? No one will believe you. Father, Head Elderling hasn't arrived yet. Why are you so agitated? Although your body is fine, you shouldn't get so worked up. If you get sick, this child will have sinned greatly. Gu's chuckle made Gu Yuntian's hair stand on end. He never thought that his son would become so strange and frightening. Why? Why can he still laugh at a time like this? Men, hurry and arrest these 2 poison sect members. Gu Yuntian roared. At this moment, a loud voice rang out from the crowd. Hold it! Everyone turned to see a familiar figure walking out of the entrance. It was none other than Head Elderling, the man who'd been expelled from Medical City because of the forced labor case. Ling Gai! He's really here? Could it be that Gu's words were true? Suddenly, the silent crowd grew restless. Some were shocked, some were curious, some were excited, some were gloating, some were worried, and some were agitated. A good show like this was much more interesting than the medical competition at the Apricot Woods Conference. Ling Gai has already been expelled from Medical City. Who let him in? Men, throw him out! Gu Yuntian roared. Father, are you feeling guilty? Gu asked. You don't have the right to speak to me. Men, do you hear me? Throw him out! Gu Yuntian ordered. Medical City's guards immediately moved out. Gu laughed heartily. Everyone take a look. This is the courage of the head of the Medical Academy. If he's not guilty, why doesn't he dare to confront us? Tang Li immediately shouted, Great Academy Head Gu, you're not really guilty, are you? Are you afraid to admit what you did? You didn't do it, so what are you afraid of? As soon as Tang Li spoke, many people followed suit. Some couldn't stand Gu Yuntian's cowardice. Some were interested in the truth, and some were just here to watch the show. Great Academy Head Gu, you haven't really done anything wrong, have you? I didn't expect Great Academy Head Gu to be such a romantic figure. I thought all medical students were like monks, pure of heart and few desires. TSK, the Medical Academy, couldn't have secretly colluded with the poison sect. And now, they can't split the spoils evenly, right? Even the father doesn't recognize the son anymore. These people weren't important people, so they didn't have much influence. But when the topic shifted from Gu Yuntian to the medical academy, the higher-ups of the medical academy couldn't sit still. Vice Academy head Lin immediately rose to his feet and shouted, "Men, hurry, and take the poison sect's remnants away. These people are spreading rumors to confuse the public and try to frame Medical City to absolve themselves. Can't you see it yet? Friends, don't be fooled by the poison sect. The South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate is colluding with the poison sect. They must be behind this." Vice Academy head Lin was a smart man. By bringing out the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate, many of the influential people present would support him. As expected, Northern Li's imperial physician stood up. "Absurd. This is simply too absurd. Ling Gai can even induce labor, so what right does he have to testify?" Tianning's military officer followed suit. "This is clearly a scheme between the poison sect and the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate. I think that woman must be from there. What medical city is so big, yet they're afraid of the two of us?" Han Yunqi laughed mockingly. "It's obvious that someone has a guilty conscience. That's right. This is the medical academy. Are you afraid of the two of them?" "Great Academy head Gu, if we don't get to the bottom of this today, who will know the truth?" Tang Li asked. Luo Zuishan hesitated a bit before standing up. "Your Excellency, Academy head, Vice Academy head, elders, as this one sees it, it's better to get to the bottom of this. The medical academy is upright and doesn't need to fear them. If we don't get to the bottom of this, it'll make us look guilty." Gu Yuntian glared at him as soon as he finished speaking. Vice Academy head Lin was about to reprimand him when Third Elder Shin spoke up first. "As this one sees it, it's better to get to the bottom of this and convince the remnants of the poison sect wholeheartedly. Gu is also a member of our medical city. If he can't get to the bottom of this and produce evidence today, Medical City will never allow him to leave." "This one agrees." Fourth Elder Li Shuyuan spoke up as well. Since the medical academy's own people had spoken up, there was no need for outsiders to speak up. If Luo Zuishan had spoken alone, Vice Academy head Lin could refute him immediately. But now that two of the Council of Elders had spoken up, he couldn't refute them so easily. The representatives of all the powers in the world were here. If the medical academy was too domineering, they'd really become the subject of ridicule. Vice Academy head Lin looked towards Gu Yuntian for help. Unexpectedly, the usually low-key Vice Academy head Ouyang spoke up. "Your Excellency, Academy head, as this one sees it, not only must we get to the bottom of this matter, we can't afford to be careless. This matter doesn't just concern your personal reputation, but the reputation of the Medical Academy as well. May Your Excellency, Academy head, return our reputation to us." Actually, Vice Academy head Lin had no idea what Gu Yuntian had done in the past. The only reason he stood on Gu Yuntian's side was because Gu Yuntian thought highly of him and wanted to cultivate him as the next academy head. Meanwhile, Vice Academy head Ouyang was the true heir to the position. The internal struggles within the medical academy were no less complicated than those between the various powers of Cloud Realm Continent. Although Vice Academy head Ouyang was low-key, he had the support of the people. As soon as he spoke up, everyone in the medical academy agreed. Han Yunqi couldn't help but think that Gu Yuntian probably didn't have that many people in the medical academy either. There were so many doctors in such a large medical academy, but there were still plenty of kind-hearted people. What could Gu Yuntian do when his own people were forced to the surface by outsiders' eyes? He sneered. "All right, this old man will give them a chance." Head Elderling walked over step by step as Gu Yuntian stared at him coldly. It was a mixture of warning and questioning. Head Elderling should know very well that he had a part to play in the past. Spilling the beans wouldn't do anyone any good. Even Gu wouldn't be able to protect him. Head Elderling, feel free to speak of the events of the past. Don't leave out a single detail. Gu finished with a chuckle. Silence fell upon the scene except for his grin. He was the main character of the entire affair, but he seemed like an outsider watching from the sidelines. No one could see the pain in his smile, only the determination to win. Head Elderling sucked in a deep breath and avoided Gu Yuntian's warning glare. He didn't even know where to look. In the end, he lowered his head and spoke. According to Gu's requests, he recounted the events of the past, one by one. Back then, how Gu Yuntian found Gu's birth mother, how he tricked her into becoming pregnant, how he forced and threatened her to take medicine and cooperate with his research. Also, more than 20 years ago, on the 7th night of the 7th lunar month, Xiao Qi was born. His birth mother suffered from severe bleeding during labor and died in the delivery room because she couldn't be saved. The first thing Xiao Qi ate wasn't milk or water, but medicine, the most bitter medicine of all. Over the next few days, Xiao Qi's small body showed signs of exhaustion because of medicine. Before Gu Yuntian could persuade him, he had no choice but to stop the medicine and find a wet nurse to feed him. At this point, the entire hall was so quiet that not even the sound of wind could be heard. The entire world had fallen into absolute silence. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Vice Dean Lin and the others who supported Gu Yuntian. Even the calmest Gu Beiwa couldn't help but stand up and clench his fists. Ning Jing had also forgotten to settle the score with Tang Li. Just like Tang Li, she stared at Gu with a stiff expression. Han Yunqi was the closest to Gu. It was as if her pressure points had been pressed and she couldn't move at all. Only her fingers were trembling and her eyes were gradually turning red and sore. But Xiao Qi was still smiling. His smile was as pure and beautiful as a child's. Chapter 781. Amidst the silence, tears, and smiles, Head Elderling's cruelty continued. He spoke of Xiao Qi's childhood in the poison sect's forbidden grounds. Those carefree, innocent years were the only comfort in Xiao Qi's life, but they were also the beginning of all his evil deeds. Gu Yuntian had hidden Xiao Qi in the poison sect's forbidden grounds and taught Xiao Qi how to identify poisonous plants, as well as Xiao Qi's poison arts. Heavens, the medical academy really is in cahoots with the poison sect. In the silence, someone shouted. Finally, Gu Yuntian recovered from his bewilderment. He hurriedly denied it. Ridiculous. This is a false accusation. Ling Gai, old man, has treated you well. So why would you make up such a ridiculous lie to slander the old man? Can you believe this? Gu Yuntian, you know best whether you can believe it or not. I tried to persuade you back then, but you stubbornly insisted. Head Elderling retorted angrily. He'd been forced into a corner by Gu. He knew that he wouldn't have a good ending if he told them everything today, but it was just as Gu had said. Even if he didn't have a good ending, he'd make Gu Yuntian, the instigator, suffer a worse fate. Gu Yuntian had ascended to the top and become the academy head. But what about him? He couldn't even become a vice academy head, and Gu Yuntian had ignored their past friendship and insisted on expelling him for the induced labor. He, Ling Gai, wasn't someone without a temper. Words aren't proof. Gu Yuntian was sweating profusely, but he held onto the last line of defense in his heart and remained calm. Everyone, listen. Can you believe something like this? Ling Gai was even willing to do something as inhumane as induce labor, so how can we believe his words? That's ridiculous. If that's true, how could that child have survived? Vice Head Lin shouted. Everyone finally recovered from their shock and began to think rationally. Head Elderling's words were indeed unbelievable. It can't be true, right? Tang Li? Ning Jing muttered to herself. Probably. Tang Li wasn't sure either. How can he survive if he's tortured like that? Most of them were still in disbelief. However, Han Yunqi remained motionless. Her gaze remained fixed on Gu. She finally knew where Gu Yuntian's fetus research came from. She was the one who didn't want to believe Head Elderling the most, but she had no choice. At this moment, she really wanted to see Xiao Qi clearly. It was as if she didn't see Xiao Qi clearly, he wouldn't be real. However, Her vision was already blurry. She didn't know if Shao-Chi was still smiling. She couldn't see. Shao-Chi was still smiling. He slowly turned around and faced the crowd. For some reason, the noisy scene immediately quieted down. Everyone was doubting head elderling's words, but they looked at Shao-Chi with disdain, caution, and vigilance. It was as if they were looking at a monster. Beneath their stares, Gu Qishao remained calm and relaxed. Shrugging his shoulders, he smiled and said, "Words have no basis. Then bring out the evidence." Everyone became even quieter. Even Gu Yuntian subconsciously held his breath. Evidence? How could he possibly have evidence? He saw a medical apprentice running over with a box in his hands. Panting, he said, "Chi Gij, everything you want is here." Everyone in the medical school recognized that this medical assistant was from Gu Yuntian's courtyard. The medical assistant slammed the box on the stage. Bang! Gu Yuntian's 3 souls and 7 spirits were jolted awake. Gu Yuntian couldn't be more clear about what was inside the box. His face was completely white. His lips and teeth trembled as if he wanted to say something, but he was too shaken to speak. How could this be? How did Gu find this box? No, he couldn't believe it. He must be dreaming. Gu Yuntian rushed over like a madman, wanting to snatch the box. Gu looked on coldly. Just as Gu Yuntian's hand was about to touch the box, he suddenly stomped on his palm. Gu Qishao bent down to admire Gu Yuntian's panic with interest. "Father, why are you in such a rush?" Gu Yuntian's father was so affectionate, but the strength of his foot increased instead of lessening. Gu Yuntian's palm was almost crushed. The pain was so excruciating that veins popped out on his forehead. Gu Yuntian endured the pain and looked up at Gu with difficulty. He warned in a low voice, "Shao-Chi, if you tell the truth, you won't have a good ending either." Shao-Chi, after more than 10 years, he finally heard the words "Little Seven" again. This Little Seven had accompanied him for many peaceful nights when he was young. But hearing it now, why did it sound so disgusting? Gu didn't know if it was because of Gu Yuntian's disgust or because of his own unbearable past and monstrous body, but he felt so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit. But he quickly ignored it. He continued to smile. His smile was devilishly beautiful, heartless and innocent. He happily told Gu Yuntian, "Father, Shao-Chi already won't have a good ending. W, what do you want?" Gu Yuntian was finally afraid. Those who had nothing to lose were not afraid of those who wore shoes. Those who had nothing to lose were even more difficult to provoke than those who had everything. Gu Yuntian finally realized that Gu was cutting off all means of retreat. He stared blankly at Gu for a long time before muttering to himself, "Why? Why now?" Didn't Gu become pill fiend? Didn't he have pill fiend pharmacy? Wasn't he living well? Why did he suddenly come back for revenge? Why didn't he come back earlier or later? Why now? Gu Yuntian had once thought about taking over Medicine Ghost Valley, but he was still afraid and didn't dare to take too many risks. He always thought that after Little Seven had so much, she wouldn't have the courage to take revenge, and she wouldn't have the courage to announce everything to the public. After all, once he revealed everything, Shao-Chi himself wouldn't be able to escape the calamity. His special body would be feared by everyone in the world. At the same time, he would also be pursued by everyone in the world. Shao-Chi was a monster that no one could explain. That was why Gu Yuntian didn't use Medical City's power to make things difficult for Medicine Ghost Valley all these years. If Shao-Chi wanted to destroy him, he would have to destroy himself first. The father and son had always been in the same boat. Gu Yuntian didn't understand. What was the reason that made Little Seven so willing to destroy him? Because, Gu lowered his voice to a whisper, "Because no one can bully my poison lass." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked Gu Yuntian away. Then he lifted the box with his foot and sent it flying into the air. When the box flew into the air, it suddenly broke into pieces with a bang, and a large stack of yellowed papers flew into the air. Like a riot of falling petals, the petals filled the air. Gu Qishao raised his head to look, but his eyes were a little dazed and empty. All he could see were pieces of paper fluttering in the air. He was in a daze, unsure whether these were butterflies or paper fluttering in the air. So beautiful, he sighed with emotion. He inadvertently turned around and met Han Yunqi's gaze. He smiled again, a faint, faint smile. Poison lass, how wonderful would it be if those flying in the sky were butterflies? Butterflies from the mountains? In the next life, will you and I have the chance to meet in the flowers that cover the mountains and plains, in the dancing butterflies? Or will we look back and remember the past? The papers fluttered down, and one landed on Han Yunqi's face. She grabbed it, and her heart broke. How could these be butterflies? These were blood-sucking bats, demons from hell. These papers were none other than Gu Yuntian's case records. They recorded in detail what medicine he had given Shao Qi's birth mother and what her reactions were. They also recorded in detail what medicine Shao Qi had taken every day after he became head elderling's adopted son, and what his reactions were. Also, there were records of how Gu Yuntian used Shao Qi as a test subject, feeding him poison laced with the plague virus and finding a cure for the plague from the time Shao Qi was in his mother's womb. Gu Yuntian's crimes against Shao Qi were all recorded on these papers. Countless papers fell to the ground and landed in various corners for everyone to pick up and read. Gu Yuntian's handwriting and his habit of recording cases were all familiar to the higher-ups of the medical academy. They immediately recognized that these were Gu Yuntian's things. There was no mistaking it. The research results recorded on these papers were almost identical to the research on fetuses and plague prevention that Gu Yuntian had announced over the years. If this wasn't evidence, then what was it? Head Elder Ling didn't need to continue. These case records explained everything. In the silence, the whispers grew louder and louder. In the end, no one could hide their shock and fear. Department head Ouyang was the first to stand up. He rushed onto the stage and threw a stack of papers at Gu Yuntian's face, angrily questioning, "Gu Yuntian, are you still human? Are you?" Immediately, countless people started throwing things at Gu Yuntian. "This is too scary." The dignified head of the medical academy actually did something like this. "The medical academy doesn't have such a head. Gu Yuntian, you're worse than a pig or a dog, worse than an animal. Gu Yuntian, the medical academy will be destroyed in your hands today. How could you do such a thing? How can we trust Medical City after this? They're even scarier than the poison sect." The scene was a mess. Medical City and outsiders alike were all criticizing Gu Yuntian. Han Yunqi couldn't care less anymore. She looked at Gu Qishao and had 1,000 things to say, but she didn't know what to say. She suddenly understood why Medicine Ghost Valley had such cruel rules. She finally understood why this guy was so resentful every time Medical City was brought up. "Shao Qi, I'd rather not have such a great gift. I'd rather never have it. Even if I become the target of public criticism, even if I become the enemy of the world, I don't want you to expose such a hideous scar in front of everyone. Shao Qi, why are you so stupid? Why are you smiling so foolishly?" Gu Yuntian was like a mouse with nowhere to hide. He crouched on the stage, hugging his head. Those case records were his most treasured possessions. He knew they were evidence, but he refused to destroy them no matter what. He'd hidden them well, but he never expected Gu to find them. Head Elderling was hiding in a corner, but he wasn't spared and was pelted with rocks. It was because of this evidence that he had no choice but to compromise with Gu. In the chaos, someone suddenly shouted, "Gu Yuntian, why do you know poison? Has the medical academy been in cahoots with the poison sect for a long time?" This person was none other than Northern Li's imperial physician. Chapter 782. Northern Li, Tianing, Western Zhou, and Tian and hadn't come purely for the sake of the Apricot Woods Conference. They'd all wanted Medical City to take the lead and work together to destroy the poison sect to deal with the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate. Who would have expected things to turn out this way? The Medical Academy couldn't even protect itself right now, so how could they work together? These people only wanted absolute benefits. They didn't care about the grudges between Gu Yuntian and Gu. Since Gu Yuntian couldn't help them, then they'd fight for it themselves. They couldn't let go of the poison sect's scourge. Many people could tell that the Northernly imperial physician wasn't simple. How could a pure doctor say such sharp words? But no one had time to guess his identity. Very soon, Western Zhou's crown prince, Duanmu Bei, rose to his feet. The dignified head of the medical academy actually knows the poison arts. What a surprise! It looks like Gu wasn't lying. Gu raised poison corpses because you taught him that, didn't you? He, the medical academy, and the poison sect were jackals of the same lair. The Tianning military officer laughed heartily. It looks like we'll not only destroy the poison sect, but also destroy Medical City. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone suddenly quieted down. Destroy Medical City, wasn't that too frightening a word? At the very least, no one had dared to think of such a thing before today. But now everything had changed. What reputation did the Medical Academy have after Gu Yuntian stirred up such a huge mess? Credibility? They'd probably be thrown into disarray internally. Department head Ouyang glared angrily at the instigators. Gu Yuntian's actions are his personal business and have nothing to do with the Medical Academy. The Medical Academy will punish Gu Yuntian and give the world an explanation. If anyone has ill intentions and dares to slander the Medical Academy, don't blame the Academy for being impolite. Duanmu Bei and the Tianning military officer wilted but didn't say a word. After all, the Medical Academy still held a monopoly over Cloud Realm's medical community. It wouldn't do them any good to offend them too much. But the Northernly imperial physician only laughed coldly. Gu Yuntian is the head of the Medical Academy. Do you think a single sentence from Department Head Ouyang can separate him from the Academy? Department Head Ouyang, do you think everyone here is a 3-year-old child that can be easily coaxed? Aside from Ling Gai, no one else in the Medical Academy knew about Gu Yuntian's actions. Everyone knows that Xiao Qi was expelled from Medical City for theft. Department Head Ouyang immediately retorted. Hee, what about poison techniques? Why did Gu Yuntian know poison? Also, the poison sect was a faction of your Medical City to begin with, and the poison sect's forbidden grounds are still under your control. What makes you think that there are no secrets between the Medical Academy and the poison sect? Asked the imperial physician. The poison sect was indeed a faction of Medical City, but the Medical Academy destroyed it for the sake of world peace. The reason why Gu Yuntian knows the poison arts and why Gu grew up in the poison sect's forbidden grounds is because of Medical City's negligence. Although Ouyang didn't like power struggles, he was a smart man and knew what the Northernly Patriarch wanted to do. He paused, then continued, Everyone, please don't worry. The Medical Academy won't cover up for Gu Yuntian, much less Gu. Even if Gu is a victim, he colluded with Han Yunqi and the remnants of the poison sect to raise so many poison corpses and endanger the safety of Cloud Realm continent. His crimes are unforgivable. Wasn't Deputy Ouyang's words exactly what the old imperial physician of Northernly wanted? Gu Yuntian had fallen, but the Medical Academy was still willing to lead the various factions in suppressing the South Central Region's governor's manor. That was enough. Someone come, arrest Gu Yuntian and Gu Qishao. Department Head Ouyang ordered loudly. Gu Yuntian was completely disheartened. He'd never cared about Xiao Qi's hatred, but never expected to be toppled like this. He'd wanted to show off his proudest research results at the Apricot Woods Conference and become a 9th-rank sovereign doctor. But an unknown woman had stolen the limelight and completely denied him. He'd wanted to use the destruction of the poison sect to lead the various factions and solidify his position as Academy head. Who would have thought that he'd lose all standing here? He closed his eyes and allowed the guards to detain him. He was deceiving himself. This had to be a nightmare, it had to be. But Gu Qixiao's icy glare scared the guard into backing away. He glanced at the crowd below the stage before his gaze landed on Department Head Ouyang. Department Head Ouyang, which eye of yours saw this old man's poisoned corpses injure anyone? Department Head Ouyang wanted to answer, but didn't know how to. Had anyone seen Gu's poisoned corpses injure anyone? No one. Gu's poisoned corpses had only scared off the people of Carefree City. They hadn't harmed anyone at all. You didn't injure anyone, but you helped the remnants of the poisoned sect. You colluded with them. Duanmu Bei accused. Gu Qixiao smiled again. Crown Princey, may I ask what sort of atrocities the poison sect has committed? Did they kill your father or rape your mother? Gu, you're courting death. Duanmu Bei was furious. Although he drew his sword and flew at him, Gu kicked him aside and sent him flying into the crowd. You can go die, he said. He turned back to Department Head Ouyang with a smile as beautiful as a flower. Department Head Ouyang, why don't you tell us what the poison sect did in the past? Why did the medical academy have to kill them? Did they destroy the entire sect? With Duanmu Bei's example as an example, no one dared to speak carelessly. They all waited quietly for Department Head Ouyang's answer. The poison sect sold poisons and harmed the lives of the common people. Moreover, they developed poison-nurturing techniques to raise poison humans, poison corpses, and even undying poison Gu humans. They wanted to use their poisons to harm the world. If the poison sect hadn't been destroyed, Cloud Realm Continent would have been reduced to a living hell long ago. Department Head Ouyang was full of righteousness and enthusiasm. Gu laughed even louder. That's just the Medical Academy's assumption. May I ask, did the poison sect openly sell poisons in the past? What kind of heinous crime have you committed? Department Head Ouyang had nothing to say. There were very few records of the poison sect's history, but most of it was passed down by word of mouth. Neither the records nor the rumors had any clear record of the poison sect's crimes. In the silence, Gu's voice was especially bright. Did they? No one answered. Even if someone wanted to fabricate a story, they couldn't because they needed proof. Gu asked next, Everyone, do you know why Gu Yuntian knows the poison arts? Do you know where I learned my poison-nurturing techniques? A complicated look flickered past the northernly imperial physician's eyes. He wanted to say something, but didn't in the end. The Medical Academy has a secret that only the Academy head knows. It's a pity that my father accidentally let me know. Gu purposely glanced at Gu Yuntian, only to see him like a deflated balloon. His entire body was listless as he lay paralyzed on the ground, indifferent to everything around him. Of course, he discovered all this when he snuck back to Medical City and used his childhood memories to investigate. Gu Yuntian hadn't told him the whole truth. In truth, he'd long had a bargaining chip for revenge, but he'd never made a move. This kind of revenge would cause both sides to suffer, and he wouldn't be able to escape either. But this time he was going to throw caution to the wind for Poison Lass. He'd promised Poison Lass that she'd return to the sect in a grand fashion. Gu continued. Back then the Medical Academy and the Poison Sect jointly controlled Medical City. The Poison Sect's goal was to cure poisons and cultivate poison doctors, not to harm people. Unfortunately, the Poison Sect's strength made the Medical Academy jealous. The Poison Sect raised poison humans and poison corpses only to keep the Medical Academy in check, not to harm the world. But the Medical Academy used the Poison Sect's poisons as a pretext to slander the Poison Sect. In the end, they joined forces with the great clans of Medical City to destroy the Poison Sect and seal off their lands. Nonsense. Department Head Ouyang cut off Gu angrily. Gu couldn't be bothered with him. After the Medical Academy destroyed the Poison Sect, the head of the Academy didn't destroy the Poison Sect's poison scriptures. Instead, he took them for himself and passed them down, passing them down only to successive heads. Even the gloomy Gu Yuntian raised his head at these words. Only then did he realize the severity of the situation, as well as Gu's true goal. Gu wasn't just here for revenge. He was here to destroy Medical City. He wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Gu said, "My father and I learned our poison arts from these poison scriptures. There are 2 large chests of them, and they're all in an underground secret room in my father's backyard. If you don't believe me, you can search for them." Everyone was silent. Even department head Ouyang, who'd been trying to defend himself, had fallen silent. Was Gu Qishao telling the truth? They'd know once they searched Gu Yuntian's backyard. Department head Ouyang, the other 2 department heads, and the 3 elders exchanged glances. They knew nothing about this and didn't want to believe it. But in the end, they were still afraid. If this was true, then Medical City's reputation would be ruined. No matter what, they had to protect Medical City. Gu didn't seem like he was just trying to scare them. They couldn't afford to take this risk. Department head Lin scooted over and whispered to department head Ouyang. It was rare for the 2 candidates to stand on the same side against their common enemy. Soon, department head Ouyang said decisively, "Gu, you're willing to fabricate such a lie just to help the poison sect escape punishment? Do you think we'll be fooled by you? Men, arrest this father and son pair. My medical academy will punish Gu Yuntian severely and give the world an explanation. As for the plan to destroy the poison sect, we'll have to wait until after the Apricot Woods Conference. Everyone, please stay for a few days so we can work together and come up with a plan." Department head Ouyang sent a large group of guards over with a single glance, not giving Gu a chance to speak. But it was at this moment that a few medical apprentices ran over and whispered something into department head Ouyang and department head Lin's ears. It wasn't clear what they said, but the medical academy's upper echelons all had ugly expressions on their faces. They were exchanging glances, unsure of what to do. At this moment, a commotion broke out outside the woods. Soon enough, a few people sitting in the back ran out of the woods and wrapped themselves in paper. Soon enough, they came back with bad news. "Something's happened at the medical academy. Something big has happened. Everyone hurry and go take a look. Something big has really happened. I never expected this. Who would have thought?" The shouts from the back made the people at the front unable to restrain themselves. Tang Li and Ning Jing were the first to leave, followed by Medicine City's Wang Gong and a few other elders. Mu Qingguo was the third to follow. Gradually, more and more people left. Even the people from Northern Li and Tianing left. The medical academy's upper echelons had no choice but to chase after them. Soon enough, the large square was emptied, leaving only Gu Hanyunqi and Gu Beiwa. Chapter 783. Everyone chased after the commotion outside, leaving only Hanyunqi and the other 2 in the apricot grove. The world fell silent. Gu Beiwa looked at Gu from afar, his brows furrowed. Even now, his fists were still tightly clenched. Aside from Han Yunqi's incident, the usually gentle and calm him had never been so angry. Gu Yuntian's crimes were unforgivable. Medical City had gone too far. Han Yunqi stood beside Gu and stared at him blankly, her eyes redder than a rabbit's. She felt that she had to do something. She even wanted to hug Shao Qi tightly. However, the man in front of her didn't seem like the Shao Qi that head Elderling had mentioned, nor did he seem like the Shao Qi that was recorded in Gu Yuntian's case. Shao Qi had grown up a long time ago. Shao Qi had been hidden deep in Gu's heart and would never appear again. The man in front of her was Gu, a grown man who no longer needed anyone's protection. He was the Qi brother who could protect her. Time was cruel. No one could go back in time and return to Shao Qi's side to protect him. Being protected required luck and fate. Not everyone was so lucky, and not everyone was fated. Therefore, in this world, many pains and injuries had to be borne alone. Han Yunqi didn't know what to do. but Gu was smiling at her. This left her even more at a loss. Finally, she couldn't help but roar. Enough! Stop smiling! Stop smiling! You idiot! Perhaps even Han Yunxi wouldn't know. Gu didn't want to expose such a terrifying scar in front of her. If possible, he would rather she never know. He would rather she only see his smile forever. Poison girl, do you think Chi brother is helping you? Haha! Chi brother, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Let's go. The best part is yet to come. As Gu spoke, he pulled Han Yunxi out of the forest. Gu Beiwei finally regained his senses and hurriedly chased after them. Along the way, Gu flew very fast. He held Han Yunxi's hand very tightly. He clearly heard Han Yunxi say to him, Shao Qi, let's go. Let's leave this place, okay? Shao Qi, we'll never come here again, okay? However, he pretended not to hear anything. When they arrived at the medical school, it was already in chaos. That was because Chu Shifeng and Su Donglin had forced their way into Gu Yuntian's back courtyard. In front of all the medical academy students, they'd found the entrance to the secret underground room and found a pile of sect poison manuals. The two of them had only gotten Gu Qishao's news last night. Gu Qishao had told them the route to the medical academy, the location of the secret underground room, and even the location of the poisoned scriptures hidden within. Although the medical academy had plenty of guards, with Gu's guidance and their skills, they were able to accomplish the task easily. The guards and medical academy directors who tried to stop them were all scared stiff by the sight of the poison manuals. Before they could figure out what was going on, Gu's spies in the medical academy had already attracted a large crowd. After looking at the poison manuals, they quickly spread the news. By the time the honored guests from the Apricot Woods arrived, the news had already spread to the entire medical academy. By the time Gu, Han Yunqi, and Gu Beiwei arrived, the scene was a mess. Department head Ouyang had people surround Chu Shifeng and Su Donglin and slander them as the ones who'd brought in the poison manuals to frame Gu Yuntian. You too must be in cahoots with Gu. Department head Lin scolded angrily. Chu Shifeng was about to explain himself when Gu arrived. He pushed aside the people in front of him and smiled cold. Department head Lin, do you dare to let everyone take a look inside the secret room? Oh, that's right, you haven't seen it yourself, have you? Why don't you go take a look first? Department head Lin had no idea what was going on in the secret room. His thoughts were the same as department head Ouyang's. No matter what the truth was, they had to do their best to protect the medical academy's reputation. Gu, don't involve the medical academy in your grudges with your father. Department head Lin warned coldly. He was about to call for men to arrest Gu when Gu's tone turned ambiguous. Department head Lin, do you know where Lady Lianxin is? Department head Lin's face turned white at the words. He and Lady Lianxin had once had an affair, but they'd stopped interacting over the years. What did Gu mean by that? Could it be that Gu Qishao knew something? The medical academy's reputation was important, but department head Lin cherished it even more in front of so many people. Moreover, his wife and son were watching the show as well. For a moment, department head Lin was left speechless. He didn't dare to make things difficult for Gu anymore. But department head Ouyang had nothing to use against Gu. He said coldly, "Someone come, are you all deaf? Hurry and arrest these poison sect members." Hold it. Finally, Medicine City's Wang Gong spoke up. Department head Ouyang, there's a lot of poison manuals here. How could they be brought in so easily with the medical academy's defenses? That's right. As I see it, why don't we send out a few representatives to take a look inside the secret room? Mu Qingguo wasn't sure what was going on yet, so he spoke up too early. Still, he couldn't help but chime in. It'll be good to have a clear view of the situation. That way, no one will misunderstand Medical City in the future. If Mu Qingwu's words were reserved, then Tang Li's were blatant suspicion. Tang Li said, "Department head Ouyang, You're in such a hurry to arrest them. Is there some secret you can't possibly be hiding? Impudence! Department head Ouyang raged. He retorted forcefully, "This is Medical City's internal affairs. Do we not need you all to testify? Please return to the Apricot Woods Conference. It's about to begin. As for the poison sect, the Medical Academy will have its own arrangements after the conference." Ning Jing, who'd been unconcerned all this time, couldn't help but laugh. If they're not guilty, why can't they be magnanimous? Tang Li was in a good mood when he saw that Ning Jing was actually helping him. He scurried to a nearby boulder and shouted, "Everyone, please be reasonable. Does the Medical Academy have a guilty conscience? Is that why they don't dare let us take a look inside the secret room? What's inside the secret room? Does anyone want to see it?" As soon as he finished speaking, more than half of the crowd responded to Tang Li, "Yes." "Then tell me, does the Medical Academy have a guilty conscience?" Tang Li asked again. "Yes." The crowd's voices rang through the entire Medical Academy. Even many people within the Medical Academy chimed in. Gu was especially quiet amidst the chorus of voices. His lips were hooked in a cold, disdainful smile that was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Actually, anyone with a bit of intelligence could tell that the Medical Academy was only making matters worse by trying to cover up. Tang Li's incitement had stirred up all the factions' emotions. Even Medical City's inner circle was eager to know the truth. Finally, Third Elder Shin spoke up. "Department head Ouyang, in Old Man's opinion, this is definitely not Medical City's internal affairs." Luo Zuishin's heart broke when he saw Xiao Qi's expression. He decided to throw caution to the wind and stood by Tang Li's side. "Department head Ouyang, if this is the Medical Academy's internal affairs, then why does the destruction of the poison sect need to be discussed among the world's people? Since everyone is here today, I ask Department head Ouyang to explain clearly. Is the matter of the poison sect our Medical Academy's internal affairs, or the world's?" As soon as Third Elder Shin and Luo Zuishin spoke, the Medical Academy's inner circle grew restless and demanded an explanation from Department head Ouyang. But even so, Department head Ouyang refused to compromise. He still hoped that he could turn the tide. With a single glance, the guards surrounded the scene. "Men, the meeting is about to begin. Escort our honored guests back to the Apricot Woods." As soon as he spoke, an icy voice shook the entire city. "No one is allowed to leave." Everyone turned to the source of the voice and saw the woman of unknown origins standing next to Gu. "You!" Department head Ouyang didn't get a chance to speak because Han Yunqi tore off the disguise on her face. There were too many people present who had seen her face. Everyone was surprised, and the noisy scene finally quieted down completely. "She's Han Yunqi," Ning Jing murmured, but Tang Li only snickered. The Northern Li Imperial physician narrowed his eyes and silently sized up Han Yunqi. Mu Qingguo was dumbfounded, his eyes dazed. He couldn't help but giggle foolishly. The people from Medicine City and the other forces all sighed. This woman actually dared to come? If she's here, then where's His Highness Duke of Qin? Could it be nearby? Department head Ouyang and the higher-ups of the Medical Academy exchanged glances. Before they could recover from their shock, Han Yunqi spoke up coldly. "Department head Ouyang, the Medical Academy doesn't need to go through so much trouble to recruit soldiers to exterminate the remnants of the poison sect. I, Han Yunqi, am here today to say two things. I'll have to trouble you to represent the Medical Academy and listen carefully." She was clearly speaking for Department head Ouyang, but everyone fell silent and waited anxiously. "First, I, Han Yunqi, am the poison sect's orphan." That's right. Han Yunqi finally admitted her identity. Although everyone knew who she was, they were still incredulous to hear her admit it. Aside from disbelief, many people secretly admired her. At the very least, this woman's courage was worthy of His Highness Duke of Qin. Second, Didn't Medical City say that they wanted to exterminate me and the poison sect? Han Yunqi finally smiled, a smile even crueler than Gu's. Today, I'll stand here and make a bet with the Medical Academy. If there's no evidence of the Medical Academy hiding the poison sect's ancient texts in this secret chamber, then I, Han Yunqi, will leave my life here. If there is evidence, then I ask the Medical Academy and everyone present to clear the poison sect's name. After these words were spoken, the large crowd became even quieter. Gradually, everyone's gazes shifted from Han Yunqi to Department Head Ouyang, waiting for his response. He was betting his life for a woman. Even Department Head Ouyang couldn't bear to be stubborn. He could only silently pray that the Medical Academy he'd served for so many years wasn't as bad as Gu said, that they wouldn't disappoint him. Finally, Department Head Ouyang agreed. Very well. Then I'll have to ask the honored guests present to bear witness. Please enter the secret chamber. Chapter 784. Too many people wanted to enter the secret chamber, but not all of them were allowed. In the end, Han Yunqi and Department Head Ouyang decided to select 6 people to investigate the chamber. These 6 were Medicine City's Wang clan head, Tang clan head Tang Li, Western Zhou's crown prince Duanmu Bei, Tianning's military officer Yalu Zhang, Tian and Xiang General Mu Qingguo, and Northern Li's imperial physician Naza Delin. These 6 people represented Cloud Realm continents, 6 major powers. Although the Tang clan was a reclusive power that wasn't mainstream, Tang Li's status as the son-in-law of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium still made him a part of it. For the sake of fairness, neither Han Yunqi's side nor the Medical Academy's representatives entered the secret chamber. Department Head Ouyang had said that Chu Shifeng and Su Donglin's poison manuals had unknown origins and couldn't be used as evidence. If they wanted to prove Gu's words, they'd have to see what evidence they had in the secret chamber. Once everything was settled, Department Head Ouyang personally opened the door to the secret chamber for Tang Li and the rest to enter. As their figures vanished, the scene grew even quieter. Time always passed slowly in the stillness. At first, everyone waited patiently, but as time passed, more and more people grew impatient. They began to whisper and discuss amongst themselves. Department Head Ouyang and the Medical Academy's higher-ups all stood on one side of the secret chamber entrance. Although they each had their own thoughts, they were all uneasy. Han Yunqi and Gu Qishao were still sitting on the rock. Han Yunqi stood unmoving, staring at the entrance to the secret chamber. Gu Qishao, on the other hand, was much more relaxed. He sat with a random blade of grass in his mouth, not interested in the secret chamber at all. Instead, he was enjoying the looks on the faces of the higher-ups of the Medical Academy. Perhaps it was only at this moment that he began to feel the thrill of revenge. Pain and pleasure coexisted, so he wanted to forget the pain and enjoy the pleasure. He couldn't help but laugh out loud as he tugged at Han Yunqi's skirt. Only then did Han Yunqi crouch down. So nervous? Are you afraid that Qi brother will bite you? Gu asked with a smile. Han Yunqi rolled her eyes at him. She really didn't know if this guy was really heartless. She still felt sorry for him, but he acted as if nothing had happened. Han Yunqi moved closer and looked into his eyes seriously. Shout Qi, I'd rather you buy me today. She would rather Gu betray her and buy her than let him relapse and be riddled with wounds. Gu couldn't help rubbing Han Yunqi's nose and smiled gently. Qi brother, I can't bear to part with you. I'll never bear to part with you. Gu Beiwe still hadn't removed his disguise. He stood beside the big rock. His attention wasn't on the secret chamber. He looked at the higher-ups of the medical school and frowned in thought. Only he knew what he was thinking. Finally, Tang Li flew out of the secret chamber, carrying a large pile of bottles and jars with him. Soon after, Elder Wang and Mu Qingguo walked out together. Both of them held a pile of books in their hands. Their expressions were grave and stern. Northern Li's imperial physician, Duanmu Bei and Tianning's military officers were empty-handed, but their expressions weren't any better. Department head Ouyang and the others felt their legs go weak at the sight of the things Tang Li had brought out. They didn't even have the strength to ask questions. Elder Wang tossed the two thick booklets to the ground with a snort. Mu Qingguo shoved the booklets into Ouyang's hands and snorted disdainfully. He didn't say anything either. Tang Li wasn't so low-key. He tossed the large pile of jars to the ground and laughed coldly. These are all poisons. They were all found in the secret chamber. Department head Ouyang, I know you're going to say that Gu might have found someone to put these in here to frame him, right? It wasn't that department head Ouyang wanted to say it, but that was all he could say. But before he could speak, Tang Li picked up the booklets from the ground and flipped them open. Everyone take a look. These are the authentic writings of the past heads of the Medical Academy. They've recorded their research on poison Gu humans. Mu Qingguo was filled with rage. He couldn't help but speak up. Everyone, Gu isn't lying. Back then, the Medical Academy destroyed the poison sect purely to eliminate dissidents. Then it destroyed the poison sect, but took all of their records for its own. These records are all records of the past heads' research on poison Gu humans. The poison sect only came up with an idea, but the Medical Academy wanted to realize it. The true mastermind behind all of this was the Medical Academy. The poison sect is innocent. Han Yunxi is even more innocent. The last two sentences were probably what Mu Qingguo really wanted to say. His father would definitely punish him for being so impulsive and sticking his head out today, but he didn't want to think too much about it for now. No one could understand the joy in his heart right now. He rejoiced that he didn't have to make an enemy out of Han Yunxi. He rejoiced that he could uphold justice on behalf of Han Yunxi. Could this be considered as repaying her for saving his life? Although he couldn't repay everything, he'd at least repaid a little, right? Even in his dreams, he hoped that he'd be able to repay her kindness one day and no longer owe her a life. Han Yunxi, do I have the right to like you once I've repaid my debt? Everyone was passing the booklets around. Even Department head Ouyang and the others were reading them carefully. None of them could believe it, but the truth was right there in their hands. It looks like the Medical Academy needs to clear my poison sect's name. Han Yunxi's icy words pulled everyone back to reality. Now that everything was clear, it was time to settle accounts. In the silence, everyone was lost in their own thoughts. Northern Li's doctor's gaze never left Han Yunxi. His cold lips quirked up into a faint smile. It was like he was toying with her, admiring her and anticipating her actions. Duanmu Bei's expression was gloomy. He'd thought that he could join forces with Medical City to destroy Han Yunxi and avenge his sister. But now even Medical City couldn't protect itself. He thought to himself, I've come for nothing this time. Military Officer Bailey's expression was the worst. He was currently ordering his men to report to Ningcheng. Today's events at the Medical Academy would definitely affect Cloud Realm's overall situation. The sooner Ningcheng knew, the better. Without the Medical Academy sanctions, Ningcheng wouldn't have much of a chance against the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate, even with the help of the Red Coat Cannons. Tang Li looked at Han Yunxi and smiled foolishly. He was beginning to worship his sister-in-law more and more. Of course, he was even happier for Long Fei. If he could clear the name of the poison sect, then at least Long Fei would have the poison sect's power in his hands. In the future, he'd have one more bargaining chip when he fought for the position of Cloud Realm's overlord. Tang Li did notice that Ning Jing, who usually didn't look at him, was staring at him coldly. The scene grew quieter and quieter as the tense atmosphere gradually spread between Medical City, Han Yunxi and Gu. Seeing that no one from the Medical Academy answered, Han Yunxi continued, Everyone, the truth is out now. Will you destroy the poison sect or Medical City? These words finally caused a huge commotion. Department head Ouyang's eyes widened before he coughed up a mouthful of blood with a muffled groan. Then his vision darkened and he fainted. The medical academy he'd protected with all his heart was actually so weak? How was he supposed to accept this? Since something had happened to the head of the academy, the vice heads were naturally in charge. Department head Lin was wary of Gu and hurriedly took the chance to support department head Ouyang. There were 3 vice heads in the medical academy, so the only one left was department head Hua, who'd been silent all this time. To be able to remain silent for so long despite his lofty position, he wasn't simple at all. Department head Hua's real name was Hua Qiujuan. His medical skills were on par with department head Ouyang's, but his background was far superior. He was from the Hua clan. The Hua clan was second only to the Gu clan in Medical City. Members of the Hua clan held important positions in the medical academy and had many students. Even worse, department head Hua was directly in charge of the examinations for medical qualifications. Anyone who wanted to leave Medical City and practice medicine on their own had to pass department head Hua's examinations. Department head Hua finally stood up. Unlike department head Lin's snobbishness or department head Ouyang's forcefulness, he was more like a doctor, gentle, refined, and courteous. Despite the tense atmosphere in front of everyone, he still calmly bowed to Han Yunshi. Yes, the medical academy must clear the poison sect's name. Was the medical academy going to compromise just like that? Many people were bewildered. But before Han Yunshi could speak, department head Hua added, "But before that, old man hopes that Gu Yuntian can give the medical academy an explanation. That way, the medical academy can give Cloud Realm continents millions of doctors and citizens an explanation." What did he mean by that? Han Yunshi grew uneasy while Gu narrowed his eyes. The poison sect was a faction of poison doctors that split off from the medical academy. Later on, they established themselves on par with the medical academy. "I'm sure everyone knows this," department head Hua said seriously. "It's been over 100 years since the medical academy destroyed the poison sect." Just then, Gu Qishao had said that it was the head of the medical academy who slandered the poison sect for the sake of getting rid of dissidents. Over the years, this secret had been passed down to the successive heads of the academy. Even the head himself was the only one who knew about the poison scriptures. Aside from them, no one else in the medical academy knows about this, much less dispel the poison arts. Department head Hua looked towards Han Yunshi. "Han Yunshi, if you want to seek justice for the poison sect and prove their innocence, old man will support you personally, as will the medical academy. The medical academy also wants justice for Gu Yuntian and the other academy heads." The northern, the imperial physician immediately clapped his hands. Department head Hua is still the most fair. Like I said, how could the medical academy be filled with hypocrites like Gu Yuntian? Duanmu Bei exhaled in relief. They didn't want Medical City to be destroyed just like that. Han Yunshi was surprised. This department head Hua is too formidable. Not only did he push all the blame onto the academy head, he even put them in the same position as the poison sect. Han Yunshi hesitated. She could refute department head Hua and demand that the medical academy take responsibility, but he wasn't wrong either. The medical academy didn't take full responsibility. They'd cleared the poison sect's name without toppling Medical City. In some ways, they'd failed this time. If they didn't break Medical City's monopoly and rules, they'd still be under their control one day. What should they do? Gu Qishao clenched his fists and prepared to speak when Gu Beiwa, who'd been silent all this time, grabbed his hand and murmured, "Little Qi, there's no rush. Leave the rest to me." Long Fei Yi had already left Celestial Mountain, so Cloud Realm Continent was about to get lively. He couldn't afford to lose this battle at Medical City. Chapter 785. Gu had always looked down on Gu Beiwa, but for some reason he calmed down when Gu Beiwa held him back. Compared to Gu, Han Yunshi didn't need to worry so much about Gu Beiwa. That was because a single look from Gu Beiwa was enough to calm Han Yunshi down. Han Yunqi was smart and rational enough to analyze the current situation clearly. Going head-to-head with the medical academy now would only result in more losses than gains. They'd be left in an even more isolated and helpless position. Department head was words might be shirking responsibility, but they weren't without reason. Back then, the medical academy had destroyed the poison sect as a scheme to eliminate dissidents. If the academy head had been alone, he wouldn't have been able to pull it off no matter how capable he was. Thus, even if it was a scheme, the entire medical academy was responsible for the destruction of the poison sect. Later on, the poison manuals were secretly hidden away and passed down from generation to generation. It had nothing to do with the medical academy, but was more like a personal act. That was because the academy heads had never used the manuals to do anything outrageous, much less spread them out. They'd only studied and researched them in private. Besides the academy head himself, no one else in the medical academy knew the truth. Gu Yuntian had taught Gu how to raise a large batch of poison corpses. That was an exception. Now that right and wrong had been determined, all that was left was to find out who was responsible. Sometimes finding out who was responsible was even more complicated than right and wrong, because it involved far more benefits than right and wrong. If the medical school was forced to take full responsibility, then it would inevitably affect the interests of everyone in the medical school. Leaving aside the higher-ups and famous doctors, even a young medical assistant wouldn't want the medical academy to be destroyed. It was hard for even a young medical assistant to enter the medical academy and get the chance to follow a famous doctor. No one wanted to see the medical academy, the building upon which they'd pinned all their hopes, collapse. Moreover, if the medical academy collapsed, what kind of chaos would Cloud Realm's medical community face? In this chaos, how many forces would take the opportunity to get involved? Right now, there were many voices within the medical academy that supported Han Yunqi's group. If Han Yunqi insisted on making the medical academy take full responsibility, they would not only lose this support, but also give Northern Li and Tianing an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Once the medical academy was united once more, or even colluded with Northern Li and Tianing, Han Yunqi's group would no longer have the upper hand. Han Yunqi glanced at Gu Beiwe and gave him a reassuring look. She had hatred in her heart, but she would never act rashly at this juncture. Gu Beiwe nodded and whispered to Gu, "Shaoqi, if you can't destroy it, control it." In a sense, only by controlling it could he completely destroy it. Gu Qishao's lips rose into a smile. Doctor, this young gentleman has truly underestimated you. You're even more cunning than Long Fei Yi. To be mentioned in the same breath as His Highness Duke of Qin. This one will take that as a compliment, Gu Beiwe laughed. If Gu knew that Long Fei Yi had been watching medical cities' every move, how would he react? Gu Beiwe finally walked out from behind Han Yunqi and Gu. Then, in department head, Hu's opinion, how should we deal with this matter? Who are you? Department head Hu asked. Gu Beiwe removed his fake beard and bowed in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. This one is Pill Fiend Pharmacy's resident physician, Gu Beiwe. It's actually him. This fellow is a 5th-rank divine doctor who graduated from the medical academy. His grandfather is Gu Yuandong, a famous director. He used to be Tianing's head imperial physician, right? So he really is in cahoots with Han Yunqi. A mere 5th-rank divine doctor can still show off in the outside world. Why is he trying to show off in Medical City? Department head, whose eyes were filled with disdain. It was obvious that the 7th-rank divine doctor didn't think much of Gu Beiwe. Who are you speaking on behalf of? Department head, whose tone was strange. In other words, Gu Beiwe didn't have the right to speak here. For one thing, Gu Beiwe wasn't a member of the poison sect, so he didn't have the right to represent them. For another, Gu Beiwe might have graduated from the medical academy, but he was only a 5th-rank divine doctor. He didn't hold any position in the medical academy, so he had no right to question him. This one speaks on behalf of the millions of citizens of the South Central regions. Gu Beiyue's voice wasn't loud, but it silenced the crowd. Department Head Hua, the medical academy, destroyed the poison sect to save the world. How could they threaten the lives of the South Central regions? Could it be that the citizens of the South Central regions aren't part of the world? This one is untalented, but would like to ask Department Head Hua to enlighten me. What do you mean by the world? Department Head Hua's lips twitched in embarrassment. In truth, he and many of the medical academy's higher-ups knew that this was immoral, but they didn't stop it or raise any objections. It was as if they were used to this. Regardless of whether it was the poison sect or anything else, the medical academy would use this method to punish anyone who went against the medical academy. In a sense, the medical academy didn't want to establish a country or proclaim itself an emperor. Instead, they wanted to use medicine as a bargaining chip to gain supremacy in Cloud Realm Continent. Department Head Hua, do you not know what the world means either? Gu Beiyue pressed. Department Head Hua had no choice but to answer. This was naturally the medical academy's fault. It was also because of the poison sect. Now that the poison sect's grievances have been settled, the medical academy will immediately stop punishing the commander-in-chief's estate. In other words, if the poison sect's grievances hadn't been cleared today, would the medical academy still punish the commander-in-chief's estate? Would they still threaten us with the lives of the common people? Gu Beiyue's smile was full of mockery as he turned to Han Yunqi. Esteemed Wang Fei, you should learn to be smarter. You mustn't go against the medical academy's wishes in the future, or else the consequences will be unthinkable. Han Yunqi sneered. It's not just this Wang Fei who needs to learn to be smarter. Everyone else here needs to learn to be smarter as well, right? Medical City's medical skills are comparable to an entire army. They're invincible and undefeated in 100 battles. Such mockery elicited a round of mocking laughter. Department Head Hu wiped away his sweat. If this was before, he would have been able to spout a bunch of high-sounding excuses. But now that the medical academy's shortcomings had been exposed, he didn't have much confidence left. Department Head Hu looked around and saw many of the medical academy's people lowering their heads in shame. He had always known that the medical academy sanctions against the commander-in-chief's estate had left many doctors fuming, but unable to speak up. This seemed to be a great opportunity for him to establish an image of virtue and prestige and win over the support of various factions. Academy, Head Gu has always been in charge of this matter. Actually, Old Man has always been brooding over this matter. He's wanted to discuss it with Academy Head Gu several times, but he's never had the chance. Department Head Hu began to shift the blame again. Everyone, Old Man is only acting as the interim head of the medical academy after such an unforeseen event. Whether it's the punishment for Gu Yuntian, the compensation for the poison sect and the commander-in-chief's estate, or the reflection, self-examination, and reform of the medical academy's long-standing shortcomings, all of this must wait for a new head to take over before the medical academy can give everyone an explanation. Gu Beiyue's lips quirked up at this point, but he didn't bat an eyelid. Department Head Hu continued. Once the Apricot Woods Conference is over, the medical academy will appoint a new head to preside over the situation. Everyone, please calm down. Today, this old man promises in the name of the vice president that the medical academy will definitely give everyone and everyone in the world a satisfactory explanation. Hadn't Gu Beiyue been waiting for these very words to come out of his mouth? He didn't say anything, merely bowed and retreated. None of the major issues had been dealt with substantively, so no one had any objections. All they could do was wait. Everyone fell silent, but they were all making shrewd calculations in their hearts. Those within the medical academy were calculating who would take over the position of head, the department head, the elders, and even the directors. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. With Gu Yuntian gone, the balance of power within the medical academy would be broken, and a new struggle would begin in silence. As for the people outside the medical school, they were also calculating which force they should support in the medical school so that they could use it for their own benefit. Different factions would deal with Gu Yuntian and the Poison sect differently if they took over the position of head of the medical academy. Different decisions would also cause changes in Cloud Realm Continent's political situation. Because of today's incident, Department Head Hu announced that the Apricot Woods Conference would be held the next day. Han Yunshi requested that he immediately issue an order to stop the sanctions against the Commander-in-Chief's estate. Only after confirming that the order had been issued did they leave. No matter what the result was, they had to take care of this matter first. Ning Cheng and General Bailey had already sent out their troops and would soon fight. Once the battle began, the South Central Commander-in-Chief's estate's medical resources would be even more strained. Once this crisis was resolved, the South Central Commander-in-Chief's estate's internal conflicts would be resolved, and General Bailey would have nothing to worry about. After leaving the medical academy, Han Yunshi immediately instructed Su Donglin, "Hurry and send word to His Highness. Tell him that the chance to take care of Ningcheng has come." The South Central Commander-in-Chief's estate's military strength wasn't weak to begin with. Ningcheng had been fighting with Tian-En and Western Zhou for months now. Even with the red coat cannons, the soldiers were still relatively exhausted. Ningcheng had the red coat cannons, while the South Central Commander-in-Chief's estate had the navy. Who was afraid of whom? Even if they had to drag things out, they had to drag things out until Northernly sent out their troops. That way, Ningcheng would be attacked from both north and south and become a stepping stone in the battle between Long Feiyi and Northernly. Yes! Su Donglin excitedly accepted the order and left. Gu Beiwei, on the other hand, didn't bat an eyelid. Han Yunshi and the others hadn't taken more than a few steps when Medicine City's Elder Wang and a few other elders came to greet them. Elder Wang wanted to say something, but hesitated. He wanted to explain, but he didn't have the face to do so. In the end, he simply said, "Esteemed Wang Fei, Old Man has already sent an order back to Medicine City to resume all cooperation with Pill Fiend Pharmacy. The Council of Elders has also passed the order. For the next 3 years, all medicinal ingredients used in the South Central region will be given a 60% discount." Not everyone was like Gu Beiwei. Gu treated them with sincerity, but no one had the obligation to do so. Although Medicine City cooperated with Medical City, they didn't hit them while they were down. Han Yunshi had never been an emotional child. She smiled faintly and bowed. "I thank the Council of Elders on behalf of His Highness. Esteemed Wang Fei, we'll see you tomorrow." Elder Wang and the other elders were overjoyed. After Elder Wang and the others left, Han Yunshi and the others headed back to their residence. As soon as they reached the door, Gu coldly said, "Poison Girl, that person has been following us for a long time. Why haven't you chased him away yet?" Han Yunshi had known that someone had been following them ever since they left Medical City. That person was Chapter 786. The person who had been following Han Yunshi was none other than the Tian-An's young general, Mu Qinggu. In fact, Han Yunshi had been waiting for Mu Qinggu to come forward so that she could make things clear. However, Mu Qinggu had only been following them. Although Mu Qinggu had spoken up for them this morning, Mu Qinggu had also supported Gu Yuntian. It was a fact that the Tian wanted to join forces with other major powers to besiege Yongnan. Han Yunshi couldn't see through this person for the time being, nor did she have the time to see through him. She only knew that he was a friend or foe. Under these circumstances, even if Mu Qinggu stood in front of her, she wouldn't try to make friends with him. Moreover, Mu Qinggu hadn't said a word. "The road is so wide. Anyone can walk on it," Han Yunshi said as she stepped into the gate. Gu didn't pursue the matter. As long as Mu Qinggu didn't follow them in, it was none of their business. Gu didn't care about the Tian and small power. Gu Beiwei also didn't say anything. When the three of them returned to the courtyard, their tense nerves finally relaxed. The three of them didn't say anything, but they tacitly walked to the backyard. Once in the backyard, Gu lazily lay down on the bamboo bed under the tree, crossed his legs, and casually picked 2 big red flowers. He put them over his eyes to block the light and closed his eyes to rest. "I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep. Don't call me to eat." Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe didn't answer. In the afternoon, the courtyard was so quiet that only the sounds of insects and birds could be heard. Gu was just resting. He often couldn't sleep at night, let alone in the daytime. After a while, he discovered that there was no movement around him. He secretly took a big red flower and opened one eye. He saw that Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe were standing to the side, looking at him. He pretended not to see it and slowly closed his eyes. He placed the big red flower on the table and continued to rest. However, not long after, he suddenly sat up and smiled flirtatiously at Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe. "Why, am I really that good-looking?" Han Yunqi bit her lip as her eyebrows creased, making her look like a little old woman. After the complicated flattery and deception, after the greatest crisis of the South Central Governor's office had been resolved, she did not forget what kind of price Gu had paid today. In this lifetime, he would probably never forget it. Now, the people inside and outside of the medical city were all paying attention to the Apricot Woods conference tomorrow and the competition for the position of dean. Therefore, no one was paying attention to Gu's background for the time being. But once the fighting was over and everyone was free, Gu Qishao would become the subject of ridicule and a target of contention for the world attention. Even Han Yunqi was curious about how Gu could survive such torture, let alone others. Everyone would think about one question. Did Gu have a special constitution? Was that why he could survive and continue to do all kinds of medical research? "Xiao, Qi, let me take your pulse," Gu Beiwe said. Gu's smiling eyes immediately turned cold. He asked coldly why. "Do you think I'm a monster? Or do you pity me?" "Old man." Han Yunqi did not know what to say. She dearly wanted to joke with Gu Qishao and say, "You're thinking too much. Who'd pity you?" However, she could not laugh, let alone say anything. Gu Beiwe had noticed the abnormality in Gu's blood and suspected Gu's constitution. However, he had never expected this situation. Seeing the ruthlessness in Gu's eyes, he did not know how to answer. "Gu Beiwe, you should worry about tomorrow's matters. You said that I'll leave the rest to you. If you can't handle it, don't blame me for starting a massacre." Gu Qishao said coldly before rising to his feet and flying up the tree. With a flash, he vanished over the top of the wall. Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe did not chase after him. Gu needed to be alone for a while. The scars of the past had been reopened. Perhaps he had to hide in a corner of the world alone and heal silently like before. Han Yunqi assumed that Gu Qishao would be gone for a long, long time before popping back up again. In fact, he'd be gone even longer this time. However, she was wrong. Not long after, Gu returned with a big bag of desserts. "Poison girl, this is a century-old shop in the west of the city. We left in a hurry last time and did not get to buy it. Hey, don't miss it this time. It's all to your liking." So he had gone to buy desserts for her. When head elderling revealed everything, when the papers of his most unbearable past fluttered in the air, Han Yunqi's tears did not fall. However, when she saw the big bag of desserts on the table, Han Yunqi finally burst into tears. "Sob, sob. Old ghost, I thought you were leaving." Her tears were the last thing he wanted to see. He did not want to leave when Long Fei Yi was by her side. He would not leave when Long Fei Yi was not by her side. A trace of sadness flitted across Gu's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a smile. He quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped Han Yunqi's tears. "Io, just a bag of desserts can move you to this extent? Does His Highness Duke of Qi know? Poison lass, why don't Qi brother buy that old shop and specially make desserts for you? You can dump Long Fei Yi and follow Qi brother, right?" Han Yunqi smiled through her tears and stuffed a piece of mung bean cake into Gu's mouth. "In your dreams." It really is pretty when you think about it, Gu replied seriously. Han Yunqi continued to banter with him. Don't even think about it. If her heartache couldn't heal his old wounds, then could she pretend to be as heartless as him? If her tears couldn't wash away his past memories, then could she smile like him? Gu, you're really beautiful when you smile. In less than an hour, busybodies had divided the medical academy into 3 factions. One was the conservative faction led by Vice Principal Lin, the second was the hardline faction led by Vice Principal Ouyang, and the third was the reformist faction led by Vice Principal Hua. There were even people who set up a gambling house, betting on which faction would be able to seize power. That night, Third Elder Shen and Luo Zuishan came looking for them. Aren't you afraid of offending people by coming all the way here? Gu Beiwa smiled. Luo Zuishan didn't speak, but stared at Gu with reddened eyes. Unfortunately, Gu ignored him and leaned lazily on the bamboo couch to eat his dessert. Luo Zuishan couldn't understand. Since when did Xiao Qi like desserts? Third Elder Shin bowed to Gu Beiwa, then strode over to Han Yunqi and said seriously, Esteemed Wang Fei, I won't hide it from you. Vice Principal Lin has long received benefits from Ningqing, and Vice Principal Hua has a close relationship with Northern Li's imperial family. Although Vice Principal Ouyang has always been neutral, he's always been dissatisfied with the cooperation between Medicine City and Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Whoever became the academy head would have a huge impact on Gu Yuntian's punishment and the poison sex injustice. Moreover, whoever became the academy head would have a far-reaching impact on the future development of the situation. It was obvious that the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's manor didn't have any allies in the medical academy, but enemies instead. In the end, Third Elder Shin was just an elder and couldn't make decisions on important matters. Gu glanced over with a disdainful smile. Gu Beiwa and Han Yunqi nodded without saying anything. Third Elder Shin said seriously, Old Man has already signed up to participate in the Apricot Woods medical competition tomorrow at noon. The Apricot Woods medical competition was the most exciting competition of the Apricot Woods Conference, but it wasn't held every year. This was because the Apricot Forest medical competition was a competition specifically used to select the dean of the medical school. Because Gu Yuntian had stepped down, the competition was added to the Apricot Woods Conference at the last minute and was set to be held tomorrow at noon. There were 2 ways a medical academy could select a head. The first was for the head to directly pass on his position and entrust him with an important task. The second was to compete in medical skills. Under normal circumstances, the head would pass on his position, unless he was dissatisfied with a few successors or couldn't make a choice. Only then would the Apricot Woods medical competition be held. Gu Yuntian was now notorious and was in prison waiting to be convicted. Naturally, he didn't have the qualifications to pass on his position. Therefore, the medical academy could only use a medical competition to determine the level of medical skills. No one could object to the person with supreme medical skills leading the medical academy. Gu Yuntian was an 8th-rank sage doctor, while Ouyang, Lin, and Hua were 7th-rank sage doctors. Second Elder Li Shuyuan and Third Elder Shin Jueming were also 7th-rank sage doctors. Although their ranks were similar, just like martial arts, there were high, low, and high ranks within the same rank. Third Elder Shin wasn't the weakest, but he definitely wasn't the strongest either. By taking the risk to participate in the medical competition, he was clearly challenging the authority of the vice heads. If he didn't come out on top, his future in the medical academy wouldn't be easy. Han Yunqi silently engraved Third Elder Shin's intentions in her heart. Gu Beiwa respectfully bowed with clasped hands. Third Elder Shin, I appreciate your kind intentions. Tomorrow you can just sit back and watch the show. This, Third Elder Shin and Luo Zuishan looked at each other in confusion. You'll understand tomorrow. This one has a few questions that I'd like to ask. Please enlighten me, Gu Beiwa said with a smile. Dr. Gu, if you have any questions, please feel free to speak. There's no need to be polite, Luo Zuishan hurriedly replied. Gu Beiwe didn't ask about medical skills, but about the internal conflicts within the medical academy. Third Elder Shin and Luo Zuishin explained to Gu Beiwe without holding back. Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe listened very seriously. Gu Beiwe also asked many questions. As for Gu, he lay on the bamboo bed beside Han Yunqi and unknowingly fell asleep. This was the first time he fell asleep so easily since returning to the medical academy. Gu slept soundly that night, but there were many people both inside and outside of Medical City who couldn't sleep. In the dead of night, the old imperial physician from Northern Li removed his disguise. He had no intention of resting, but instead changed into a set of night clothes. He was none other than Bai Yanqing. Yue, let's go. Master will take you somewhere, he said with a chuckle. Bai Yuqiao was finding it harder and harder to see through her master. She thought her master would be in a terrible mood. Han Yunqi's group had stirred up the situation in Medical City, an alliance between the various countries. Not only had they lifted Medical City's sanctions against the South Central region's governor's estate, but they'd also vindicated the poison sect. In just a single day, Han Yunqi's group had reversed the situation. Although the Medical Academy's new head was still a mystery, no matter who it was, they would have no reason to make things difficult for Han Yunqi's group. Based on the current situation, Han Yunqi's group had the absolute upper hand. Even Ning Cheng might be at a disadvantage. If Ning Cheng were to suffer at this critical juncture, it wouldn't be good for Northern Li at all. Master, what are you so happy about? Master, where are we going? Bai Yuqiao asked. The poison sect's forbidden grounds. Bai Yanqing's eyes shone with tears as he said those words. Was it excitement or sadness? Only he himself knew. Chapter 787. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. It was already late at night, but the poison sect's forbidden grounds were so quiet that only the sound of the wind could be heard. Even as she stood at the edge of the poison sect's sky pit, Bai Yuqiao still couldn't understand why her master had brought her here in the middle of the night. If she had to trace her origins, the 100 Poison Sect was a branch of the Poison Sect. But in her memories, her master had never mentioned this place, much less come here. Her senior brother, Jun Yixia, had come here for the Poison Sect's poison beast, but had returned in failure. She remembered that when her master found out about this, he only smiled and didn't say a word. Anyone from the poison world yearned for this place. The mountains were filled with poisonous plants, and the sky pit beneath her feet had once held the poison beast, making it even more alluring. The darkness of the sky pit seemed to have some kind of magic. Bai Yuqiao wanted to dive in and see what was inside. She waited excitedly for a long time, thinking that her master would take her down. Who knew that her master would just stand there and watch? After a long while, he turned and said, "You lass, let's go back." Go back? Master, we're already here. Why don't we go down and take a look? Bai Yuqiao asked in confusion. The bottom has already been destroyed. There's nothing to see, Bai Yanqing replied indifferently. Then what are we doing here? Bai Yuqiao was really curious. Bai Yanqing smiled. You lass, don't you think the wind here smells? Bai Yuqiao lifted her head and sniffed the wind. It smells like dirt. No, it smells like poison. Even the air here smells like poison. Bai Yanqing sighed. Only by smelling this place occasionally can I remember who I am. Bai Yuqiao was even more bewildered. She probed. Does master come here often? Although she had been adopted by her master since she was young, she spent most of her time in the 100 Poison Sect. She did not follow her master around all the time. She remembered that when she was young, her master would often travel outside. Neither she nor her senior brother knew of her master's whereabouts. It was only in the past few years that she had the opportunity to stay close to her master, serve her master, and understand her master. Bai Yanqing raised his head and looked at the moon in the sky. He stroked his beard and smiled. Of course, This place is the root of the poison world. It's Master's root. Bai Yuqiao's heart skipped a beat. Master is also a descendant of the poison sect? Bai Yuqiao regretted her question as soon as it left her mouth. Her bright mind quickly analyzed the situation. If Master was a descendant of the poison sect, then what was his relationship with Han Yunxi? Master didn't allow senior martial brother to have any ideas about Han Yunxi, and now he was secretly plotting against Han Yunxi. Why was there such a contradiction? Also, why did Master hide so many things from senior brother? The more Bai Yuqiao thought about it, the more dangerous her situation became. People who knew too much didn't have a good ending. Her hands clenched tightly in her sleeves, her palms sweating. She didn't even dare meet her master's eyes, afraid that he'd discover that she knew too much. Unexpectedly, she heard a chuckle. "You lass, aren't you a member of the poison sect?" Anyone who learns the poison arts is a member of the poison sect. You can't forget your roots. Bai Yuqiao jerked her head up to see her master chuckling. He was the same kind and easygoing person she remembered him to be when she was young. So that's what Master meant. Bai Yuqiao didn't have time to ponder over which of her master's words were true and which were false. She only wanted to hide her nervousness. She pretended to be very happy and asked, "Master, you thought that you'd lose your temper. Now I know why you're so happy." "Happy? Then tell me why." Bai Yanqing was indeed happy. "Because the poison sect has been rehabilitated. Our 100 Poison sect is no longer a crooked sect," Bai Yuqiao said with a smile. Bai Yanqing nodded. He was just brushing off Bai Yuqiao. In his heart, the 100 Poison sect was just like Jun Yixia. They were just tools. How could they compare to the land beneath his feet? He looked back at the crater again, and his eyes, which had always been hidden, revealed a touch of nostalgia. He had lived on this land for many years and stood outside the crater many times. He had also looked at the bright moon above the crater many times, but he had never stepped in once. By the time Bai Yanqing and his disciple returned to their residence, the secret missive from Northern Li's capital had arrived. Originally, the Northern Dynasty's emperors had vented their anger on Jun Yixia because of the Northern Li crown prince's death. They'd stopped all of his work and secretly placed him under house arrest in the palace. But now, the Northern Dynasty's emperors had no choice but to use Jun Yixia again. The second prince, who'd insisted on staying at Wintercrow clan, had suddenly cut off all communications. There were no suitable ambassadors in the court, so the Northern Dynasty's emperors could only place their hopes on Jun Yixia. Perhaps the Northern Dynasty's emperors had already realized the severity of the situation, but only Jun Yixia was familiar with Wintercrow clan. If he sent someone else and angered the Wintercrow clan, the second prince's life would be in danger. The crown prince was dead, and he'd taught Jun Yixia such a lesson. Jun Yixia would at least restrain himself a little when it came to the second prince. Bai Yuqiao sighed in relief after reading the letter. "Master, senior brother will definitely be able to turn misfortune into blessing." Bai Yanqing, on the other hand, was very confident in Jun Yixia. He smiled and said he set out yesterday, so he should be back with his battle horses in a month. "You lass, have you made any progress on Su Xiaoyu's side?" Bai Yanqing asked next. "I've already probed her and confirmed that she doesn't know anything about the phoenix birthmark. As for the perplexing butterfly illusion, we're still probing her." Bai Yuqiao replied honestly. "But master, if that girl really doesn't know anything, then won't we be wasting our efforts? She and Bailey Mingxiang are both Han Yunxi's servant girls. She should know everything that Bailey Mingxiang knows," Bai Yanqing guessed. "But master, that girl is still Chu Shifeng's person. Although she lost her memories, Han Yunxi might not trust her completely, right?" Bai Yuqiao said seriously. "What's the point of keeping someone who doesn't trust by her side? And why did she teach her poisons?" Bai Yanqing asked next. Bai Yuqiao couldn't retort. Suddenly, Han Yunqi's face floated into Bai Yanqing's mind. He chuckled and said, "That girl must be very similar to Old Man. She wouldn't keep useless people around. She must have taken a liking to Su Xiaoyu's innate talents." He told Bai Yuqiao, "Be careful when you strike, don't kill her. That girl will be useful in the end. Also, send someone to keep an eye on Ningchen. Report back immediately if he makes any big moves." "Yes, you understands," Bai Yuqiao replied respectfully. Bai Yanqing kept an eye on Ningchen while Long Fei Yi headed straight for Ningcheng's army. Long Fei Yi had long recovered his internal energy and secretly left Celestial Mountain with Bailey Mingxiang in tow. He was rushing to meet up with Bailey Yuanlong. The wide and stable carriage was steady even as it galloped through the wilderness without any bumps. Long Fei Yi sat inside the carriage, busy reading secret missives. No matter where he went, reports from all over the world would reach his hands. There were more than a dozen letters by his side, including those from Medical City, Bailey Yuanlong, the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate, Pilfiend Pharmacy, Northernly, Celestial Mountain, Western Zhou, and Tianan. There were also reports about the perplexing butterfly illusion. Even though he'd left the matter of the perplexing butterfly illusion in Gu's hands, he still sent people to investigate. He was very busy, with eyes and ears all over Cloud Realm Continent. No matter how big or small the news was, or whether it was expected or not, his expression was always cold and distant. His eyes were focused, and he didn't let his emotions show on his face. Although his internal injuries weren't as serious as they seemed, he had lost quite a bit of weight over the past few days. His chiseled features were even sharper than before, giving him an air of stubbornness. Besides the sound of the wind, there was only the sound of horses' hooves. Suddenly he asked coldly, "Is Lingyun Pass up ahead?" The driver, Uncle Gao, quickly replied, "It's 1 li up ahead. If we head east, we'll pass through Medical City. If we head south, we'll reach Sand River." When His Highness Duke of Qin didn't reply after a long time, Uncle Gao asked again, "Your Highness, should we change our route?" His Highness had ordered him to head straight for Sand River to meet up with General Bailey after leaving the mountain. But Medical City's missives had arrived yesterday, so Uncle Gao had no idea what was going on there. Long Fei Yi still didn't reply, so Uncle Gao could only keep driving the carriage. Uncle Gao didn't know what was going on in Medical City, but Bailey Mingxiang, who was sitting next to him, knew very well. Ever since she learned of her mission on Celestial Mountain, she knew everything about His Highness Duke of Qin. Of course, His Highness Duke of Qin hadn't told her this, but rather Dong, the personal shadow guard he had assigned to her. She knew that Dong must have been instructed by His Highness Duke of Qin to tell her everything. Separated by a curtain, her face was pressed against the curtain as soon as she turned her head. How she wished she could temporarily have a pair of see-through eyes to see the man's face inside the carriage. Thinking of this, she mocked herself inwardly. Even if she could see him, what could she do? It was impossible for her to see through his heart, through his eyes. It was impossible. Why did he ask that question earlier? Did he hesitate? Did he want to change his mind and go to Medical City? Did he want to see esteemed Wang Fei? But how could a man like him hesitate or make a mistake when it came to something so important? He had left Celestial Mountain in secret. The spies on Celestial Mountain would quickly discover that something was amiss. He had to hurry to the army and meet up with her father before the spies discovered anything. If anything went wrong with this move, all his previous plans would be for naught. Bailey Mingxiang turned her head to look at the road ahead. It wasn't a long distance. They were about to reach Lingyun Pass. She couldn't help but frown. She had never felt so conflicted before. On one hand, she hoped that the man she liked would remain as calm and emotionless as he always was, and that he would prioritize the big picture. At the same time, she also hoped that this man would have a more worldly side to him. She hoped that he would change his mind and go to Medical City. She knew that hesitation meant that something was on his mind. If he couldn't get what he wanted, how unbearable would that be? His Highness Duke of Qin must be missing esteemed Wang Fei. If he didn't make a sound, the carriage would pass through Lingyun Pass. Once they passed through Lingyun Pass, with his personality, he wouldn't turn back, would he? Finally, they were getting closer and closer to Lingyun Pass. Bailey Mingxiang couldn't help but remind him, "Your Highness, we've reached Lingyun Pass." Chapter 788. Bailey Mingxiang waited in silence. Finally, Long Fei called for Uncle Gao to stop after the carriage passed through Lingyun Pass. Bailey Mingxiang quickly jumped out of the carriage as soon as Uncle Gao stopped. She'd learned quite a bit of martial arts over the past few days. Although her skills were average, she wasn't as weak as before. She didn't even need to stand on her tiptoes to get off a carriage. She was hoping that His Highness Duke of Qin would change his mind, but she still felt a little disappointed when he actually called for them to stop. This kind of feeling of loss and contradiction made her very clear how deep she had sunk. She finally understood what love was. It was probably pain and joy at the same time. At least, that was what love had been like in this lifetime. She began to wonder if His Highness Duke of Qin would go to Medical City himself and have them wait here. Or would he take her and Uncle Gao with him? In the end, Bailey Mingxiang was still naive. How could her words affect Long Fei Ye's decision? Long Fei Ye called a shadow guard to the window and whispered into his ear. Bailey Mingxiang could faintly make out 3 words. After the medical competition, get rid of, and gu bei we. Aside from that, she knew nothing. The 3 words formed a complete sentence. After the medical competition, get rid of gu bei we. But Bailey Mingxiang couldn't be sure if that was what His Highness Duke of Qin meant. She had only found out after arriving at Celestial Mountain that Gu Beiwe wasn't just a simple doctor. Gu Beiwe and His Highness Duke of Qin had been exchanging letters all this time, but he'd kept it a secret from esteemed Wang Fei. Bailey Mingxiang had privately asked Adong the Shadow Guard, but Adong's reply was that he didn't know anything about the relationship between His Highness Duke of Qin and Gu Beiwe besides Chu Shifeng. Neither did he dare to ask. Bailey Mingxiang mused that if His Highness Duke of Qin wants to get rid of Gu Beiwe after the competition, then he's probably using Gu Beiwe. If that wasn't the case, then who did His Highness Duke of Qin want to get rid of after the medical skills competition? Gu Beiwe was probably esteemed Wang Fei's best friend. What if esteemed Wang Fei found out that His Highness Duke of Qin was hiding something like this? Bailey Mingxiang didn't dare to imagine. She couldn't help but want to remind His Highness Duke of Qin. Unfortunately, she didn't even have the courage to speak to him. Soon, the Shadow Guard headed east to Medical City. Long Fei Yi said to Uncle Gao, "Let's go. We won't rest tonight. We must reach Shajiang within 10 days." Bailey Mingxiang was in a daze. Even after sitting in the carriage, he was still in a daze. She suddenly realized that her little thoughts and melancholy were so laughable. She was simply overthinking things. How could she possibly guess His Highness Duke of Qin's thoughts? Bailey Mingxiang didn't know that his guess was right. Long Fei, you really had hesitated just now. But in the end, he held on to the last shred of reason in his heart. He wasn't a reckless and unrestrained person. Ever since he could remember, he had learned to endure, wait, reason, calm and restraint. Long Fei Yi was on his way to Shajiang when Ning Cheng's troops arrived. He had originally planned to cross the river the next day, but didn't expect to hear such news from Medical City. The 3 armies were ready to move out, but they were stopped by a single piece of news. This was the first time in his life that Ning Cheng had felt so sullen. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for him. A group of strategists had gathered in the barracks to analyze the current situation, but somehow it had turned into a Han Yunqi analysis meeting. Someone sighed with emotion. Han Yunqi is really something. She actually managed to redress the grievances of the poison sect for hundreds of years. Someone praised. As expected of the woman Long Fei you took a fancy to. She's not simple at all. No wonder even someone like Gu would help her. Someone questioned, "Do you think Long Fei Yi already knew the truth about the poison sect? Is that why he married Han Yunxi?" Someone else wasn't optimistic. So what if Han Yunxi can redress the poison sect's grievances? She doesn't have the ability to destroy the medical academy. As long as it's not destroyed, she'll always have a chance to deal with them. They don't have any allies in the medical academy. Ning Cheng sat lazily on a tiger skin chair with his legs stretched out on the table. His hands were resting behind his head, but when he heard the discussions, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Finally, he impatiently interrupted the crowd in the midst of the cries of Han Yunxi. "You're spending the entire night discussing a woman? If any of you can analyze her thoroughly, report it to this prince." The crowd immediately fell silent. After a while, Ning Cheng asked coldly, "Does anyone have any objections to mobilizing the troops at daybreak tomorrow?" "Your Highness, Duke of Ning, we're at the heart of the struggle. If we mobilize without any justification, we might become the target of public criticism. In this old subject's opinion, why don't we observe for a few days and see what's going on in Medical City?" A strategist replied seriously, "Bailey Yuanlong has already led his troops here. Do you think he'll give up if this prince doesn't mobilize?" Ning Cheng retorted, "Your Highness, Duke of Ning, if we don't mobilize, Bailey Yuanlong will be without any justification. The South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate just survived a calamity. In this old subject's opinion, as long as we stop, Bailey Yuanlong won't really mobilize his troops. Even if he does, we'll wait for him to make the first move. This old subject doesn't believe that Bailey Yuanlong's navy, which has never tasted meat before, can compare to our cannons." The strategist replied. Ning Cheng swept his gaze over the crowd, a faint smile tugging at his lips that even he didn't notice. "So, it looks like everyone wants to wait and see? That's right. At the very least, before the Medical Academy's new head takes office, we'll have to deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo," the strategist said seriously. Ning Cheng slapped his thigh. "Good. This time, this prince will listen to you all. Pass down the order to withdraw 3 parts of the army and wait for further orders." Everyone present was both delighted and puzzled. When Ning Cheng was still a general, he'd always acted willfully and rarely listened to his strategist's suggestions. Moreover, whenever he mobilized troops, there was no rule that he wouldn't fight. What was going on this time? After the strategists retreated, Ning Cheng immediately took off his silver armor and changed into a set of black robes, looking like a mysterious Jianghu person. The deputy general stared blankly from the side and couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, Duke of Ning, are you really going?" "While this prince is away, you'll be in charge of all military affairs. If anything happens, immediately send a letter by Eagle," Ning Cheng instructed coldly. But before the deputy general could finish, Ning Cheng had already picked up his sword and left through the back door. By the time the deputy general chased after him, he was already nowhere to be seen. His heart was filled with bitterness. Not only did he have to take on all military affairs, he also had to shoulder the pressure from Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. After all, His Highness Duke of Ning had left in secret this time. The place he wanted to go was none other than Medical City. The Deputy General couldn't figure out why His Highness Duke of Ning was rushing to Medical City at a time like this. By the time he got there, the medical skills competition would have already ended. Once that was over, the new head would take office and the situation would be set in stone. Could it be that His Highness Duke of Ningqing had no reason to send troops to capture Han Yunqi? The Deputy General was frightened by his own thoughts. How could His Highness Duke of Ning be such an irrational person? The Deputy General was conflicted for an entire night. In the end, he told himself that the Duke of Ning had to have some big plan, so he had to go. Ningqing had secretly rushed to Medical City without even telling Ningjing. That night, Ningjing stayed up all night in Tang Li's arms. She dearly wanted to ask Tang Li why he was helping Han Yunqi, but after much hesitation, she fell silent. She didn't want Tang Li to be attracted to Han Yunqi, but she didn't want Tang Li and Han Yunqi to have any sort of secret relationship. She should write a letter to Ning Cheng immediately and tell him of her suspicions. But for some reason, she didn't. She carefully removed Tang Li's hand from her waist, but as soon as Tang Li's hand left her, his long legs wrapped around hers tightly so that she couldn't move. She didn't push him away again. Instead, she curled her neck and nestled in his arms. Mornings in Medical City had always been beautiful for Ning Jing, but today the city was bustling as soon as the sun rose. Inside and outside the apricot forest, it was packed with people. In fact, people had been waiting outside the apricot forest since last night. Those who weren't invited into the apricot forest could only wait outside, hoping to get the news as soon as possible. Everyone was looking forward to today's medical skills competition and guessing who the new dean of the medical college would be. The medical skills competition hadn't even started yet, but the city was already in an uproar. However, just as the competition was about to start, a piece of shocking news shook the entire medical city. Gu Beiwe actually signed up for the medical skills competition on the spot. Although there were many conditions to participate in the medical skills competition, and at least 20 people from the medical college were eligible to participate, only 3 people actually participated. They were the 3 vice presidents, Lin, Hua, and Ouyang. They were all equal in strength, being 7th rank medical sages. Their strength was also equal, and they all claimed to be part of a faction in Medical City. Their voices were also equal, and the number of supporters was also equal. However, just as the 3 of them stepped onto the stage, Gu Beiwe gracefully walked onto the stage in a white robe, instantly becoming the center of attention. Gu Beiwe? You. Vice President Lin laughed in disbelief. Is Dr. Gu sure he wants to participate? Did you come to the wrong place? Vice President Ouyang was relatively calm. Vice President Hu sneered, not saying a word. Han Yunqi's performance yesterday was extraordinary, so they naturally knew that Gu Beiwe's skills were above that of a 5th rank divine doctor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to stand out. The 3 of them all thought that Gu Beiwe would participate in other competitions to improve his medical skills and obtain an official position in the medical college so that he could speak up for Han Yunqi. However, they never imagined that Gu Beiwe was actually aiming for the position of dean. It was simply wishful thinking. Not to mention the 3 of them, even the audience was in an uproar. Even 3rd Elder Shin and Luo Zuishin were very shocked. 3rd Elder Shin finally understood why Gu Beiwe and Han Yunqi had stopped him from participating in the medical skills competition yesterday. 3rd Elder, this Dr. Gu this. Luo Zuishin didn't know what to say. Esteemed Wang Fei is really taking a risk this time. The 3 vice presidents' medical skills are all genuine, so things aren't as simple as they think. The medical skills competition requires one to practice medicine on the spot. Even if they have new research, it won't help. 3rd Elder Shin was deeply worried. Gu sat beside Han Yunqi. It was rare for him to be curious about men, so he asked in a low voice, "Is this how he plans to deal with the rest?" "You don't trust him?" Han Yunqi asked. "Why should you trust him?" Gu asked back. "He saved Long Fei Yi before. Last time, Long Fei Yi was stabbed in the heart by an assassin and almost lost his life. He was the one who saved him," Han Yunqi said in a low voice. Gu narrowed his eyes. Chapter 789. Because of Han Yunqi's words, Gu no longer looked at Gu Beiwe with disdain. He rubbed his chin and became interested. Although the crowd was filled with whispers and jeers, Gu Beiwe remained calm and composed as he stood on the stage with a faint smile. Finally, department head Hu spoke up. "Young man, your courage deserves praise for standing on this stage. If the medical academy had more juniors like you, us old bones can set our hearts at ease. You flatter me. Gu Beiwe was modest, but he wasn't humble at all. Is there anyone else who wants to come on stage? Department head Hua looked at the young disciples of the medical academy. They didn't even have the guts to steal, much less the heart. Every single one of them lowered their heads in disappointment. Since there's no one else, shall we begin? Department head Hua looked towards the judging panel. The medical skills competition was supposed to be hosted by the old academy head. Now that Gu Yuntian was in jail awaiting trial, the medical academy had gathered the clan heads of various reputable families in Medical City to form the judging panel. Of course, the Gu, Hua, Lin, and Ouyang clans couldn't attend because they wanted to avoid arousing suspicion. Very soon, the judging panel announced the start of the competition. As the name implied, the competition was a competition of medical skills. It wasn't a case report or the results of medical research, but a real competition of skills that involved treating patients on the spot. No one had the ability to find multiple patients with the exact same conditions for multiple doctors to treat. Even if the conditions were the same, the body's constitution and resistance to diseases were different. Thus, Medical City's medical skills competition used a random selection of patients. Every day, countless people came from all over Cloud Realm continent to seek medical treatment. The medical academy had 10 consultation halls under it, where specialized personnel would record the cases and categorize them according to the difficulty of treatment. Then they'd send the patients to different ranks of doctors. The medical skills competition required cases to be randomly selected from the most difficult cases to treat. As soon as the judging panel announced the start of the competition, a medical assistant brought out a pot filled with 10 bamboo sticks. It was only at this moment that the crowd quieted down. Everyone was looking forward to the exquisite competition between the 3 department heads. They were even more looking forward to Gu Beiyue's overestimation of his abilities and disgrace himself. The head of the judging panel, Master Rin, stood up and said seriously, "For the sake of fairness, the judging panel has selected 10 cases of the same grade. Now, for doctors, please pick 1 case each." This time, the entire audience became even more silent. The 4 people on the stage simultaneously drew a bamboo stick from the pot. There was a note tied to the end of the bamboo stick, and the medical record was written on it. After drawing lots, everyone tore open the paper. Gu Beiwe was usually a quiet person. At this moment, he stood on the high platform and seemed even quieter. It was as if he was outside the world and had nothing to do with it. Han Yunqi looked at him from afar, feeling a little uneasy. There was no absolute fairness in the world. This method of drawing lots seemed fair, but in fact, there was a large element of luck in it. First of all, these cases were only of the same grade of difficulty, but not the same. There were still differences in difficulty between cases. Second of all, these cases were not divided into departments. Although the 4 doctors on the stage were proficient in each department, there was still a distinction between what they were best at and what they were worst at. Third of all, what were the criteria for judging? Some cases could be completely cured in a few days, but others required a long period of recuperation. Although the judging panel would give a comprehensive evaluation of all aspects, this kind of extremely subjective evaluation made Gu Beiwe very disadvantaged. According to Han Yunqi's understanding, Gu Beiwe was not acquainted with any of the 5 major families on the judging panel. This was a competition where man proposes and God disposes. Even though Gu Beiwe had told her not to worry before going on stage, Han Yunqi couldn't help but feel nervous. Department head Hua was the first to hand the paper he had drawn to the judging panel. Department head Hua has drawn a case of a strange illness. The patient is only 20 years old, female, and began to age a month ago. The judging panel had just finished their announcement when the patient was invited onto the stage. The scene was in an uproar. The female patient's face was full of wrinkles, and she looked like a 7 or 8-year-old granny. Ha ha ha. Looks like department head Hua is going to show his skills. Gu Qishao laughed without restraint. Old Granny, it's your good fortune to meet Department Head Hua. Just wait for him to bring you back to life. Han Yunshi couldn't help but snicker. Department Head Hua's luck was really bad, wasn't it? This kind of illness was strange, even in modern times, let alone ancient times. It was very difficult to treat, or even impossible to treat. This was premature aging. No matter how calm Department Head Hua was, he couldn't hide the despair on his face. He had seen this kind of illness before, but he still couldn't treat it. Beside him, Department Head Ouyang's expression was even uglier than his. Very soon, the judging panel announced the case that Department Head Ouyang had drawn. Department Head Ouyang has also drawn a case of a strange illness, and it's Cloud Realms first. The patient is in his 50s and 70s male. He was unable to eat a day ago and can't even drink liquid food or water. If this illness is delayed, he'll undoubtedly die. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, so shocked that they couldn't speak. Even Gu was dumbstruck. No one had ever heard of this illness, nor could they imagine it. Heavens, how can this be treated? Ning Jing muttered to herself. He can't drink a drop of water and he's so old. It'll be strange if he doesn't starve to death after a few days. Tang Li said thoughtfully. Maybe he'll die before Department Head Ouyang can figure out a cure. Won't he lose if he dies? Currently, Han Yunshi was pondering the same question while sitting by his side. Although Department Head Hua's case was strange, it wasn't fatal and there was plenty of time to treat it. However, wasn't Department Head Ouyang's case a little too tragic? Han Yunshi remembered the case she'd seen before. If a person went on a hunger strike without water, the longest they'd lasted was over 70 days. However, if they couldn't even drink water, that person wouldn't last more than 7 days. The time limit for the medical skills competition was 10 days. After 10 days, the judging panel would make a judgment based on the patient's condition and the doctor's analysis of the case, treatment plan, and treatment progress. It was impossible for Department Head Ouyang to find a cure for such a strange illness within 10 days. Moreover, with the current medical conditions, he couldn't give the patient an intravenous infusion, nor could he insert a feeding tube to feed the patient. Han Yunshi had seen a congenital illness called glycosylation disorder type 2. Due to certain reasons, the child would vomit as soon as he ate. As for Department Head Ouyang's case, it was her first time seeing it at such an old age. As expected of the most difficult case in medical school, Han Yunshi grew more and more uneasy. Just as she'd analyzed, luck played a large part in the drawing of lots. Who knew what Gu Beiwa would draw? At that moment, the judging panel announced Department Head Lin's case. This is an amnesia patient with severe brain injuries. She's a woman in her 30s and has already lost her memory for 10 years. The crowd fell silent as soon as the announcement was made. Everyone's expressions were strange. Amnesia was really hard to predict. Sometimes it could recover on its own without treatment, but sometimes even Hua Tua might not be able to cure it. However, one had to admit that Department Head Lin was simply too lucky compared to Department Head Hua and Department Head Ouyang's cases. At least he could come up with some treatment methods, while the other two didn't even have a complete understanding of the illness. Although the 3 department heads' cases were announced, they didn't bat an eyelid, but their hearts were probably in a perilous situation. Department Head Lin had the absolute upper hand. At that moment, everyone's eyes fell on the slip of paper in Gu Beiyue's hand. What kind of case did he get? Han Yunshi clenched her fists, while Gu bit his fingers. They silently watched as Gu Beiyue handed the slip of paper to the judging panel. The judging panel looked at the slip of paper with strange expressions. Their reactions were even stranger than when they'd seen the 3 department heads' notes. Suddenly, House Head Rin chuckled. Haha, interesting, interesting. His words made the atmosphere tense to the extreme. Gu shouted impatiently, What do you mean? What are you dawdling about for? House Head Ren's eyes flashed with displeasure before he announced. Dr. Gu's case is dystocia. The woman entered the delivery room at noon yesterday with abdominal pain, and her water hasn't broken yet. At this point, the crowd was silent at first, but then burst into laughter. How could a grown man like Gubeiwa endure drawing such a case? No wonder House Head Rin said it was interesting. Even the 3 department heads couldn't help laughing. Did they want Gubeiwa to be a midwife? Gu pursed his lips at first, but in the end he couldn't help but laugh. Han Yunqi couldn't laugh at all. She whispered, "Shao Qi, Gubeiwa is very dangerous. He's even more dangerous than Department Head Ouyang. Isn't it just giving birth? Dystocia will happen after 2 or 3 days, right?" Gu didn't know about this, but he had heard about it since he grew up in medical school. If it's an ordinary dystocia, how can it be listed on the same level of difficulty as those strange cases? Han Yunqi sat too far away. She couldn't see the emotions in Gu Beiyue's eyes. Before Gu could answer, House Head Rin continued to announce, "The woman's abdomen is huge. According to the midwife's estimation, it's suspected to be multiple births. Therefore, she was sent to the medical school before dawn." Han Yunqi's clenched fists suddenly loosened. She didn't relax, but felt powerless. Multiple births. Even under modern medical conditions, most hospitals would require a cesarean section as long as it was twins. This was to prevent the second child from suffering from intrauterine distress, lack of oxygen, or inability to deliver. In ancient times, there were many cases of twins giving birth naturally, but the probability of death from dystocia was even higher. If it was light, the second child couldn't be saved. If it was serious, the mother would lose too much blood and lose 2 lives. Twins were already like this, let alone multiple births. Most people's impression of childbirth was that it was painful. In fact, childbirth was a matter of life and death. Now, the woman had been in pain for almost a day, and her water hadn't broken yet. She had used up a lot of energy. Moreover, it was impossible to determine how many babies she had in her womb and the fetal position of each baby. Even if the mother had enough strength, as long as there was a misplacement of the fetus and it was not conducive to a natural birth, it would be a fatal matter. Department Head Ouyang's patient, who didn't drink a drop of water, could endure for about 7 days. Gu Beiyue, the woman, could only last for 3 days at most. Han Yunqi looked at Gu Beiyue from afar. House Head Ren's voice sounded in her ears. "This medical competition will last for 10 days. After 10 days, please hurry into the treatment room. I wish everyone good luck." Chapter 790. There was a special treatment room in the apricot forest. In the secluded forest, there were individual courtyards lined up in a row. The distance between each courtyard was about 10 steps. The 4 patients had been arranged to enter the treatment room. The 3 department heads and Gu Beiyue were also present. A medical assistant was arranged in each treatment room to announce the progress of the treatment. Because it was a competition, whether it was the patient's condition or the doctor's diagnosis and treatment, as long as there was progress, it must be announced. The situation of the 4 cases had already been spread out. Outside the apricot forest, the whole medical city was paying attention to this matter. At this moment, they were most concerned about the pregnant woman in Gu Beiyue's hands. In the apricot forest, the 3 department heads' courtyards were empty. Gu Beiyue's courtyard was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The courtyard was full of seats, and there wasn't even a place to stand. Everyone would rather crowd outside the courtyard than go to the other 3 courtyards. Even the referees were personally guarding outside Gu Beiyue's door. This case was essentially a case of emergency treatment. Han Yunqi and Gu sat behind the referees, looking at the maidservants who were carrying hot water in and out and listening to the cries of pain from time to time. Han Yunqi couldn't wait to rush in and help. Gu was rarely so serious and didn't smile. Family head Xiao squeezed for a long time and finally squeezed behind Han Yunqi. He whispered, "Princess Consort, don't worry. Imperial physician Gu will definitely be able to do it." Han Yunqi recognized that it was family head Xiao. She turned around and glared at him fiercely. Without saying a word, she turned her head back. The Xiao family of the South Central region was so snobbish. She would remember this. Gu Beiwa had been in for 2 hours, and the pregnant woman had also been in pain for 2 hours. So far, the medical assistant hadn't come out. Han Yunqi knew that the pregnant woman's water hadn't broken yet. To give birth to the child, the water had to break first. If the amniotic fluid didn't break, the pain would continue. Once it was delayed, the pregnant woman would only be tortured until she had no strength and become mentally fragile. Gu Beiwe and the midwife should understand this, so they would definitely comfort the pregnant woman to stay calm and not waste her energy by crying. However, the pregnant woman was still crying. Either Gu Beiwe and the others could not stabilize the pregnant woman, or the pregnant woman was in too much pain. If it was any other matter, no news was good news. But for this matter, no news was bad news. Another 2 hours passed, and the discussions in the courtyard grew more and more intense. Han Yunqi's heart was in a mess. In modern times, there were artificial methods to break the water. But now, what could Gu Beiwe do? She did not dare to imagine that if the pregnant woman continued to be in pain, would she eventually die in the delivery room due to exhaustion? Suddenly, the medical assistant came out from the side door. In an instant, the entire place fell silent. Dr. Gu diagnosed that the pregnant woman is pregnant with quadruplets and her water hasn't broken yet. Quadruplets, it's over, it's over. It's either the adults or the children. If we can only protect one side, then why would we need Gu Beiwe? The midwife would be enough. The water hasn't broken yet. We don't know the fetal position. If we can't fix the adults, we won't be able to save the children. The sound of discussion gradually rose. At this moment, many people had forgotten that this was a competition and treated it as a rescue that concerned their lives. Suddenly, the screams in the room stopped abruptly. What was going on? The medical assistant rushed in and came out with a development. Imperial physician Gu used acupuncture to relieve pain during labor to reduce the pregnant woman's pain. Hearing this, Han Yunqi's heart calmed down a little. Everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. The pregnant woman did not cry out in pain. At least she could conserve her energy. Giving birth after the water broke required a lot of energy. Using acupuncture to relieve pain? Haha, wonderful, wonderful. Gu Beiwe thought of this. Someone in the judging panel praised. Han Yunqi laughed. This method was called painless labor in modern times and required medication. She did not expect Gu Beiwe to be able to do it with a few needles. He was really amazing. It was also thanks to him that he thought of it and figured it out. Inside the room, a piece of black cloth hung over the pregnant woman's body, dividing her into two and blocking the awkwardness. The midwife guarded the lower body, while Gu Beiwe sat behind the pregnant woman's head. He was concentrating on her acupuncture. The pregnant woman's face was pale, and she was drenched in sweat. She was extremely tired, but she still opened her eyes slightly and looked at the gentle man in front of her. It was as if she could see safety and hope when she looked at him. She did not know if it was his hands or his needles that had magical powers, but she did not feel any pain at all. Gu Beiwe quickly realized that the pregnant woman was looking at him. His expression did not change, and he was calm. However, the words that came out of his mouth were not gentle at all. Instead, they were very serious. If you want to save each child, immediately close your eyes and rest. This is your responsibility. The pregnant woman was so shocked that she immediately closed her eyes. Gu Beiwe then continued with the acupuncture. He casually ordered, "Go make a bowl of rooster soup and add some ginseng." The room calmed down as the pregnant woman fell silent. However, outside the room, everyone was still waiting anxiously. Soon, the medical assistant came to report that the pregnant woman's water finally broke. The midwife was delivering the baby, and Imperial physician Gu was still performing acupuncture to relieve the pregnant woman's pain and promote the dilation of the uterus. Finally, Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, no one expected that after the news of the water breaking, there was still no news of the baby being born. 1 day and 1 night was the limit. If the amniotic fluid ran out or the amniotic fluid was contaminated, the baby would be in danger. Under such medical conditions, there was no way to save the child. Everyone's hearts were in a knot. At this moment, the medical assistant came with bad news. The first child is born upside down. She still can't give birth. It's really a difficult labor. Upside down meant that the baby's feet came out first. The entire room was silent. Patriarch Rin stood up abruptly and asked in shock, "What can Gu Beiwei do? What do you plan to do?" In this situation, if the baby could not be born, then they could only choose to save the mother or the child. If they wanted to save the child, they would disregard the mother's wound and expand the uterus to carry the child out directly. The mother would definitely die from excessive blood loss. If they wanted to save the mother, it would be rather cruel. They would cut the child into pieces. Before the medical assistant could answer, the pregnant woman's husband rushed out from the side hall and knelt in front of the judges. "We want to change the doctor. We want to change the doctor." The medical college had naturally communicated with the patient's family members to choose these cases for the medical skills competition and obtain their consent. However, now that it was a matter of life and death, the family members were more willing to trust the deputy director and the rest. If they did not participate in the medical skills competition, even if they wanted to save the baby, they would not be able to find the deputy director of the medical college. A 7th grade medical sage would at most be able to find a 5th grade or 5th grade doctor. However, in such a big event, they would naturally ask for the best doctor. The judges were also hesitant. If it was another 7th grade doctor, they might still have a chance. However, if they were to hand it over to Gu Beiwei, a 5th grade divine doctor, the consequences would be unpredictable. What should they do? After an emergency discussion among the judges, Patriarch Rin ordered someone to summon the 3 deputy directors and the obstetrics specialists from the medical college. The medical skills competition was suspended and the consultation was to focus on saving the baby. Han Yunqi's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Her only consolation was that the medical college was humane and at least knew to prioritize saving the baby. The 3 deputy directors and a few female doctors entered the delivery room to understand the situation. After a discussion, they all came out. They had no other choice but to give the same answer: save the mother or save the baby. The man collapsed on the ground in despair. This was probably the most painful choice in life. "Please make a decision as soon as possible. If you don't make a decision soon, we won't be able to save the baby," Deputy Director Lin urged. "What did Dr. Gu say?" Han Yunqi asked anxiously. Did Gu Beiwei participate in their consultation? Was he still performing the acupuncture? What did he think? What else can Dr. Gu do other than relieve the pain? Deputy Director Lin sneered. When they went in just now, not only did Gu Beiwei ignore them, he even asked them to come out. At this time, they were too lazy to argue with Gu Beiwei. They just let him perform the acupuncture, and they did their own consultation. Save the mother or save the baby. Hurry up and make a decision, Deputy Director Ouyang urged. The man's eyes were red from crying. In the end, he had no choice but to make a decision. Save the baby. This was a quadruplet. If he saved the baby, he might be able to save all 4 children. If he saved the mother, only one would be left. My condolences. A female doctor sighed helplessly and turned to enter the room. Unexpectedly, the medical assistant came out to stop her. Wait, Dr. Gu said that he can keep the mother and child safe. Please calm down. The female doctor was stunned at first, then she frowned. Is Gu Beiwei crazy? Where does he get the ability to keep the mother and child safe? This is simply a fool's dream. That's what Dr. Gu said. He asked me to stand guard at the door. Other than changing the water, no one is allowed to disturb them, the medical assistant said seriously. Nonsense. This is absolute nonsense. If it's a matter of life and death, he can't be allowed to act recklessly. A mere fifth-rank divine doctor, and one who's not even an obstetrician. Where does he get his confidence from? Deputy Director Lin was furious. He strode over and pushed the medical assistant aside. Just as he was about to kick the door open, his leg was viciously kicked away. He lost his footing and fell flat on his back. Gu stepped on Deputy Director Lin's chest and looked up at the crowd with a smile. If anyone dares to force their way in, I guarantee that they'll die first outside the room. Gu, how dare you? Deputy Director Huo roared. Guards, take this audacious madman away. Deputy Director Ouyang urgently called for his men. Unfortunately, none of the guards dared to step forward. Gu was stepping on Deputy Director Lin's chest and his life. Perhaps they didn't know Gu well, but they all knew Gu Qisha. No one doubted his ruthlessness. The two deputy directors and the panel of judges all looked at Han Yunqi. Even the female doctors looked over and tried to persuade her. Qin Wangfei, if this drags on any longer, we'll really die. We've seen this kind of thing too many times. If there was a way, would Dr. Gu even have a chance? Besides, has Dr. Gu never delivered a child before? Isn't that right? Esteemed Wangfei, please advise him. Dr. Gu can't do this. He can't use other people's lives as an experiment. The situation is so urgent. Esteemed Wangfei, are you really going to watch these people die? Han Yunqi ignored them. She walked over and leaned against the door with her arms crossed. At this moment, the despairing man suddenly pounced on Gu and roared like a madman. Get out of my way. You're killing people. Are you going to kill my child? Gu Beiwei, get out here. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I want the child. The child. There was still no response from inside the room. After being pushed aside by Gu, the man pounced on Han Yunqi. Fortunately, Gu blocked him. Han Yunqi, what right do you have to stand in my way? You want to experiment on my wife and child, don't you? The man asked angrily. What right do you have to choose between the mother and the child? Your wife is still conscious, so she's the only one who has the right to choose. Her life is her own, and she carried the child with great difficulty for 10 months. Han Yunqi's words intimidated the man. She immediately sent a medical assistant in to inquire about the pregnant woman's choice. Chapter 791. Han Yunqi's questions not only stunned the man, but all the men present. No matter how liberal Cloud Realm Continent was, it was still a society where men were superior to women. In everyone's minds, men had the right to choose, while women's fates were decided by men. Of the women present, some were shocked, some were filled with admiration. But there were also those who found it incomprehensible. A female doctor suddenly laughed out loud. Han Yunqi, are you pretending to be stupid, or are you really stupid? Ask any of the mothers here who've given birth before. Ask them what they'd choose. If you keep delaying, you won't be able to bear the consequences. What mother would sacrifice her child for her own sake? Of course it's to save the child. Do you even need to ask? That's right, this is simply a waste of time. If you can't even save the child, you'll all be committing a sin. Han Yunqi, you can't be so selfish. Despite the protests, Han Yunqi remained leaning against the door. Cold as she stared at the troublemaker, she clarified, Stop trying to confuse the public. This Wangfei is letting the pregnant woman choose to believe Gu Beiwei or you guys. I don't have the right to make her choose between saving the mother and the child. If there was a choice, what mother would be willing to abandon her newborn child? The female doctor was at a loss for words. She shot looks at the other department heads as the man began to stammer at Han Yunqi. I'm her husband. I don't need you to tell me which doctor I want to believe. You, who do you think you are? Don't think too highly of yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the medical assistant suddenly rushed out, drawing everyone's attention. Even the man grew nervous. The assistant was so anxious that he couldn't catch his breath. He took a deep breath and said loudly, The pregnant woman says she trusts Dr. Gu. trusts Dr. Gu. The other doctors don't need to go in. At this, Han Yunqi glared fiercely at the man, causing his rage to wilt under her glare. The medical assistant continued. Master Rin, Dr. Gu requests for you to quickly invite the fourth miss of the Rin family over. He needs her help with the delivery. There were several top female obstetricians present. Gu Beiwe actually wanted to look for the fourth daughter of the Rin family? Everyone was astonished, and Patriarch Rin was even more surprised. The fourth miss of the Rin family was his legitimate daughter. She had been studying medicine since she was a child and had only started to specialize in obstetrics a few years ago. She was incomparable to the experienced female doctors present. Who are they? Han Yunqi asked Gu in a low voice. She's the daughter that Patriarch Ren dotes on the most. I'm not sure about her medical skills. Haha, Gu Beiwe picked an interesting person, Gu said with a smile. Fourth young Mistress Ren's participation would have a huge impact on the decisions of the referees. Although there were many complaints about Gu Beiwe picking fourth young Mistress Rin to help, they didn't say it out loud for the sake of Patriarch Rin. Patriarch Rin didn't think highly of Gu Beiwe and didn't want his daughter to get involved in this mess. He was about to refuse when fourth young Mistress Rin appeared in the crowd. I'm here. The situation is urgent. If the baby isn't born soon, it will be dangerous. She pushed through the crowd and was about to enter the house. Stop! Patriarch Rin said sternly, the seniors in the obstetrics department are all here. Why aren't you greeting them? Patriarch Ren's words were reserved, but fourth young Mistress Rin said anxiously, Father, it's a matter of life and death. Let's greet them later. Patriarch Ren grabbed her hand and winked at her. Han Yunqi looked at fourth young Mistress Rin seriously. She was in her early 20s and looked delicate and pretty. You know that it's a matter of life and death. You can't handle it. You're not allowed to go. Patriarch Rin finally got angry. Father, I can handle it. Dr. Gu is the attending physician. He has the right to choose the assistants. Fourth young Mistress Rin shook her hand vigorously, but she couldn't get rid of his grip. Han Yunqi gave her a look, and Su Donglin suddenly grabbed Patriarch Ren's wrist. Han Yunqi personally pushed the door open and let fourth young Mistress Rin in. As soon as she entered, she leaned against the door to block her. Han Yunqi! Patriarch Ren was furious. Su Donglin drew his sword and stood in front of Han Yunqi. Gu was still standing on Deputy Lin. He stood at the side door, allowing only the servant girls to bring in hot water. You! Deputy Hu angrily pointed at Han Yunqi. You! Very good. Han Yunqi, old man is telling you, if Gu Beiwe fails, don't even think about taking half a step out of this courtyard. If Gu Beiwe fails, I'll make you pay with your life. The man also warned. Everyone waited nervously. News of what happened here had already spread outside the apricot grove and quickly spread throughout Medical City. The medical skills competition had already been forgotten. The pregnant woman had become the focus of the entire city. Everyone was anxiously waiting for the result. Would she live? Would she die? How many lives? How many deaths? If Gu Beiwe succeeded, he wouldn't necessarily be successful. What awaited him was the temporary suspension of the medical skills competition. If Gu Beiwe failed, he would become the target of public criticism. Not only would his reputation be ruined, but he would also be denounced and criticized by the entire city. Meanwhile, Han Yunqi and Gu Qishao's group would be labeled as accomplices as well. All the effort they had put into coming to Medical City would be for naught. Han Yunqi leaned against the door, facing the countless disdainful and angry gazes in the courtyard. Her expression was calm, and her bright eyes were filled with determination. However, she heard an incomparably tense conversation. The delivery room was like a fierce battlefield. The midwife and fourth young Miss Rin were doing their best. No, I can see the baby's foot. It's about to come out. The midwife shouted, "Block it! You must block it! Everyone, come and help!" Fourth young Miss Rin shouted, "In the case of an upside-down delivery, 1 foot or both feet, 1 knee or both knees, or 1 foot or 1 knee would be exposed first." This situation was accompanied by the possibility of the umbilical cord slipping out of the space next to the fetus foot at any time, causing umbilical cord prolapse. The umbilical cord was the life of the fetus, supplying blood and oxygen. Once it fell, it would cause acute hypoxia. If it lasted for more than 7 minutes, the fetus would die in the womb. Therefore, when the foot came out first, the method of blocking the buttocks was necessary to prevent the fetus foot from coming out. The buttocks had to be blocked until the fetus buttocks fell into the pelvic cavity and the uterus was opened. Only then would the mother be able to give birth in a complete breech delivery. Blocking the buttocks was the key to this battle. The mother's energy was the only force that could sustain this battle. The mother had to race against time. In the silence, the man suddenly shouted, "How is it now? At least let me know what the situation is now." The foot came out first. "It's being blocked," Han Yunchi replied calmly. "It's been so long since the water broke." "No, it's too dangerous. Gubeiwa, it's not just 1 child, it's 4. You don't have that much time." The female doctor shouted angrily, "Shut up. Whoever disturbs him will be responsible." Han Yunchi's voice was even louder than hers. Everyone looked at each other in shock. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Han Yunchi's heart was pounding wildly. She wasn't worried about the consequences, but about the lives. 5 lives. One had to know that she was also born upside down. Madame Tianqin had died in childbirth. She didn't know how skilled Gubeiwa was, especially in the field of obstetrics. However, she chose to believe him resolutely. Gubeiwa had never disappointed her before. This time, she must not let him down either. Behind them, the midwife and 4th young Mistress Rin were talking nonstop. However, Gubeiwa didn't say a word. What was he doing? In the silence, the midwife's cries could be heard from the other side of the door. "I can't block it anymore. I can't block it anymore." At this moment, Han Yunchi's heart almost jumped out of her chest. However, a gentle but powerful voice calmed her down instantly. It also calmed the nervous midwife and 4th young Mistress Rin. Gubeiwa said, "4th young Mistress Rin, insert a fine silk needle into the heart of the child's foot. Insert the needle 1 to 2 inches, 3 to 4 times." "Okay." 4th young Mistress Rin was completely obedient to Gubeiwa. She immediately did as she was told. Soon a miracle happened. The fetus foot was pierced by the needle. It shrank back in fear and turned around immediately. Its head fell off first. Wah! A clear cry broke the almost frozen air. Whether it was inside or outside the room, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if they had been suffocating for a long time and were finally able to breathe fresh air. The people outside the room didn't know what was going on inside the room. Han Yunchi leaned against the door and heard everything clearly. The mother still had the strength to speak, so the situation wasn't too bad. "The second one is out too. Hurry, it's the head position. The head is at the bottom." The midwife was overjoyed. "Mother, let's do it again. Take a deep breath and push harder. Cooperate with me. When I say push harder, push harder. We have to hurry." 4th young Mistress Rin was still a little anxious. The first child was very difficult. However, after the uterus was opened, the next 3 children came out very smoothly and quickly. The continuous crying made it difficult for the people outside to hear clearly how many children were crying. Anyway, when they heard the crying, most of them were relieved. At least the father of the children was smiling. However, Han Yunchi still stood motionless. She knew that the mother hadn't passed the critical stage yet. Perhaps the wound was too big and the bleeding couldn't be stopped. There was also a very scary symptom called amniotic fluid embolism. During the delivery process, the amniotic fluid suddenly entered the mother's blood circulation. It would cause respiratory failure, bleeding all over the body, and damage to multiple organs. This disease could occur before, during, and after delivery. Once the disease broke out, the mortality rate was as high as 80%. The crying of the children became louder and louder. The father became more and more excited. He rushed to the door. "How many children did you save? Did you save all of them? I want to see my children. Bring the children out, quickly." Han Yunchi looked at him coldly and didn't say anything. After a while, the midwife and maidservants carried out the clean children. For a moment, everyone looked over. The 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls, were all safe. They didn't know if it was because they couldn't find their mother's breath, but they were all crying loudly. "It's good that you saved them, good. 2 boys and 2 girls, congratulations. Congratulations. Finally, there's no danger. Bodhisattva bless, Bodhisattva bless. Dr. Gu is really something. I didn't expect 4th young Mistress Rin to be so capable. Haha, Master Rin, you're not being kind by hiding such a daughter. Are you afraid that you can't keep her when the matchmaker comes looking for you? Haha." In the midst of the celebration, the mother was forgotten. Han Yunchi looked at everyone coldly, waiting and praying. Chapter 792. Gu let go of Deputy Lin and walked over happily. "Poison lass, this Gu Beiwe is really something. He hit it well. At least, Gu wouldn't look down on Gu Beiwe anymore." Han Yunchi nodded, but didn't say anything. Gu sized her up. "What's wrong? Scared silly?" He quickly found a chair and helped Han Yunchi sit down. Han Yunchi said, "It's not over yet. What's there to be happy about?" Gu didn't understand. He looked at the 4 children who were surrounded. "Haven't they all been born? The mother isn't out of danger yet. There are many accidents after childbirth," Han Yunchi added. "At least, Gu Beiwe isn't out yet." She had to admit that she was a little uneasy. If everything had gone smoothly, Gu Beiwe would have been out long ago. The rest of the work could have been left to 4th young Miss Rin. The medical assistant had said that Gu Beiwe was only performing acupuncture and wouldn't deliver the babies. Really, Gu Qixiao knew very little about such things. What kind of accidents? Han Yunchi was about to explain when a terrifying scream came from inside the room. It was so loud that everyone outside the room was stunned. Everyone's laughter froze on their faces. Even the crying babies seemed to have sensed something and stopped. Han Yunchi opened the door and went in without a word. "Xiaoyan, what's wrong?" Patriarch Rin rushed over and recognized his daughter's voice. Han Yunchi had just gone in when 4th young Miss Rin and a group of maidservants rushed out. 4th young Miss Rin's hands and body were covered in blood. She looked terrified. "She's bleeding. She's bleeding profusely. She was fine just now, but suddenly she's bleeding. There's so much blood." She wanted to see the children. I wanted to come out and hold them, but she suddenly started bleeding. Her entire body is bleeding. I can't stop it. Everyone was shocked and panicked. The 3 department heads, a few directors, and a few obstetricians all entered the room, and the door was quickly surrounded. The pregnant woman had been cleaned up and changed into clean clothes. However, at this moment, her entire body was soaked in a pool of blood. Blood was gushing out of her body like a fountain, and even her skin was bleeding nonstop. Gu Beiwe's white clothes had long been dyed red. Han Yunchi had never seen such a serious expression on his face, nor had she seen him sweating profusely. He was continuously inserting needles. Han Yunchi could clearly see that his hands were trembling. Everyone was stunned by this scene, including the most experienced obstetrician and the 3 most skilled associate hospital directors. How could this be? They had seen postpartum hemorrhage and knew that it was only from the lower body. Why is he bleeding all over? Moreover, the bleeding in his lower body had never been so fierce. How is this flowing? It was simply gushing. What exactly happened? "Gu Beiwe, what did you do?" Department head Lin suddenly asked angrily. Gu Beiwa ignored him and hurriedly asked Gu, "Do you still have more life blood pills?" "She can't hold on any longer." "No, the medical school should have something to stop the bleeding," Gu answered. Department head hurriedly ordered someone to fetch it, but after the pregnant woman took it, it had no effect at all. Not only did the bleeding not stop, it even flowed faster. Suddenly, department head Ouyang shouted, "The blood is turning black." "Is she poisoned?" The blood flowing out of the pregnant woman's lower body was indeed gradually turning dark, to the point of turning black. Suddenly, everyone looked at Han Yunqi. Without a doubt, they suspected that Han Yunqi had poisoned her. "What are you looking at?" Han Yunqi was furious. "What good would it do me to poison her? Have I gone mad or stupid?" Indeed, Han Yunqi had the least reason to poison her. The reason the blood turned black was because it had stayed in the wound for too long. Then, "Gu Beiwa, what did you do?" Department head whose voice was trembling. He had practiced medicine for many years, but he had never seen such a situation. "It's an amniotic fluid embolism." Han Yunqi's voice was also trembling, but she was practically shouting. She wanted to shock everyone and keep herself calm. "The amniotic fluid has entered the mother's bloodstream and contaminated it. The uterus must be removed immediately. Prepare plasma and coagulation factors. Transfer the patient to the ICU immediately and ask all relevant departments for emergency support. Hurry!" After Han Yunqi said this quickly, she suddenly calmed down and realized her situation. This wasn't a modern hospital, but ancient times thousands of years ago. There were no medical devices, and even a simple blood transfusion couldn't be done. What should she do? The mortality rate of amniotic fluid embolism was as high as 80%. She had seen a few cases where dozens of doctors and nurses had been rescued, along with 40 to 50 bags of plasma. Almost all of the blood in the pregnant woman's body had been replaced. What could she do in this situation? As a doctor, the most powerless thing wasn't being unable to save the patient, but knowing how to save the patient but not being able to. The pregnant woman was already in a semi-conscious state. She opened her eyes slightly and tried to reach out, begging everyone to bring the children over for her to see. After giving birth to 4 children with such difficulty, how could she leave them without even taking a look at them? She was still alive, but had already accepted death. Her only wish was to see the children. Han Yunqi stared blankly at the woman's bloody hands, so despairing that she was completely dazed. At this moment, Gu Beiwa suddenly pressed down on her shoulders. "Yunqi, you have a way, right?" "What did you just say?" At this moment, no one had noticed Gu Beiwa calling her Yunqi, including himself. Han Yunqi recovered her senses and met Gu Beiwa's serious eyes. "As long as there's a way, we have to try." Gu Beiwa said seriously, "Blood." Han Yunqi completely recovered her senses. "Blood. Stop the bleeding and replenish the blood. Also, her blood vessels might have an embolism. We have to remove the embolism and let the blood flow again." Wouldn't it be easier for Gu Beiwa to understand if she put it this way? Hemostatic and blood-generating medicines were used to deal with unclotted blood and incessant bleeding. Medicines to promote blood circulation and dissolve blood stasis were used to deal with the embolism caused by contaminants. Only by removing the uterus could they stop the amniotic fluid from contaminating the blood. But even with the right conditions, Han Yunqi couldn't do it because she didn't know how to. If she couldn't remove the uterus, she could only do her best to stop the bleeding. Han Yunqi wasn't clear on the pharmacology behind Cloud Realm Continent's hemostatic and blood-generating medicines. Nor did she know whether Gu Beiwa could find the right medicine to stop the embolism. To put it bluntly, they had to treat a dead horse as if it were still alive. Find the medicine. Hemostatic and blood-replenishing medicines. Gu Beiwa said loudly. "And also, we need the 100 dispersing blood stasis powder." "The more the better." Hurry, she only has 2 hours at most. Han Yunchi added hastily. With a life on the line, no one was in the mood to investigate the cause of the illness or doubt whether to trust Gu Beiwe and Han Yunchi. The 3 department heads immediately ordered people to search the medicine storehouse for hemostatic and blood-replenishing medicines. Meanwhile, the people outside the courtyard were scrambling for ideas as well. Medicine City's Wang Gong immediately contacted Medicine City's representative office in Medical City to find the medicine stored in the storehouse. A few of the medical world's representatives also ordered people to bring them back, although they didn't have any modern medical talents. This was still Medical City. The Rin clan was the first to deliver Gu Beiyue's 100 dispersing blood stasis powder. Soon enough, a large pile of blood-replenishing and hemostatic pills was placed in front of Gu Beiyue. He found a few female medical attendants to take charge of feeding them while he used acupuncture and moxibustion to stop the bleeding. Han Yunchi, on the other hand, performed CPR on the patient under everyone's astonished gazes. Severe shock was the most frightening aspect of an amniotic fluid embolism. After a tense and intense rescue, the woman's bleeding gradually decreased. Everyone exhaled in relief, but no one dared to relax because the blood was still flowing. Amidst the tension and concerted efforts, the woman's bleeding finally stopped. In total, they used 10 hemostatic pills, 30 blood-replenishing pills, and 2 boxes of 100 dispersing blood stasis powder. Cloud realm continents, wondrous medicines were things that Han Yunchi couldn't explain with her medical knowledge. She stared blankly at the woman who'd narrowly escaped death, but didn't ask how the medicine had saved her life. She couldn't believe that such a miracle could happen. Even in modern times, it was rare to save someone from an amniotic fluid embolism, much less Cloud Realm continent. If this wasn't a miracle, then what was? Everyone was exhausted, but happy at the same time. Gu Beiwe looked towards Han Yunchi, just as Han Yunchi looked back. If it wasn't for Gu Beiyue's calm and rational thinking, this miracle wouldn't have happened. Medical skills weren't everything a doctor was capable of. Gu Beiwe was still wondering how this woman knew so much about poisons, but how did she know so much? First, it was the blood test, then the amniotic fluid embolism. Where did she learn all these things? Now that the woman was saved, the rest of the work was left to the female doctors. Everyone else withdrew. Gu Beiwe and Han Yunchi stood guard for half a day to make sure the woman was stable before they relaxed. The woman was still unconscious, while her husband and other family members held the children by her side. Han Yunchi glanced at the man with a disdainful smile. She was too lazy to scold him anymore. If he couldn't wake up even when his life was on the line, how could a few words from her wake him up? Han Yunchi looked at the woman again and felt that she was quite pitiful. But seeing the 4 children lying next to her, Han Yunchi only felt that she was very happy. Sorrow and happiness coexisted. Was this the greatness of a mother? In the South Central Commander-in-Chief's manner, she had discussed many ways of governing a country with Long Feiyi and told Long Feiyi about all the modern concepts. Now, she was thinking that it seemed that she should discuss with Long Feiyi about the superiority of men and the inferiority of women. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but miss Long Feiyi. How was that guy's injury recovering? What was he doing now? Was he waiting for the letter from Medical City? When Han Yunchi and Gu Beiwe walked out of the room together, they found that everyone in the courtyard was waiting for them. Princess Consort, Dr. Gu, this case, can you explain it to everyone? Yes, Princess Consort. Dr. Gu, we finally opened our eyes today. This is the first time we've seen such a strange disease. Giving birth to a child can give birth to a strange illness? What's going on? Why is she bleeding all over? House Hedrin had pushed 4th young Miss Rin out to stand beside Gu Beiwe, so 4th young Miss Rin was also a meritorious person. Everyone enthusiastically inquired. Although the 3 department heads didn't say anything, they were also very curious. Gu Beiwe smiled faintly. House Hedrin, Medical City, can't go a day without a leader. Let's continue with the medical competition. We'll talk about this case later. Although the three department heads were curious, they didn't want Gu Beiwe and Han Yunqi to steal the limelight. Department Head Lin hurriedly said, Yes, yes. House Head Rin, Gu Beiwe didn't save this patient by himself, so he can't treat it as his victory. Why don't we let him draw a new lot? Unexpectedly, Gu Beiwe refused. There's no need to draw a new lot. I can diagnose the three department heads' patients now and give them a treatment plan. If the three department heads are still unable to diagnose and treat them, please draw a new lot. When these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded, including Han Yunqi and Gu. Chapter 793. What did Gu Beiwe just say? Silence reigned for a while before department head was suddenly burst into laughter. Gu Beiwe, you sure talk big. Do you know what you just said? Department head who didn't understand, did you? I can say it again, Gu Beiwe retorted. Although his tone was gentle and his attitude humble and polite, Han Yunqi could clearly sense the strength of the man beside her. There was an irresistible strength in his warmth. Gu stroked his chin and sized up Gu Beiwe with interest. He didn't seem to believe him either. Department head was sucked in a cold breath. No need, old man heard it clearly. He looked around at the crowd and asked loudly, Did anyone not hear what Dr. Gu said just now? Just then, Gu Beiwe had said that he could start diagnosing the cases of department heads Hua, Lin, and Ouyang and come up with treatment plans. Everyone present, including the family members of the pregnant woman, had heard him clearly. Silence reigned. No one answered. Since no one's answering, old man, take it as if everyone understood. Department head Hua looked at Clan Hedren with a cold smile. Clan Hedren, your panel of judges understood as well, right? What do we do now? Department Hedren had wanted Gu Beiwe and Han Yunqi to explain the emergency treatment just now and let his daughter show off in the process. He never expected the three department heads to be so anxious about the medical skills competition. The case of multiple births was already an incredible feat. It was enough to set a new record in obstetrics and go down in the annals of the medical academy. Moreover, they'd even treated the pregnant woman's strange condition of bleeding all over her body. As long as Gu Beiwe and Han Yunqi could give a reasonable explanation and a detailed treatment plan, the case would be named and recorded in the Cloud Realm Medical Annals, an encyclopedia of obstetrics and gynecology. The greatest contribution to the medical world was to discover new diseases and propose effective treatment plans. As an attending physician, Gu Beiwe's medical rank was enough for him to be promoted from level 5 to level 7, which was the same rank as the 3 associate hospital directors. Even Han Yunqi, who had never studied in a medical school and did not have a medical rank, could be rated as level 4 or 5. As his assistant, his daughter naturally wouldn't be neglected. Of course, how could the scale in Patriarch Ren's heart not be tilted? Master Ren thought to himself that it would be better to settle the matter of the medical skills competition first before discussing the dystocia case slowly. If he discussed it now, the 3 deputy heads and the judges would ask him to avoid arousing suspicion. Since a case of dystocia did not count as a medical skill competition, there was nothing for him to avoid. We all understand. Since Dr. Gu has said so, we'll go back to the hospital. It's not impossible for him to take over your case. Patriarch Ren coughed a few times. Seeing that no one in the panel had any objections, he continued, However, the panel of judges has to confirm one thing first. May I ask the 3 deputy heads, do you have a diagnosis and treatment plan for each of your cases? The 3 deputy heads had been fighting among themselves for more than 10 years. It was rare for them to be on the same side today. They exchanged glances with each other. In the end, Deputy Ouyang spoke first. Old man hasn't understood the situation in detail, so to be cautious he didn't dare to make a diagnosis rashly. What a coincidence! He was clearly insinuating that Gu Beiwa was not strict enough and was arrogant. It was no wonder. Gu Beiwa had never treated those patients, let alone asked about them. How could he make a diagnosis and even propose a treatment plan? It was really hard to believe. Old Man and Deputy Ouyang are the same. They don't even have the basic look, listen, question, and feel. How could they make a diagnosis? Deputy Hu coldly retorted. Deputy Lin's tone was the most sarcastic. Old Man is stupid. He can't keep up with the young people nowadays. Haha. In Old Man's opinion, in the future, we don't need to look, listen, question, and feel. We only need to ask about the symptoms, and our rising stars will be able to directly prescribe the right medicine to guarantee a cure. As soon as these words came out, the crowd snickered. Even if Gu Beiwa had just created a miracle, most people still didn't believe he had such great ability. Even more people felt sorry for him. Why did Gu Beiwa have to stick his neck out like this? A case of dystocia was enough for him to gain a foothold in the medical academy. Even if the deputy heads didn't have a seat for him, there would definitely be one for the Council of Elders. If he was smart, he would have used this opportunity to continue observing the patients as an excuse to give up the medical skills competition. Who would have thought that not only would he not give up, he would instead speak arrogantly and provoke the 3 deputy heads? This was simply the height of stupidity. He was only doing this to strive for a higher position and to help Gu and Han Yunqi. However, he still had to act within his capabilities. Patriarch Ren was the most regretful. He had just thought of betrothing forth Miss Ren to Gu Beiwa. Unfortunately, Gu Beiwa was still too inexperienced and too impatient. He wouldn't be able to achieve great things. Dr. Gu, the judges will ask you again. Are you sure you don't want to draw lots again? Patriarch Ren wasn't asking. He was simply giving him a chance. I'm sure. Gu Beiwa didn't hesitate and asked back, in that case, how will the winner and loser be judged? Patriarch Ren's eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. What a good Gu Beiwa! He reminded him out of kindness, but still stubbornly persisted. Since that was the case, he wouldn't poke his nose into other people's business. In any case, the medical skills competition and the case of dystocia were 2 different matters. It wouldn't affect his precious daughter. Patriarch Ren was deadpan and appeared businesslike. There's no precedent before, but if you can do as you say, it means that you've won against the 3 deputy heads in these 3 cases. Before Patriarch Ren could finish, Deputy Hu interrupted. As long as Dr. Gu can make a clear diagnosis and come up with 3 feasible treatment plans, he'll naturally win. The 3 of us won't have to draw lots anymore. If Dr. Gu is just showing off his eloquence, the 3 of us will draw lots again. As for Dr. Gu, his rank will be revoked and he'll be expelled from the medical world. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Deputy Hua, you're really ruthless. Didn't you just lose a medical skills competition? Why are you so anxious to get rid of your dissidents? This was probably the first time Gu had spoken up for Gu Beiwa. Such a severe punishment is a warning to those arrogant and conceited people who treat diagnosis as child's play and have no medical ethics. Deputy Hu was furious. Has Gu Beiwa examined her? Has he taken her pulse? What right does he have to make a diagnosis? What right does he have to expel a treatment plan? What's the difference between his actions and disregard for human life? That's right. If he's afraid of being punished, then admit his mistake now and get out of Apricot Grove. We'll cherish his talent and spare him this time. Deputy Ouyang also said angrily. Han Yunqi was about to speak when Gu Beiwa stopped her. He was the center of attention, but he acted like an outsider, unperturbed and unruffled. He said, fine, just as Deputy Hu said. Patriarch Ren, does the panel of judges have any objections? No. Patriarch Ren was certain he couldn't get anything out of Gu Beiwa, so he couldn't wait for the medical skills competition to end. Since that's the case, let's invite Dr. Gu to show us his skills. Let's broaden our horizons today. Deputy Lin laughed heartily. Gu Beiwa looked sickly and weak. but in reality he was invulnerable. Whether it was ridicule, or provocation, nothing could affect him, much less sway him. He said indifferently, "Fine, then let's start with Deputy Lin's case." All right. Deputy Lin was enraged. "Please." Soon, Vice Academy head Lin's empty courtyard was surrounded by 3 layers of people on the inside and 3 on the outside. The news had also spread outside of Apricot Grove. Everyone had yet to recover from the shock of the difficult labor case when a new round of nervous waiting began. Gu Beiwe was still the focus of the entire city. Han Yunqi and Gu stood behind Gu Beiwe, exchanging glances from time to time. Gu's gaze was strange, and he was about to ask something when Han Yunqi shut him up. She said, "I believe him. Even if he says he can pluck the stars from the sky and fish for the moon from the sea, I'll believe him." Gu raised his eyebrows. "Poison girl, I believe you. Even if you say you've fallen in love with me one day, I'll believe you." Han Yunqi rolled her eyes at him. This time, Gu Beiwe invited the female patient to the door instead of hiding in the room. Deputy Lin's patient had amnesia due to severe brain injuries. It had been 30 years since she had lost her memory. The patient was nervous at first, but Gu Beiwe murmured something to her in a low voice. Soon enough, she relaxed and even smiled. Many of the women present couldn't help blushing. Although they didn't believe Gu Beiwe, their hearts couldn't help but thump, and their eyes couldn't help but follow him. This kind of man was like the spring breeze in April, but also like an enigma. People couldn't help but fall in love with him. How would it feel to have such a man whisper comforting words into your ear? Even 4th young Miss Rin couldn't help but sigh. If she could become his patient, she would be willing to suffer. Soon, all the infatuated women came to their senses. Gu Beiwe was checking the patient's pulse as he read her medical history. Everyone thought he already had a plan in mind, but who would have thought that it would be an impromptu consultation? "Gu Beiwe, are you playing with us?" Deputy was said angrily. "I've just been lectured by the 3 deputy heads and feel guilty. So, it's best to be cautious and check her pulse." Gu Beiwe said indifferently, "Don't worry, Deputy Hua. I can finish reading all 3 cases today." Deputy Hua snorted coldly and didn't argue with him. Aside from amnesia, which was relatively common, the other 2 were top-notch and difficult to treat. Although the 3 of them had just checked their pulses, they didn't have the slightest confidence in their hearts. Not to mention 10 days in the medical skills competition, they might not be able to figure it out even if they had a month. So, they could give Gu Beiwe a day's time. In any case, if Gu Beiwe lost, the 3 of them could draw lots again and avoid these 3 troublesome patients. After Deputy was shut up, the scene returned to silence. Everyone listened and watched attentively. They listened to every word the patient said and every question Gu Beiwe asked. After a round of consultation, there wasn't anything special about the patient. 10 years ago, the patient had been traveling with her mother and encountered robbers who stole all their money. She had been hit in the back of the head and fainted, narrowly escaping death. But when she woke up, she had lost her memory. "Where's her family?" Gu Beiwe asked. An old woman hurried forward. "I'm her mother. Dr. Gu, can my daughter still be saved? Has she ever been pregnant?" Gu Beiwe asked. The old woman and the patient were shocked when they heard this. A trace of panic flashed through the old woman's eyes. The patient was furious. "Dr. Gu, what are you saying? I've never been married. How could I be pregnant? You quack. I want a new doctor. I don't believe you." The patient was unusually agitated. She suddenly stood up and roared at Gu Beiwe. "I want a new doctor. I don't believe it. I don't believe it." Everyone around them discussed animatedly. What was Gu Beiwe doing? How could amnesia and pregnancy be related? Chapter 794. Most people were waiting to see Gu Beiwe make a fool of himself. But who would have thought that not only would Gu Beiwe make a fool of himself, but he'd also become such a laughingstock? Pregnancy and amnesia related? Even if Hua Tuo was alive, he'd still laugh heartily. The female patient was on the verge of losing control of her emotions. She glared angrily at Gu Beiwa and kept repeating, "I want a change of doctor. I don't believe you. I don't believe you." House Hedrin, if a doctor can't even give his patient the most basic trust, wouldn't that be the greatest failure? Department Head Hua asked. Before House Head Rin could answer, Department Head Lin asked again, "Not only can you not gain the patient's trust, you don't even have the most basic respect for her. Gu Beiwa, no matter how skilled your medical skills are, you don't deserve to be a doctor. The medical college's medical competition is the most sacred competition of the Apricot Woods Conference. You don't have the right to participate. Guards, protect the patient and kick Gu Beiwa out." Department Head Ouyang also spoke up. No one had expected the situation to develop like this. Gu Beiwa had lost so quickly and in such a manner. This matter would probably become the biggest joke in Medical City's history. The guards had already arrived. Gu was baffled. He didn't understand what was wrong with Gu Beiwa's head, but he still decisively stood in front of Gu Beiwa to protect him. Han Yunqi's brows were tightly knitted, as if she'd thought of something. "Gu, what else do you want?" "The patient already said she wants a change of doctor." "Don't tell me you want to force a change of doctor?" Department Head Lin asked angrily, but he didn't dare step forward for fear of being stepped on by Gu again. "Aren't you too shameless? She's a virgin with only amnesia. Do you have to slander her by saying she's pregnant? Gu Beiwa, a doctor doesn't have any medical ethics. As a person, shouldn't you at least have some morals? Everyone, let's coax them out. They're bullying the patient." "No way." The scene couldn't withstand the incitement. Most people began to denounce Gu Beiwa. Although the Tang Li couple, Elder Wang Mu Qinggu and Luo Zuishan, didn't denounce him, they didn't support him either. They also couldn't understand Gu Beiwa's actions. Seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, Gu Beiwa ignored the crowd. He looked seriously at the agitated old woman, his calm eyes revealing a scrutinizing gaze that could not be ignored. "Old lady, if you want her to forget, why have you been forcing her to remember for the past 10 years? What did this mean?" The old woman's face clearly changed. She took 2 steps back and bumped into her daughter. Her daughter calmed down a little and asked, "Mother, what did he say?" The old woman continued to back away from her daughter. "Old man, have you thought it through? You can replace him, but—" Before Gu Beiwa could finish his words, the old woman suddenly closed her eyes and shouted. She was pregnant, but she miscarried when she was unconscious. "I'm the only one who knows about this. I never told her." As soon as she finished speaking, the female patient was stunned. She looked at her mother in disbelief and muttered to herself, I was pregnant. Whose child is it?" As she asked, she suddenly became agitated and rushed over to hug the old woman. "Mother, whose child is it? Whose child is it?" The old woman trembled. Before she could answer, the female patient suddenly hugged her head and screamed, "Ah! Ah! I don't want to, don't! Ah!" In her panic, the most unbearable memory surfaced in her mind. It was a memory that she had deliberately forgotten. Not only had she and her mother been robbed, but she had also been bullied by the robbers. The child was the robbers. After this memory was restored, all the memories of the past flooded her mind like a tidal wave. The woman squatted on the floor and screamed crazily while covering her ears. No one had expected this. They were dumbfounded and didn't have time to criticize Gu Beiwa. Gradually, the woman's screams became softer and softer. An even more unexpected scene occurred. The woman suddenly stood up, tears streaming down her face, but she smiled. She bowed to Gu Beiwa. "Dr. Gu, I'm sorry for what happened just now. I remember everything. I remember everything. Thank you." Then she looked at the old woman. "Mother, you've been hiding it from me all these years. This is what's going on. How could this be?" The dramatic turn of events left everyone at a loss. Department head Lin suddenly raged. Gu Beiwa, you're scaring the patient. No, the woman immediately denied. I really remember the past, really. The woman then recounted where she was born and what she had experienced. In order to have a standard for judging, the old woman had written another memoir and handed it to the panel of judges. The panel of judges quickly compared the memoir and found that the woman's words were all correct. The facts were right in front of their eyes. No one could understand, but they had nothing to say. The woman was very grateful to Gu Beiwa and wanted to stay behind to testify for him. But Gu Beiwa tactfully refused. After the woman and the old woman left, Han Yunqi spoke up. This is psychogenic amnesia. The woman was kidnapped and humiliated that year. She received a great shock and a severe psychological barrier. She couldn't accept it, so she chose to forget. She didn't even know she was pregnant, but her mother knew. Her mother was afraid she would be sad, so she never told her. Gu Beiwen nodded. There are two types of amnesia. One is caused by brain damage, and the other is, as Qin Wangfei said, caused by mental stimulation. This one took the girl's pulse and confirmed that she had a miscarriage, so I made a conjecture. She really did recover her memories by stimulating her with the events of the past. Mental stimulation. Lin Dun muttered to himself. In fact, he could also tell from the woman's pulse that she had a miscarriage. It was naturally suspicious for an unmarried woman to have a miscarriage, but he never imagined that this would be the cause of her amnesia. Vexed, Lin Dun regretted it to death. That works. He cured her with just a few words? Ouying Dun still couldn't believe it. Hu Dun didn't say a word. The truth was the truth, and they couldn't deny it. In modern times, this kind of illness belonged to the psychoanalytic school of psychotherapy. As long as the key was found, it could be cured. Who would have thought that Gu Beiwe would know it like the back of his hand? Han Yunqi sighed with emotion. Gu Beiwe was much, much stronger than she'd imagined. The panel of judges sighed with emotion. Amnesia that had been incurable for 10 years had been cured by Gu Beiwe with just a few words. Was this a fluke, or was this guy really extraordinary? Many people began to seriously ponder Gu Beiwe. Patriarch Rin coughed softly. As everyone can see, this amnesia patient has been cured by Dr. Gu. My apologies, Lin Dun, but our great doctor accidentally beat you. Gu is in a good mood. Lin Dun flicked his sleeves. It was just a fluke. Besides, it's just a case. It's too early to say he won. Gu's eyes turned cold. Next round. Gu Qixiao had spoken the words of the judging panel. Han Yunqi eyed Gu suspiciously. She found that this guy was becoming more and more protective of Gu Beiwe. When did Gu Beiwe become part of his family? They both had the same surname, but were they from the same family 500 years ago? For the next round, Gu Beiwe arrived at Hu Dun's courtyard. Hu Dun's patient was a 20-year-old woman. A month ago, her skin had suddenly aged and she now looked like an old woman. As usual, Gu Beiwe went forward to examine her and take her pulse. Han Yunqi observed from the side. Apart from the wrinkles on the woman's skin, her hair and body hadn't aged at all. If it was premature aging, then her body and hair should have aged at the same time. She suspected that it was a rare skin disease. Everyone watched quietly and waited. If they were just waiting to see a joke, then they were now nervous. The outcome of the medical competition was just like Gu Beiwe. It was impossible to predict. Hu Dan was the most nervous. He kept comforting himself. He had heard of premature aging before, but there was no cure. Moreover, he had talked to the patient for a long time this morning and received a lot of information from her. He was certain that there was no one in the world who could treat this disease. Gu Beiwe was indeed skilled, but no matter how good he was, he couldn't possibly have the ability to reach the heavens. Today, even if Gu Yuntian was here, he would retreat in the face of difficulties. Thinking of this, Hu Dan calmed down a lot. However, Gu Beiwe's words soon made his heart jump to his throat. Gu Beiwe said, "This isn't premature aging. It's a skin disease that causes wrinkles. I'll write a prescription and ask the judging panel to find all the medicine within 3 days." After a moment of silence, Patriarch Rin finally muttered, "Dr. Gu, you mean it can be treated?" Of course. Gu Beiwa was very certain. Master Rin was stunned for a moment before asking, "Then, how many days?" "As long as the medicine can be found within 3 days, it can be cured within 10 days, Gu Beiwa answered seriously. The medical competition's time limit was 10 days. It wasn't a requirement that the patient be cured within 10 days, but it couldn't be better if it could be cured. Finding the medicine was the judging panel's responsibility. If it was delayed because they couldn't find the medicine, then the medical competition's time would naturally be extended. Then let's write the prescription first." Masterin found that his voice was trembling. Heavens! Could this guy really cure this patient? If it was true, then just how terrifying was his medical skills? This could completely surpass Gu Yuntian's. Gu Yuntian was an 8th rank sage doctor. Could it be that this guy was a 9th rank sage doctor? In the history of medical school, there had never been a sage doctor. At such a young age, it was simply unimaginable. Even after Gu Beiwa finished writing the prescription and handed it to the judging panel, the audience was still silent. Everyone stared at Gu Beiwa. There was no longer contempt, ridicule, or doubt. Instead, it was fear. If Gu Beiwa could really cure this patient, just how terrifying would his medical skills be? Gu Beiwa's prescription was very easy to find. The judging panel quickly prepared the medicine. Gu Beiwa handed it to a female doctor to boil the medicine and let the patient soak in it for 3 days and 3 nights. The patient closed the door and soaked in the medicine. During these 3 days and 3 nights, everyone waited in the courtyard. The entire medical city was also waiting for news. After 3 days and 3 nights, the door opened. Under everyone's gazes, the patient slowly walked out of the room. Success or failure depended on this moment. Chapter 795. Under everyone's gaze, the patient slowly walked out of the room. When she stood at the door, the whole room was silent. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Almost everyone was looking at the woman. She was a 20-year-old woman. Her skin was fair and rosy, and her hands were as white as cream. Was this really the patient? Everyone was nervous. They hoped for a miracle, but they couldn't believe it. Suddenly, Patriarch asked in exasperation, "Patriarch Rin, is this the patient?" Patriarch Rin quickly took out the previous portrait and showed it to everyone. After a comparison, everything became clear. This woman with fair skin was the patient. She was the woman whose skin was wrinkled like a 70 or 80-year-old woman. Patriarch unconsciously took a few steps back. He looked at Gu Beiwa, who was walking out of the door. He couldn't believe it, and he didn't want to believe it. Ha ha ha. Gu suddenly raised his head and laughed wildly. "Gu Beiwa, you're good. This young master likes you." His hearty laughter resounded throughout the courtyard. Everyone came back to their senses and praised him. They didn't seem to have doubted and ridiculed him before. Gu Beiwa, oh Gu Beiwa, he was simply a miracle. With just a few words, he cured 10 years of amnesia. Now, with a simple prescription, he cured the strange disease of premature aging. If he wasn't a miracle, what was he? Not to mention the 3 department heads. Even in the history of the medical college, no one had ever created such a miracle. No medical team had ever created such a record. This man was far better than the previous deans of the medical college. His medical skills were definitely not 5th grade. Amidst the praises, Tang Li shouted, "Dr. Gu's medical skills have probably surpassed 7th grade. In my opinion, he should be evaluated as an 8th grade medical genius." As soon as he said this, everyone immediately agreed. He must be 8th grade. Even Gu Yuntian may not have Dr. Gu's ability, right? Haha, what kind of difficult disease is it? It's nothing for our Dr. Gu. When Dr. Gu was evaluated as a 5th grade divine doctor, he wasn't even 16 years old, right? It's Medical City's honor to have Dr. Gu back. Gradually, the praise turned into flattery. Gu Beiwe was in the crowd, but he did not seem to hear the voices around him. He was whispering to the patient as if he was explaining something. Disguised as the imperial physician of Northern Li, Bai Yanqing, who was sitting in the front row, kept staring at Gu Beiwe. His narrowed eyelids and deep eyes were not malicious. "Master, where did this guy come from?" Bai Yuqiao asked in a low voice. Bai Yanqing snorted coldly and said nothing. At this moment, department head Ouyang asked, "Family head Rin, has the medical skills competition ended?" Before clan head Rin could answer, Vice head Lin said sarcastically, "If it's over, then Brother Ouyang should hurry to see your patient, lest he starve to death in the apricot forest. That would be the sin of the medical school." Only after Vice head Lin's reminder did everyone remember that there was still a patient waiting to be diagnosed. It had to be said that Gu Beiwe's medical skills surprised everyone, and they were so intoxicated that they forgot that this was a medical skills competition. The competition was not over yet, so Gu Beiwe had not won yet. The third patient was a patient with an eating disorder. He was quite old and had not eaten for more than 4 days. Department head whose patient with aging skin had appeared before, but he wasn't the first. However, Department head Ouyang's patient with an eating disorder was definitely the first. The medical school had never received such a case before, and there was no mention of it in the medical books. This was much more troublesome than the previous 2 cases. Moreover, this patient could only last for 7 days at most. Even if Gu Beiwe proposed a treatment plan, the patient would still starve to death if he couldn't be cured within 7 days. Department head Ouyang had inquired about his assistant's condition this morning. The patient had not eaten for 4 days and was on the verge of death. In fact, although Department head Ouyang had been here all this time, he had always been concerned about his patient and had been paying attention to his condition. It wasn't just because the patient's condition was dangerous, but also because that patient would become the finale of this medical skills competition. Gu Beiwe seemed to have completely forgotten about this patient. Department head Lin saw this and deliberately didn't remind him. Even if Gu Beiwe cured this female patient, so what? If he couldn't save the last patient, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Patriarch Rin, Dr. Gu said before that he could finish seeing all 3 patients in a day. Department head Ouyang purposely glanced at Gu Beiwe and continued, "It's been 3 days. I don't know what Dr. Gu meant by finished." Everyone quieted down, and even Gu was silent. Gu Qixiao had actually forgotten about the 3rd patient, but so had the rest of the group. In fact, Gu Beiwe had cured 2 strange diseases, and his medical skills had been recognized by everyone present. Everyone believed that his medical skills were better than the 3 department heads. Even if Gu Beiwe couldn't cure the 3rd patient, department head Ouyang couldn't either, right? However, this was a medical skills competition, a competition. No one could change the agreed-upon rules. Previously, Gu Beiwe had said that he could diagnose all 3 cases and propose a treatment plan. It was also Gu Beiwe who said that he could finish seeing all 3 cases in a day. Now, the situation was really unfavorable for him. No matter how many people supported him in the medical school, if he couldn't convince the 3 department heads and win the medical skills competition and become the director, it would be useless no matter how good his medical skills were. After all, the medical school wasn't a place where power was the only thing that mattered. Otherwise, there wouldn't be 2 sets of standards for medical grades and administrative ranks in the medical school. Once again, Patriarch Rin felt pity. He secretly sighed in his heart. Gu Beiwe, oh Gu Beiwe, you look low-key, but why are you so arrogant when you speak? Isn't this a trap for yourself? Patriarch Rin, what does Dr. Gu mean by finish? Department head who also spoke up. Patriarch Ran wanted to be biased, but he couldn't help. He could only question Gu Beiwe as the head of the judging panel. Dr. Gu, it's been 3 days. Shouldn't you give everyone an explanation? Everyone was nervous and worried for Gu Beiwe. He was still whispering to the female patient with a serious and cautious expression. He didn't care about the 3rd case at all. Han Yunqi stood beside him. Instead of being nervous, she was more expectant. If it were Gu today, she would have been worried. But since it was Gu Beiwe, she was 100% at ease. She pondered how Gu Beiwe would treat the third patient. She had seen a similar case in modern times called congenital glycosylation disorder type 2. Because the patient couldn't swallow, they couldn't drink water. The illness started in infancy, and there was no effective treatment. They had to rely on a feeding tube inserted in the stomach 3 to 4 times a day to get high-calorie food into the stomach. Although Han Yunqi knew about this case, she didn't know the exact cause of the illness, let alone how to treat it. How could this illness be treated in a 50-year-old man? It would be very difficult to even keep him alive. In any case, Han Yunqi couldn't come up with a solution, even if she racked her brains. Therefore, she was very much looking forward to Gu Beiwe's solution. Gu Beiwe's delay finally angered Department Head Hua. He reprimanded, "Gu Beiwe, the patient doesn't have much time left. You're wasting his life like this." Old man thought that Dr. Gu would choose the one with no ability to eat first out of the 3 cases. I never thought he'd put him last. No matter how brilliant his medical skills are, he's no better than a normal doctor if he can't distinguish between priority and urgency. Bai Yanqing spoke up as well. There's no need to say anything more. Gu Beiwe promised himself that he'd finish looking at all 3 cases in a day, but he's already broken his promise. As I see it, the medical academy should expel him from Medical City immediately. The Tianing officer sneered. Unfortunately, Gu Beiwe wasn't in a rush. He tactfully declined the female patient's thanks before leisurely walking towards the crowd. Even in the face of the 3 overbearing department heads and the ill-intentioned Bai Yanqing and the Tianing officer, he maintained his composure and smiled faintly. "This one can answer all of your questions, but I ask that you all wait a moment." Wait for what? Department head Hua's tone was fierce. Those who knew him well had never seen him so irritable before. Unfortunately, he couldn't influence Gu Beiwe. Wait for the patient's good news. Gu Beiwe not only maintained his smile, it even seemed to contain traces of ridicule. He didn't know how others saw it, but the more he looked, the more he felt that Gu Beiwe was mocking him and looking down on him. Department head who didn't understand. The patient's life was hanging by a thread right now. How could there be good news if no one was treating him? Just as Department Head Hua was about to explode, a cry of pleasant surprise came from outside the courtyard. "Department Head Hua! Department Head Hua! The patient's recovered. The patient can drink water now, and he said he wants to eat. Hurry and go take a look." Everyone present turned to look at the same time, consciously opening up a path for the medical assistant to run in. The young medical assistant was extremely excited. He ran while shouting, "Department Head Hua, a miracle has happened. This is simply a miracle. The patient's recovered. He's cured himself." The young medical assistant stopped in front of Department Head Hua, panting for breath. When he saw the man's stony face, he realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the courtyard. He glanced around timidly and found that everyone else was just like Department Head Hua. They were all motionless and had stiff expressions. The young medical assistant began to panic before bursting into tears. "I'm not lying. The patient's really cured himself. If you don't believe me, go take a look for yourself." Sob, I'm not lying. It was truly too quiet, so quiet that the young medical assistant was afraid. He had no idea what had just happened, much less what Gu Beiwe had said. In the silence, Gu Beiwe gently patted the young medical assistant's head. "I believe you. He's been hungry for so many days, so he can't eat too much. This is the menu I wrote. Take it and tell the caretaker to eat according to the menu for 3 days. After that, the patient can leave at any time." The young medical assistant was bewildered. Just as he was about to take the menu, Department Head was snatched it away and saw that it really was a menu. You, when did you write it?" Department Head who questioned. 3 days ago. I wrote it in my room. Gu Beiwe answered truthfully. He looked at House Hedrin and explained. House Hedrin. This one said that he finished reading 3 cases in a day, not that he was cured. The first 2 cases were read within a day, followed by diagnosis and treatment. The third case's illness didn't need further treatment. He either died without treatment or recovered without treatment. Now it seems that the patient belongs to the latter. House Hedrin was still in a daze when Department Head Hua exploded. Impossible. Old man won't believe it. He rushed out and ran towards the 3rd courtyard. For a moment, everyone followed suit. Chapter 796. Even Chu Shifeng and Su Donglin couldn't resist their curiosity and followed the crowd to see the 3rd patient. Once again, only Han Yunqi, Gu, and Gu Beiwe were left. Han Yunqi and Gu stood on the left and right respectively, both staring at Gu Beiwe in silence. Gu Beiwe had been calm and collected before, but their stares made him feel awkward. He coughed lightly and asked, "You guys, what are you doing?" Gu Beiwe, TSK, TSK, TSK. Gu rubbed his chin with amusement as he clicked his tongue. You. Han Yunqi crossed her arms in front of her chest, lost in thought as she kept muttering. Gu Beiwe couldn't help but laugh. Unlike his polite and modest smile before, he was chuckling happily. The battle at Medical City was over. Yes, it was over. Gu suddenly grabbed Gu Beiwe by the shoulder. "Brother, let's go. Let's go show off." By the time the 3 of them reached the 3rd courtyard, everyone automatically parted to let them through. The 3 department heads and the panel of judges were emerging from their rooms. They'd already confirmed that the patient had recovered without treatment. Self-recovery wasn't rare. Many illnesses could be cured within a certain amount of time. But who would have thought that such a strange and dangerous illness could be cured? In any case, department head who never expected it. He hung his head, his annoyance written all over his face. If he hadn't agreed to Gu Beiwe's previous demands and insisted on treating this patient, then he would have been the one to take advantage of the situation. He would have had a chance. Even if he couldn't compare to Gu Beiwe, he could at least suppress the other 2 department heads. Department head who wanted to bang his head against the wall. Han Yunqi and Gu walked behind Gu Beiwe as they passed through the crowd. Everyone's attention was on Gu Beiwe. Their gazes were no longer scornful or mocking, but filled with amazement, adoration, astonishment, and admiration. If there were still people who envied Gu Beiwe before, there was no such thing now. All that was left was admiration. This man's brilliant, and peerless medical skills had reached a level that no one could envy. They could only look up to him in admiration. Even the 3 department heads had no more complaints. Even department head who had to admit that Gu Beiwe hadn't hit the jackpot by accident or luck to pick up the 3rd patient. Gu Beiwe had only described the symptoms in a few sentences before determining that the patient could recover. This was true skill. Han Yunqi and Gu's footsteps. Han Yunqi couldn't help but smile wryly. Why hadn't she expected this result? Eating disorders could be the congenital disease she'd seen, but it could also be the somatization of a psychological illness. The term somatization disorder was used to describe physical abnormalities caused by psychological factors. It could take a long time to recover, or it could recover under certain stimuli. Gu Beiwe's diagnosis was completely correct. Regardless of whether it was a congenital disease or a somatization disorder, based on the specific circumstances of this case, the patient would either die or recover by themselves. When the patient's life was in danger due to hunger, perhaps this would stimulate them to recover by themselves. Han Yunqi also felt absolute admiration for Gu Beiwe. Gu Beiwe walked forward alone. The entire medical academy and all the distinguished guests of the Apricot Woods Conference had taken the initiative to give up this path to Gu Beiwe. It belonged to Gu Beiwe alone. Gu Beiwe walked step by step toward the panel of judges under the gazes of reverence and sincerity. Even under such glory, his footsteps were still calm, and his smile was still as carefree as ever. Dressed in white, he was elegant, modest, gentle, and unperturbed by honor and disgrace. This was a true doctor. The highest realm of the medical skills competition wasn't the self-recovery he'd shown today. It was that regardless of whether the patient was mentally ill or physically ill, as long as they saw him, they would be able to feel at ease and not fear death. Dr. Gu, could you explain the diagnosis and treatment of these 3 cases in detail? Clan Hedren asked respectfully. Gu Beiwe agreed and thoroughly analyzed the 3 cases. Everyone listened attentively. Even the 3 department heads were very attentive, afraid of missing any details. After the explanation, the medical skills competition finally came to an end. Our group announces that Gu Beiwe is the winner of this medical skills competition. According to the rules of the Apricot Woods Medical Skills Competition, the new dean of the Medical Academy will be Gu Beiwe. Clan Hedren announced happily. From a certain perspective, these words determined the future of Medical City. Clan Hedren presented the Medical City token he'd prepared to Gu Beiwe with both hands. Gu Beiwe turned back to smile at Han Yunshi, and Gu before accepting the token without hesitation. He glanced at it before raising it up high. His gentle gaze suddenly turned serious, and he didn't smile at all. Such seriousness made everyone's hearts skip a beat, and they unconsciously followed his lead. This seriousness was the reverence and devotion of a doctor to life. There was no room for prevarication or ambiguity. Such seriousness made the sickly and weak man seem like a supreme deity. From now on, he would rule over Cloud Realm's medical world. Among the 7 noble families, the Shadow Clan's shadow arts were known throughout the world. It wasn't a secret, but their medical skills were a secret. Like a shadow, they protected Western Qin's imperial family. At the same time, the Shadow Clan also shouldered the responsibility of personal imperial physicians. The Shadow Clan's ancestors had deep ties with the medical academy. However, he wasn't clear on these matters, nor did he have any way of knowing. He'd received several sets of medical skills from his grandfather and studied hard since childhood to reach his current level. He'd always kept a low profile and didn't compete. He'd never imagined that there would be a day when he'd hold up the Medical City token. Could this be considered as a form of protection? Han Yunshi, from now on, I, Gu Beiwe, promise that no one in Cloud Realm's medical world will dare to make you an enemy. Gu Beiwe's cold and solemn eyes looked down at the entire medical academy. In an instant, everyone present, from the vice head to the young medical apprentices, all knelt down and kowtowed. Han Yunshi looked at Gu Beiwe and couldn't help but frown. Why? Why could she see the warmth in his eyes when he was so serious? Why did she feel like he was looking at her when he was clearly looking down at all the medical academy's doctors? In the crowd, Bai Yanqing's eyes shone with absolute killing intent, but no one noticed. The miracle of the medical skills competition quickly spread throughout Medical City. Overnight, the 3 words Gu Beiwe became a legend in Medical City and Cloud Realm. The next day, Gu Beiwe officially took the position of head of the Medical Academy. Because of his involvement, the tripartite balance of power between the 3 departments in Medical City instantly collapsed. Whether it was individuals or families, everyone was eager to curry favor with Gu Beiwe. Unfortunately, they'd all underestimated Gu Beiwe's management skills. After he took office, he immediately did one thing. He held a meeting on the dystocia case and made acupuncture, painless treatment, the focus of obstetrics. He requested that it be promoted in the next few years and included the diagnosis and treatment of amniotic fluid embolism as a model in the book. After that, he promoted 4th young Miss Rin and gave her 2 promotions to become a 6th-rank primogenitor doctor, making an exception and appointing her as a director. In this way, he'd roped in House Head Rin. One had to know that although the Rin family wasn't as powerful as the older families, they didn't have such complicated relationships within the medical academy. As long as Gu Beiwe had the heart to promote them, the Rin family would be absolutely loyal to him. Gu Beiwe only needed to promote the Rin family, and all the small and new families in Medical City saw hope and took the initiative to seek refuge. This was the beginning of Gu Beiwe's suppression of the older families and the dissolution of the complicated relationships within the medical academy over the years. If fourth young Miss Rin was promoted as an exception, then what about Han Yunqi? Han Yunqi was the greatest contributor to the emergency treatment. Gu Beiwe gave all the credit for the amniotic fluid embolism to Han Yunqi and gave her special permission to promote Han Yunqi to a 7th rank primogenitor doctor and become a member of the Council of Elders. This promotion was indeed a bit excessive, but fourth young Miss Rin was the first to make an exception, followed by Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi's contributions were even greater than fourth young Miss Ren's, so the Rin family and other families couldn't object to such an appointment. Those who objected were quickly refuted by the Rin family. Gu Beiwe didn't even need to personally argue. When Han Yunqi received this news, she finally understood why Gu Beiwe had pulled fourth young Miss Rin out of the blue. Using the opportunity of appointing a new director and the results of the Apricot Woods Conference's medical competition as a reference, Gu Beiwe also promoted many of his own people. Because of Luo Zuishan's performance at the Apricot Woods Conference and Gu Beiwe's favoritism, he was smoothly promoted from director to the Council of Elders. Third Elder Shin was promoted to vice director and was on equal footing with the other 3 vice directors. On the day that third Elder Shin, Shen Jiweming, took office, Gu exposed Vice Director Lin's and Lady Lianxin's shady dealings. Vice Director Lin was imprisoned, and Vice Director Ouyang and Vice Director Ho began their days of living in fear and trepidation. If you don't have a guilty conscience, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. They were trembling in fear because they had a guilty conscience. Gu didn't touch them, so they didn't dare make things difficult for Gu Beiwe in the future. Gu Beiwe only used 3 days to complete the transfer of personnel. It was almost a complete reshuffle of the medical academy, causing all of Medical City to sigh and all of Cloud Realm Continent to tremble. The representatives of all the major powers in Cloud Realm Continent were paying close attention, and so were their masters. Ning Cheng was almost at Medical City when he received the news. He stared blankly for a moment, hesitating whether to turn back or continue forward. Long Fei Yi was just about to meet up with Bailey Yuanlong when he received the news. "Congratulations, Your Highness! Congratulations, Your Highness!" Bailey Yuanlong congratulated him as soon as he arrived. Although he didn't know Gu Beiyue's true identity, he knew that Gu Beiwe taking over Medical City was equivalent to His Highness Duke of Qin and esteemed Wang Fei taking over Medical City. Long Fei Ye's happiness was written all over his face. It was rare for him to laugh so heartily in the army. Beautifully done. Han Yunqi should be back in a few more days. This prince will wait for her. Bailey Mingxiang recalled the words His Highness had said to the Shadow Guard and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Your Highness, Dr. Gu isn't coming back together." Chapter 797. On the way back, Long Fei Yi was whispering to the Shadow Guard he'd sent to Medical City. Bailey Mingxiang accidentally overheard 3 words. After the medical competition, get rid of him, and Gu Beiwe. These 3 words formed a frightening sentence. After the medical competition, get rid of Gu Beiwe. Bailey Mingxiang was an astute person. She had always kept her relationships and priorities close to her heart. She was very clear on what to say and what not to say. If it was any other matter, she would have acted like she didn't know anything. But this time it involved Gu Beiwe. She only knew that His Highness Duke of Qin and Gu Beiwe were working together in secret, and that he was hiding it from esteemed Wang Fei. But just like everyone by His Highness Duke of Qin's side, she knew nothing of Gu Beiyue's background. She was truly afraid that His Highness Duke of Qin and Gu Beiwe were working together to take what they needed and use each other. If that was the case, His Highness Duke of Qin would use Gu Beiwe to take over Medical City. Given his vicious and merciless personality, he would definitely get rid of Gubeiwa without hesitation. This time, Medicine City's Wang clan and the Council of Elders' attitudes towards the poison sect were enough to explain everything. It was best to keep such an important faction in one's own hands. Moreover, when Elder Kenzo had taught her martial arts, he'd mentioned Gubeiwa's injuries. Elder Kenzo had said that Gubeiwa's physique was the kind of person who would fight to rise from the brink of death. Once he recovered, it was very likely that his martial arts would surpass His Highness Duke of Qin's. These two men were both extraordinary. They were both very complicated and very terrifying. Bailey Mingxiang was afraid that esteemed Wang Fei would be hurt. Esteemed Wang Fei and Gubeiwa were less intimate than lovers, but more than good friends. If His Highness hid it from the Princess Consort and got rid of Gubeiwa, what would the Princess Consort think? If there was a day when the Princess Consort found out that Gubeiwa had also deceived her, how would she feel? Bailey Mingxiang was full of doubts and worries. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi did not answer her. She did not know if he did not hear her, or if he heard her and ignored her. In any case, he was already chatting with Bailey Yuanlong as they walked toward the barracks. Bailey Mingxiang was about to chase after her when the shadow guard, Adong, hurriedly stopped her. Miss Mingxiang, His Highness doesn't like talkative servants. Only then did Bailey Mingxiang come to her senses. She sighed softly. Thank you, I understand. When Long Fei Yi arrived at the barracks, Bailey Yuanlong had already summoned the strategists and deputy generals. These important positions were all filled by mermaids. Because His Highness Duke of Qin had come in person, everyone was overflowing with excitement. They were anxious to express their loyalty, but didn't dare to be rude. Long Fei Yi was dressed in black and sat down on a large tiger skin chair. He didn't look out of place at all, and on the contrary, he looked even more imposing. His innate kingly aura made him look like a ruler no matter what he wore or where he was. A cold glance was enough to look down on the world. Everyone excitedly waited for him to speak, but he didn't say anything. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he personally brewed tea, leisurely pouring 10 or so cups. Only then did he smile. This prince will use tea in place of wine to toast everyone. You won't mind, will you? The Duke of Qin loved tea and disliked wine. This was a secret that everyone knew. However, everyone present was stunned. Some were suspicious, some were fearful, and some were even uneasy. They all looked at Bailey Yuanlong. His Highness Duke of Qin had personally brewed tea for them and was speaking so politely. What was going on? Was he dissatisfied with them and wanted to dismiss them? General Bailey had said that this time His Highness Duke of Qin would personally take command and lead everyone all the way to Northern Li. That was why everyone had been so excited that they couldn't sleep. They had been counting down the days until His Highness Duke of Qin would come in person. His Highness Duke of Qin's attitude today, could it be that something unexpected had happened? But when they thought about it, something didn't seem right. If something unexpected had happened, His Highness Duke of Qin wouldn't be so polite. Many people dared to look at him seriously for a while. They could clearly see that he was in a good mood and was even smiling. Faced with everyone's questioning and pleading gazes, what else could Bailey Yuanlong do besides personally pouring tea for them? Was he supposed to tell them that His Highness Duke of Qin was in a good mood because Gubeiwa had taken down Medical City and Qin Wang Fei was about to return? Not to mention here, Bailey Yuanlong wouldn't say it, even in private. That would be too damaging to his master's dignity. Bailey Yuanlong passed the tea Long Fei Yi had poured to the strategists and deputy generals, giving them a reassuring look. Everyone relaxed. After 3 rounds of tea, Long Fei Ye's smirk finally disappeared. He raised his head, his eyes deep and cold. Everyone who had just relaxed immediately tensed up again, not daring to be careless. Is everything ready? Long Fei asked coldly. Everything is ready. We can set out at any time. After saying this, Bailey Yuanlong gave a detailed report of the military affairs that each deputy general was in charge of. Long Fei Yi gently stroked the I Ching clay teapot as he listened, occasionally asking a few questions. It was extremely quiet in the large tent, just like his cold and silent face. Even the air was suffused with tension. After the poison sect was rehabilitated, Ning Chang withdrew some of his troops, but not all of them. That brat is probably waiting for us to set out, a strategist said. Hee, we won't disappoint him this time. Even if he's waiting for us to set out, we'll catch them all off guard. Bailey Yuanlong handed over a map of the mermaid army. That's right. Long Fei Yi was officially going to use the mermaid army in this battle. Your Highness, we can guarantee that the entire army will cross the Sand River in one day, Bailey Yuanlong vowed. Your Highness, Ning Cheng's forces were originally on par with ours, but they suffered heavy losses in the war between the three kingdoms. Even if he has the red barbarian cannons now, we're not afraid of him, a deputy general said excitedly. What do you mean we're not afraid of him? We weren't afraid of him to begin with. His Highness just didn't want to use the mermaid army so soon, a strategist retorted. You're damaging our morale by saying that. This general, the deputy general glanced at Long Fei, his face red with emotion. He wanted to explain, but couldn't find the words. Fortunately, Bailey Yuanlong came to the rescue when he saw His Highness Duke of Qin's expressionless face. He changed the topic to northernly. Your Highness, Jun Ixia only arrived at Wintercrow country yesterday. Even if he got a horse as soon as he arrived, he wouldn't make it in time. As long as we take down Ning Cheng, our chances of victory are great, Bailey Yuanlong said seriously. In the end, Long Fei Yi would have to personally take command of this battle. However, he'd planned for it to happen a year later, when Ningcheng, Western Zhou, and Tian had all suffered heavy losses. Northernly would step in. He'd take control of Medicine City, the South Central Grain region, and the Jianghus factions. Then, he'd lead his army north and kill his way to Northernly. He hadn't put Medical City until last, but he hadn't expected Han Yunqi's identity as a member of the poison sect to be exposed on Celestial Mountain and cause so much trouble. Of course, he hadn't expected Gu Beiwa to take Medical City so easily either. To be more precise, the one who'd truly surprised him was Gu. If Gu hadn't exposed Gu Yuntian's crimes, Gu Yuntian and the Gu clan's power in Medical City wouldn't have collapsed so quickly. Even if Gu Beiwa had won the position of head of the Medical Academy with his own strength, he wouldn't have been able to reshuffle the complex factions within the Medical Academy in such a short time. After all, the strongest faction in Medical City was the Gu clan. Gu Beiwa had shone with extraordinary splendor and secured his position as head of the academy, while Gu had been the one who'd sacrificed the most. Had Gu accidentally become an indestructible poison Gu human because he'd been experimenting with medicines since he was a child? Or perhaps Gu's indestructible body had other secrets. Long Fei Yi had specifically told Chu Shifeng to keep an eye out for public opinion in Medical City. He was reassured by the fact that the medical skills competition had attracted everyone's attention. Even now, no one had pursued the matter of Gu's special constitution. Since they'd taken over Medical City, and Ningcheng had deployed the redcoat cannons to guard against Northernly, Long Fei Yi had to give it his all. This was such a good chance. Han Yunqi had been condemned by the masses, and Gu Qishao had opened up his scars in exchange. He couldn't miss this chance. After discussing the preparations for war, everyone bid farewell. Only then did Bailey Yuanlong remind him in a low voice, Your Highness, we have to be careful of that old fox. They still had very little information on that old fox. Otherwise, Long Fei, you wouldn't have used Bailey Mingxiang to lure the snake out of its hole. They only knew that the old fox had ambushes at Celestial Mountain and the Han Estate. Moreover, it was very possible that he'd colluded with the City of Daughter City, lord in the matter of grand concubine. His poison skills were high, and he knew Long Fei Ye's identity. As for the old fox's origins and motives, they still had no idea. Long Fei Yi stared at Bailey Yuanlong for a long time before he slowly spat out two words. Wind Clan. Wind Clan. Bailey Yuanlong was alarmed. Among the 7 noble clans, the Di, Yu, Ying, and Feng clans were loyal to the West Qin Imperial Clan. The remaining Black Clan and White Clan were loyal to the East Qin Imperial Clan. As for the Neutral Li Clan, they were paid by the East Qin Imperial Clan. Their so-called allegiance was only on the surface. The only ones truly loyal to the East Qin Imperial Clan were the White and Mermaid soldiers. After East and Western Qin fell into chaos and Western Qin was destroyed, the Black Clan openly rebelled and joined forces with the Wind Clan to destroy the last of East Qin's imperial troops. Long Fei Yi had once investigated and found that the Di Clan was the one who started the final battle. They were the ones who provided the military funds and joined forces with the Black and Wind clans. In other words, the Black and Wind clans had been bribed by the Di Clan. Everyone said that the Di Clan was the first of the 7 noble families to be destroyed, but they were only retreating for the sake of advancing. Western Qin was the main culprit behind the war, while the Di Clan was the executioner who destroyed East Qin. The Black and Wind clans were accomplices. As for the Li Clan, they took East Qin salaries and disbanded their armies to declare neutrality. Their crimes were even more unforgivable. Long Fei Yi wanted to establish a new dynasty, but that didn't mean he wouldn't avenge his country. Han Yunqi was an exception. Wind Clan, good. Your Highness, let's lure him out. Perhaps we can follow the vine to the melon and find the Black Clan. Traitors must be killed without mercy. Bailey Yuanlong was furious. Compared to Bailey Yuanlong's agitation, Long Fei Yi was always calm. He said, last time when Juni Xia was rescued, the method used was very similar to the Wind Clan's Imperial Wind technique. It's only a guess at the moment. Tell Heavenly Mountain that they can release the news. You just need to make arrangements for the troops and don't worry about anything else. At this point, Long Fei Ye's eyes turned cold. He said coldly, this king wants to use the Di Clan's blood as a sacrifice to my East Qin's banner. At this time, the Di Clan's head, Ning Cheng, had already made his decision. He continued to rush in the direction of Medical City. Chapter 798. Ning Cheng was currently rushing day and night towards Medical City. Yesterday, he'd received 3 urgent letters from the army, the Imperial City, and Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. All of them urged him to return and prepare for battle. Everyone was saying that even if Medical City fell into Gu Beiyue's hands, they could still find a reason to wage war against the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate. Moreover, they had to take advantage of the fact that Han Yunqi and Long Fei hadn't returned to the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate to send out their troops. Otherwise, the longer things dragged on, the worse it'd be for them. Han Yunqi and Gu Beiyue had reprimanded Medical City for its inhumanity in front of everyone. Now that they were in charge, they wouldn't punish Tianning for the war between the 2 nations. If they did, then they'd be smashing their own feet with a rock. It'd definitely attract the attention of those within Medical City who'd take the chance to cause trouble. Unfortunately, Ning Cheng didn't want to go to war because he still didn't know what Long Fei Yi was doing at Celestial Mountain. Before figuring out what Long Fei Yi was up to, it wasn't a wise choice to start a war. Ning Cheng had set his sights on Han Yunqi. As long as he kidnapped Han Yunqi, he could force Chu Qingge to reveal the Shadow Clan's whereabouts. Moreover, kidnapping Han Yunqi could also threaten Long Fei Yi. Compared to fighting in close quarters, it was much more worth it. Kidnapping someone was a sinister move. Ning Cheng could only accept it. Now that Long Fei Yi wasn't by Han Yunqi's side, this was their best chance. There were still 2 more days before Ning Cheng would reach Medical City, but Ning Jing knew nothing of this. Although she'd married into the Tang clan on a mission and Cloud Realm Trade Consortium knew she was only using Tang Li, she was still a daughter-in-law of the Tang clan. She knew less and less about Ning Cheng's movements and Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's affairs. Even Ning Nua had forced her to give up on some of the consortium's businesses. Now, she only had one mission: which was to take down Tang Li and facilitate the cooperation between the Tang sect and Cloud Realm's arms trade. Ning Jing, who used to be the head of the family, had unknowingly become a chess piece. Sometimes she would think that she was just like Ning and unable to get rid of the shackles of the family mission. Should she still serve the family wholeheartedly? At this moment, she was leaning against the window, staring at the moon in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. She was so lost in thought that she did not even notice Tang Li coming in. She had taken off the men's clothing she wore during the day and was now wearing a pure white nightgown. Her ink-black hair was scattered behind her head and her delicate face was devoid of makeup. Looking at her, Tang Li couldn't help but wonder how simple and pure she'd be if she hadn't grown up in Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. However, would he like a pure and innocent girl? While she was bathing, he had secretly gone to find Han Yunqi and the rest. He assumed that she'd soak for a long time, but she was done so quickly. He tiptoed behind Ning Jing and suddenly wrapped his arms around her, burying his head in her neck to sniff. "Jing Jing, you smell so good." Ning Jing didn't move, but said coldly, "You went to find Han Yunqi?" Tang Li was alarmed. His arms around her waist stiffened. Ning Jing glanced down at his hands before a cold, meaningful smile rose to her lips. Tang Li quickly recovered his composure and hugged her tighter. You guessed right. I'm on good terms with Long Fei, so I can be considered friends with her. Now that Medical City is in her and Gu Beiyue's hands, of course I have to go and congratulate them. That was a very reasonable reason. Ning Jing fell silent for a moment before she pried his hand away and shoved him aside. "Congratulations? Then why didn't you bring me along?" She raged. "Why did you have to sneak off while I was bathing? You weren't just going to congratulate them, were you? You liar. I really was going to congratulate them. Last time, you and your little brother got into a huge argument with them. Han Yunqi and Gu Beiyue are both prejudiced against Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. If I brought you along, they might not even want to see me." Tang Li seemed to be explaining sincerely, but his heart was already in a mess. He was extremely vexed. He shouldn't have impulsively run off to find Han Yunqi and the rest. A shrewd woman like Ning Jing would definitely be suspicious. He could only use his friendship with Long Fei as an excuse to dispel her suspicions. If he kept denying it, it would only make her more suspicious. Ning Jing looked at Tang Li without a word, but only smiled coldly. Tang Li grew even more flustered. This was the first time he'd been in such a wretched state after competing with this woman so many times. "Jing Jing, don't be angry. I know Cloud Realm Trade Consortium has grudges with them, and you don't like them either. But I'm doing this for your own good. The Tang clan can ignore Medical City, but your Cloud Realm Trade Consortium has plenty of connections with them, right?" When Tang Li saw that Ning Jing was still expressionless, he could only brace himself and continue. "Jing Jing, if Cloud Realm Trade Consortium has any dealings with Medical City in the future, I can be the middleman, right? When the time comes, won't your little brother come to us for help? Won't he have to see your face then?" Finally, Ning Jing nodded. "Very good." Tang Li was about to explain further when Ning Jing suddenly picked up a vase and threw it at him. "Tang Li, tell me, have you taken a fancy to Han Yunqi?" Tang Li gave a start, but quickly recovered his wits. He almost laughed out loud, but managed to hold it in. So Ning Jing was jealous. He thought his relationship with Han Yunqi had been exposed. What a false alarm. "Answer me." Ning Jing rushed in front of him. I. Tang Li was wild with joy. He couldn't tell if he was happy because Ning Jing was jealous, or because Ning Jing didn't suspect anything. "What about me? If you don't explain yourself today, I won't go back to the Tang clan with you." Ning Jing punched him, but Tang Li immediately grabbed her hand and wrapped it around his own. He pulled her close and said, Come, let your husband smell you. He. Compared to your fragrance, your husband prefers the smell of your vinegar." Ning Jing wanted to push him away, but unfortunately she couldn't. Tang Li was simply a hungry wolf. He sniffed behind her ear, her neck, and even went all the way down along her neckline. Ning Jing's heart was beating wildly. She had long known about his bad side. As long as he had a bad idea, she knew what he would do tonight. As expected, his hands began to move restlessly. "Let go." Ning Jing's tone was very bad, but Tang Li pretended not to hear it. Ning Jing didn't hesitate to press on his weakest part and said angrily, "Explain yourself, or I'll cripple you." "Are you willing to do that?" Tang Li's voice suddenly became gentle. "Try me if you don't believe me," Ning Jing said coldly. Instead of explaining, "I'd rather love you with my actions." Tang Li smiled. "Pervert." Ning Jing suddenly raised her hand and slapped Tang Li's face. Tang Li was stunned and quickly let go of his hands. Ning Jing was also stunned. She was the one who slapped him, but she was shocked. When Tang Li let go of his hands, her heart inexplicably skipped a beat and she didn't know what to do. Tang Li covered the side of his face that was burning. He lowered his eyes and didn't look at her. He said lightly, "I thought I've already explained it clearly. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Ning Jing stood in place for a while before she recovered her wits. She didn't think she was wrong, but why did her heart clench? Bastard Tang Li, he just left like that? Where was he going? Was he not going to come back to sleep tonight? Ning Jing bit her finger as she furrowed her brows. In the apricot grove, Tang Li had repeatedly spoken up for Han Yunqi and the rest. She had suspected that Tang Li and the Long Fei Yi couple had a close relationship. Before, Tang Li hadn't been in charge of the Tang clan. Tang Li and the Long Fei Yi had been on good terms in private and didn't involve the Tang clan. But now that Tang Li was the clan head, what if he and the Long Fei Yi continued to be friends? Would the Long Fei Yi one day be able to use the Tang clan as well? Or perhaps the Tang clan and the Long Fei Yi couple were secretly working together in the first place. But did they intentionally hide it from Cloud Realm Trade Consortium? Actually, she wasn't jealous today, but giving Tang Li a way out. She never thought that she'd end up with a slap on the face. Ning Jing had never been so flustered in her life. She finally realized that it was impossible for her to remain calm and rational when faced with this man. No matter what, she had to tell Ning Cheng that Tang Li had gone to see Han Yunqi behind her back. But she'd already written the secret letter and burned it herself. She sat on the bed and stared blankly at her hand that had just slapped Tang Li. She sat like that until midnight when she heard movement outside the door. She quickly lay down and pretended to be asleep. Tang Li had returned. She heard the door close, his light cough, and the sound of him changing his clothes. She gritted her teeth as her mind turned into a mess. Tang Li lay down, but he didn't hug her like he did every night. Instead, he turned his back to her. In the darkness, Ning Jing's eyes were wide open as she focused on the person beside her. Unfortunately, Tang Li didn't turn around until daybreak. She hadn't slept a wink all night, but so had Tang Li. Still, their moods were the complete opposite. Tang Li thought that it was worth it to take a slap to dispel Ning Jing's suspicions. He could use this chance to give her the cold shoulder. He'd just received a secret report that Long Fei Yi was going to send out his troops ahead of schedule. If he could take over Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's arms trade soon, it'd be a huge setback for Ning Qing and a huge boost for Long Fei Yi. Thinking up to here, Tang Li woke up early and tidied himself up. Ignoring Ning Jing, he left the house again. They wouldn't leave Medical City for the next few days, because there was still a great show to watch after the medical skills competition. This afternoon, the Medical Academy's head elder, Vice Head Academy, and Council of Elders would publicly put Gu Yuntian on trial and officially rehabilitate the poison sect. Early that morning, Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwa were drinking tea in the courtyard. Han Yunqi was looking at a secret list of names. She never expected Gu Beiwa's influence in Medical City to be so great. Many of Medical City's famous families and important members of the Medical Academy were on good terms with him. How did you do it? Han Yunchi asked in confusion. Before Gu Beiwe revealed his true medical skills, these people shouldn't have taken him seriously. A few years ago, I secretly gathered a group of disciples from the aristocratic families. Fourth young Miss Ren was one of them. We established the Apricot Woods Association to discuss medical skills together. We regularly visited poor areas and practiced medicine for free, Gu Beiwe replied. Han Yunchi was about to ask where Gu Beiwe had learned his medical skills when Gu walked over with sleepy eyes. TSK, it looks like a good deed, but in reality it's not a good deed. These aristocratic family disciples weren't just the future of their families. They were also the future of Medical City. In truth, Gu Beiwe had already stolen a large chunk of Medical City's foundation. Brother Gu, it looks like Medical City will be yours sooner or later? Gu chuckled. Perhaps it was because Gu Beiwe's medical skills were better than his, but Gu had an inexplicable sense of worship for him. Gu Beiwe hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, Shao Qi, you've done a great service this time, but don't go this afternoon, all right? Chapter 799. No matter how low Gu Beiwe's voice was, Han Yunchi heard it all. Actually, Han Yunchi didn't want Gu to go to the trial either, but she didn't know how to persuade him otherwise. If there was going to be a trial, then all of Gu Yuntian's crimes would have to be made public. Even the evidence would have to be made public. Moreover, unlike the Apricot Woods Conference, everything would be made public to Gu Yuntian's side this time. All of Medical City and Cloud Realm Continent would be watching from the gates of the Medical Academy. Gu had said before that he didn't need sympathy. She believed that he was strong enough to face his unbearable past. Perhaps she wasn't strong enough herself. She was unable to calmly face a person who loved to laugh so much. In front of everyone's eyes, he was stripped naked and covered in scabs, standing in front of her dripping with blood. She couldn't accept it. She didn't want it. She was afraid that she'd cry again. Gu only pretended not to hear Gu Beiwe's pleas. He stretched lazily and asked, Have you all eaten breakfast yet? Old fiend, don't go. I still have something to do. Before Han Yunchi could finish, a forlorn sob sounded from outside the courtyard. Qi big brother. Qi big brother. Mu Ling flew over with tears streaming down her face. She threw herself at Gu and hugged him tight, burying her head in his chest as she wailed. Qi big brother, don't go. Don't go. I don't want you to go. I won't let you go. Qi big brother, sob sob, why didn't you tell Ling why? Sob sob. Qi big brother, we've known each other since we were young. Why didn't you tell me? Mu Ling was crying her heart out. She always thought that Qi big brother was an orphan who grew up eating the food of hundreds of families. Later, she found out that Qi big brother was Gu Qisha, a disciple expelled from Medical City. A few days ago, she received news from Medical City and found out the truth. She didn't care about Pill Fiend Pharmacy's affairs and rushed over without stopping. Her eyes were almost blind from crying. She regretted so much. She regretted being so stupid when she met Qi brother. Why didn't she find out more about him? When she met Qi brother must have just been banished. He must have been covered in pain and had no one to protect him or comfort him. How could she fight with him? How could she call him a wild child? Mu Linger wished she could go back to the past, to the moment when they first met, and hug Shao Qi tightly. Silence reigned in the courtyard. Chu Shifeng and Su Donglin, who'd rushed over, stood on one side, not daring to make a sound. Mu Ling, Uri's heart-wrenching sobs broke everyone's hearts. Gu's eyes were hooded as he allowed Mu Linger to hug him. After a long time, he finally pushed her aside and wiped his clothes with a look of disgust. Your snot and tears are all stuck to my clothes. It's filthy. Get lost. Mu Linger cried even louder at his words. She tried to throw herself at him again, but Gu quickly backed away. Chi brother, sob sob. I feel so bad, sob sob. Mu Linger couldn't stop crying. She looked up at him as she sobbed. Gu Qishao hated it when she cried the most. He was about to curse her when he caught sight of her large, bloodshot eyes. Startled, he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. You're crying again. He arched a brow, his gaze still disdainful. Still, he tugged at his sleeve to wipe away Mu Linger's tears. If you keep crying, you'll go blind. You'll never see me again. Mu Linger's sobs stopped abruptly. She didn't dare to shed any more tears, and even stopped sobbing. She stared at him and his hand in a daze. His hand caressed her long eyelashes in an unbelievably gentle caress. She didn't dare to move. She was afraid that if she moved, Chi brother would disappear and she would never see him again. Gu wiped away Mu Linger's tears and warned her fiercely, Don't you dare cry again. Mu Linger only dared to breathe when he let go of her. Her large, watery eyes were bloodshot from crying. She looked at him pitifully, like a pitiful little rabbit. Chi brother, don't go, okay? She pleaded. She had heard Han Yunqi's words at the door just now. Gu Qishao waved his hand impatiently and ignored her. Old man, just listen to. Han Yunqi's words were interrupted again. Gu turned back to look at her. His deep voice was cold as he asked, Do you know that I've been waiting for this day my whole life? He had waited for this day for far, far too long. He had the power to oppose Gu Yuntian a long time ago. He had all the evidence in his hands and could even threaten Ling Gai to betray Gu Yuntian. But he had never made a move. He had even made an agreement with Long Fei to keep each other's secrets a secret. He had helped Long Fei Yi hide the truth about Mute Granny, and Long Fei Yi had helped him hide the secret of his immortality. He had helped Long Fei Yi break the perplexing butterfly illusion, and Long Fei Yi had helped him deal with Medical City. The only reason he hadn't made a move himself was because he didn't want to expose his identity and past. He had hoped that one day Long Fei Yi would destroy Gu Yuntian and all of Medical City. But Han Yunqi's identity as the poisoned sex orphan had changed all of his plans with Long Fei Yi. He could sit by and do nothing, or leave everything to Gu Beiwe alone. But he couldn't do it. He knew better than anyone that even if Gu Beiwe became the academy head, he still wouldn't be able to seize control of Medical City in a short period of time. He also wouldn't be able to give the poison sect a fair explanation. Thus, he had no choice but to make a move against Gu Yuntian and the Gu clan. Gu looked at the silent crowd and flashed a dazzling, flirtatious smile. Since this young master has performed a great service, why shouldn't I go celebrate? Saying this, he flew away, leaving behind only one sentence. Everyone, see you this afternoon. Mu Ling chased after him but couldn't catch up. She turned to Han Yunqi, tears streaming down her face again. Han Yunqi, sob sob. Han Yunqi, what do we do? Han Yunqi took a deep breath at the sight of the sobbing Mu Ling. She should rejoice that she was much stronger than Mu Ling. She said, there's nothing we can do. If he's not afraid, then we shouldn't be afraid either. You come with us this afternoon. But you're not allowed to cry, or you'll make a fool of yourself. Got it? Mu Ling was still sobbing as Han Yunqi glared at her. Before she could speak, Mu Ling wiped away her tears. Don't worry, I won't cry. I'll do as I say. At this moment, Chu Shifeng walked over with a purple envelope in his hands. Needless to say, it was a personal letter from Long Fei Yi to Han Yunqi. Esteemed Wang Fei, this one needs to go to the medical academy first to organize the evidence for the trial. You all rest well. See you in the afternoon. Gu Beiwe left first. Han Yunqi had Su Donglin arrange a place for Mu Ling to stay. Once she was done, she went back to her rooms to read the letter. She already had 8 letters hidden in her hands, but this was the 9th. Although the first 8 letters were all blank, she still looked forward to the 9th one. Perhaps this one wasn't empty after all. Perhaps she could find clues to solve this mystery. Unfortunately, the 9th letter was still empty. Han Yunqi felt disappointed, angry, and wronged. She muttered to herself, "Long Fei Yi, it's been almost 2 months. Don't you miss me? At least talk to me." Besides personal letters, Long Fei Yi would write her every few days to tell her about his injuries and the situation at Celestial Mountain. Then he'd teach her how to deal with the affairs of the South Central regions. Although these letters were meant for her, they were open for everyone to read. During the few days they had been in Medical City, these letters had stopped. Long Fei Yi would send special letters to Gu Beiwe about the affairs of Medical City. Although they were meant for Gu Beiwe, the letters were also open for everyone to read. Han Yunqi had always known that Long Fei Yi had a group of secret intelligence agents who specialized in collecting information about various forces. Therefore, he had many types of letters and had a wide range of categories. There were also different procedures for sending and receiving letters according to the categories. He also had a specially trained Eagle team to support the exchange of information. This time, Long Fei Yi had sent letters to her and Gu Beiwe separately. The letter he sent to her mentioned Celestial Mountain and the South Central regions, but didn't mention Medical City at all. The letter he sent to Gu Beiwe specifically focused on the situation at Medical City. Han Yunqi wasn't curious about this. Although she was disappointed, she wasn't angry or disappointed. Han Yunqi quickly composed herself and replied to Long Fei Yi with a smile. He sent her blank letters every day, and she sent him the same sentence every time. "Long Fei Yi, I miss you." After sending the letter, Han Yunqi put away the purple blank letter as usual. This was already the 9th letter. There should be a 10th, right? She didn't know how many letters it would take for them to meet. He had sent a letter a while ago saying that he was recuperating and wouldn't be able to leave the mountain for a year or so. Han Yunqi thought that after dealing with the affairs at Medical City, she would go back to the South Central regions first, and then go to Celestial Mountain. Ningcheng had already retreated, and Long Fei Ye's letter clearly stated that after Ningcheng retreated, the Bailey army would only defend and not attack. They would observe the situation and Northern Li's movements for a while before deciding whether to send troops. It was now the end of summer and the beginning of autumn. Han Yunqi thought that after she went back to the South Central regions to deal with the autumn harvest, she could make a trip to Celestial Mountain before the snow closed the mountain. She had even thought about it. She would accompany Long Fei Yi to spend the winter on Celestial Mountain. Once the snow melted, she would go down the mountain. After all, the South Central regions needed someone to hold down the fort. Otherwise, those aristocratic families would overturn the sky. Han Yunqi trusted Long Fei Ye's letter so much. He had put in so much effort to make plans for the South Central regions, hoping that she could help him as much as possible and let him recuperate. Unfortunately, the letter Long Fei Yi sent her regarding the situation at Celestial Mountain and the South Central region's administrative affairs were all lies. Han Yunqi's letters were all sent through the hands of several servants at the Nine Shin Palace at the top of Celestial Mountain. Long Fei Yi was certain that the contents of these letters would definitely be revealed to that old fox. Therefore, he could only hide it from Han Yunqi for now. The real letters were all secretly sent to Gu Beiwe, and Gu Beiwe knew the truth. At this time, Gu Beiwe was also in his room reading the letters secretly sent by the Shadow Guard. After he finished reading, he was stunned for a long time, not knowing what to think. In the end, he helplessly shook his head and smiled. That's good, that's good. Finally, such a day has come. Long Fei Yi, I only hope that you will keep your promise." At this time, a Shadow Guard suddenly appeared. "Dr. Gu, His Highness didn't write a few words in the letter. He wanted this subordinate to tell you personally." Chapter 800. The Shadow Guard whispered to Gu Beiwe for a long time. As for what they were talking about, only the two of them knew. Even the surrounding Shadow Guards consciously retreated to the side. They all knew that His Highness Duke of Qin would only send someone to tell him about extremely confidential matters, and not write them down in a letter. Even if His Highness Duke of Qin's eagle was very safe, there was still a chance that it would be leaked midway. Sending someone to tell him about it was the safest option. The relationship between His Highness Duke of Qin and Gu Beiwei was a mystery to begin with, and Gu Beiwei's background was only known to Imperial bodyguard Chu. What exactly did the Shadow Guard tell him this time? It was impossible to say that they weren't curious. However, even though Gu Beiwei was amiable, the Shadow Guard didn't dare to act rashly out of fear of their master's prestige. The Shadow Guard and Gu Beiwei whispered for a long time. Gu Beiwei's expression was as calm as ever, and he occasionally smiled and nodded. In the end, the Shadow Guard handed Gu Beiwei a large pink and purple envelope. "Dr. Gu, this is what you want." After the Shadow Guard left, Gu Beiwei opened the large envelope. He saw that there were 10 separate letters inside, and each one had been opened before. Gu Beiwei could see that there was a faint sadness in the depths of his eyes. However, he quickly smiled. He didn't read the letters, but put them away. Afterwards, he ordered the Shadow Guard. "Esteemed Wang Fei will secretly leave late at night. Make the arrangements." After he finished speaking, he added, "Don't tell her yet. After the trial this afternoon, he will personally tell her." The Shadow Guard obeyed and left. Mornings were always short, and noon quickly passed. The entrance of the medical academy was filled with people. It could no longer be described as 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. This was because the street where the medical academy was located was extremely crowded. Even if they couldn't squeeze to the front, they still wanted to be closer to the trial so that they could know the results of the trial as soon as possible. Actually, the outcome of the trial would be to convict Gu Yuntian of his crimes and vindicate the poison sect. But how serious Gu Yuntian's crimes would be, how to punish him, and how to vindicate the poison sect was all up for debate. Whether Gu Yuntian was sentenced to death or given some punishment that would make him wish he was dead, both were called trials. The severity was different, and both had a great impact on Gu Yuntian and the Gu family. The impact on the Gu family was directly related to the balance of power among the families in Medical City. Was it to absolve the poison sect of all their crimes and acknowledge their status in Cloud Realm? Or was it to return everything to the poison sect and unseal their forbidden grounds? These were all trials. Different degrees of severity would have different effects on the Medical Academy and the various powers in Cloud Realm. After all, Han Yunqi wasn't just the poison sect's orphan. She was also the princess consort of the commander-in-chief's estate. When the time came, the relevant parties arrived. A few chairs were arranged in an arc at the entrance of the medical school. Sitting in the middle was none other than the new dean, Gu Beiwei. As a new official, he was still dressed in his usual white robes, quiet and beautiful. In the past, his quiet face gave off a warm feeling, even when he wasn't smiling. But now, sitting in this position, he exuded an imposing aura without anger. He no longer looked like a scholar. Instead, he looked like a superior with an extraordinary background and excellent cultivation. Even his gentleness was very powerful. To his right sat 3 department heads: Department Head Hua, Department Head Ouyang, and the newly appointed Xin Jueming. After them were the members of the Council of Elders: Han Yunqi, Luo Zuishin, Li Shiyuan, and Li Tianxi. After them were the directors. The first to his left was Gu, followed by Gu Muling, and then Muling, After her were the distinguished guests from the various powers. In that order were representatives from Medicine City, the Tang Clan, Tian-En, Western Zhou, Tianing, and Northern Li. In the past, the Medical Academy's guests would be ranked according to the strength of the powers they represented. Medicine City had a close relationship with Medical City, so they would be ranked first, followed by Northern Li. But now, Gu Beiwei had changed the rules. Smart people could tell at a glance that the new academy head was using this opportunity to announce the Medical Academy's position to the world. Leaving aside Gu Qixiao and Mu Linger, Just the locations of Medicine City and the Tang clan made it clear who was close and distant. Mu Qinggu inwardly rejoiced that he'd made the right choice. Otherwise, he didn't know how his father would punish him when he returned. Duanmu Bei had already received a letter from his imperial father yesterday, requesting that he be on good terms with Gu Beiwe and Han Yunxi. Although he wasn't happy, he knew that things were different now. He couldn't afford to offend these people. The Tianing officer's face was black the entire time. He was well aware that he couldn't get on good terms with Medical City. As for Bai Yanqing, he'd been staring coldly at Gu Beiwe since the beginning. Bai Yuqiao wasn't by his side. Tang Li and Ningjing were sitting next to the people from Medicine City. The two of them were still in a cold war and refused to acknowledge each other. Before Gu Yuntian's trial, Gu Beiwe had first rehabilitated the poison sect. He cleared up the internal strife between the poison sect and the medical academy in the past, as well as all the crimes the medical academy had imposed on the poison sect. He announced that the poison sect's forbidden grounds had been lifted and that the land behind the medical academy, including its poison grounds, was returned to the poison sect. Moreover, he acknowledged that the poison sect was a part of the medical academy. The medical academy restored the medical sect and poison sect to their former glory. All of the poison sect's affairs were handed over to the poison sect's orphan, Han Yunxi. As the master of the poison beast, Han Yunxi naturally became the head of the poison sect. After seeing the gentleman last time, Lil Thing had been hiding in the poison storage space to heal its wounds. It seemed to have sensed the atmosphere and slipped out to watch the show as well. Still keeping a low profile, it only poked its head out of Mama Yunxi's medical pouch. But soon enough, it sensed that something was off. Its shifty eyes looked towards Bai Yanqing. His scent was familiar, but there was no blood in it, so it couldn't tell what it was. After the poison sect was rehabilitated, it was Gu Yuntian's turn. When the shackled Gu Yuntian and Great Elderling were escorted onto the stage, the noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Gu Yuntian. Although Gu Yuntian was old, he took good care of himself. But now he seemed to have aged 10 years overnight. Half of his hair was white, and his face was unkempt. He looked listless, old, and miserable. Those who didn't know him would think that he was a beggar. As for Head Elderling, his face was covered in tears. He was still wiping them away. The distance between heaven and hell was actually very, very short. Detestable people were always pitiful, but Gu Yuntian had no trace of pity. He was absolutely detestable. When Gu Yuntian was brought to his knees, Han Yunxi, Gu Beiwe, and Mu Ling all glanced towards Gu. Gu didn't avoid them as much as they'd imagined. He sat with one leg crossed over the other as he looked disdainfully at Gu Yuntian. Only now did they truly see Shao Qi's strength. Someone come, bring out all the evidence of Gu Yuntian and Ling Gai's crimes. Gu Beiwe said loudly. The medical assistant brought out all the evidence, and Gu Beiwe laid it all out in front of him. The evidence wasn't just about how they'd tortured Shao Qi, but also all the scandals they'd committed in the medical academy over the years. Of course, the evidence for these scandals came from Gu Qishao. Everyone listened quietly. Gu Beiwe, Han Yunxi, and the others didn't pay any more attention to Gu. Too much attention was an insult to him, and he didn't need pity. Mu Ling, Er's eyes reddened when she heard the evidence, but she remembered Han Yunxi's instructions and didn't cry. However, apart from them, everyone else was looking at Gu. Their gazes were even more complicated than at the Apricot Woods Conference. Pity and sympathy were the majority. Gu was magnanimous and allowed them to look at him. He smiled as he looked disdainfully at Yuntian, unmoved by the gazes of the people around him. True strength wasn't the ability to endure pain, but rather the pitiful and sympathetic gazes of others. In the end, Gu Beiwe, the 3 vice deans, and the elders decided to convict Gu Yuntian. He was sentenced to be paraded in public and imprisoned in Medical City's 9 Lives Temple. That place specialized in treating patients with incurable infectious diseases. Although they were separated from each other, That place was still very dangerous. Even the medical staff had to take preventive medicine and couldn't stay there for long. The consequences of Gu Yuntian being imprisoned there for long periods of time were obvious. As for head elderling, he was sentenced to death because of his merit in reporting Gu Yuntian. Head elder Ling breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the verdict. When Gu had threatened him with a pile of evidence, he knew that he and Gu Yuntian wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. Thus, he chose to betray Gu Yuntian in exchange for his own death. Because of Gu Yuntian, Gu Beiwe sentenced the Gu family to the crime of harboring a criminal. They were forbidden from participating in the Medical Academy's administration for the next 10 years. After the verdict, Gu Beiwe stood up and apologized to everyone on behalf of the Medical Academy. Then, the vice deans, elders, and board of directors all stood up and turned to face Gu Beiwe. Gu didn't expect this, and abruptly jumped up from his seat with a guarded expression. "Gu Beiwe, what are you doing?" Gu Beiwe didn't answer him. Instead, he bowed deeply. "Shao Qi, Medical City has let you down. Medical City welcomes you home at any time." As soon as he finished speaking, the people behind Gu Beiwe bowed in unison and said in unison, "Shao Qi, Medical City welcomes you home at any time." Home? Gu blinked his long, flirtatious eyes and smiled, but there were clearly traces of tears in his eyes. So he still had a home? Back when he was expelled from the Medical Academy and was thrown eggs and rotten vegetables all the way out, he didn't have a home anymore. The word home didn't exist in his life. Gu looked at Gu Beiwe's sincere and serious face and laughed louder and more heartily. He was about to answer Gu Beiwe. Unexpectedly, Bai Yanqing suddenly stood up and questioned, "Dean Gu, Shao Qi has been fed medicine since he was in his mother's womb. He's been tested for drugs and illnesses. Why hasn't he died yet? Why hasn't he fallen ill or suffered any pain? Could it be that he's a monster?" His words caused an uproar in the crowd. Actually, everyone had considered this question before, but no one dared to ask it in public. Bai Yanqing walked out and stood in front of Gu Beiwe and Gu Yuntian. He continued, "Also, back then, Shao Qi died of an unknown plague. He didn't even have a pulse or breath. How did he come back to life? Can he come back from the dead, or was he born a monster? His life and death are different from ordinary people?" For a moment, the uproar quieted down. Bai Yanqing asked about Dean Gu, but no one knew whether this Dean Gu was a new one or an old one. In the silence, everyone looked at Gu again. This time, their gazes were no longer sympathetic, but filled with curiosity and fear, as if they were looking at a monster. "I also want to ask Gu Yuntian, is Shao Qi still considered a human?" "Not really. He was a monster since he was in his mother's womb. He didn't die from that kind of torture. No matter how much he was tortured after he was born, he wouldn't die, hee-hee." "Then he really doesn't look like a human. Hee-hee, even a beast's body isn't as good as his, right?" A few people deliberately mocked loudly. Gu's smile disappeared. His long and narrow eyes narrowed into a straight line. Ruthlessness was written all over his face. He clenched his fists. Just as he was about to make a move, Han Yunqi suddenly walked to his side and clenched his fist tightly.